I woke in a strange wooden bed, my head pounding. Someone nearby was crying. A young woman, curled up under the quilt, her shoulders heaving with each sob. Her name was Lin Anyu. She was only 18. Young, you're not even human. She said it through her tears, two wet streaks tracing down her face. My mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Last night I'd drunk too much and, in my stupor, brought disaster down on us all. I'd done something unforgivable to her, hurt her to the very core. But in the next instant, memories came flooding in like a rising tide. This drafty mud-walled hut, the battered wooden table, the old wardrobe. I'd seen them all countless times in my dreams. No, this was no dream. I pinched my arm hard, and the pain made me flinch. I had been reborn. I remembered it perfectly. This was the summer of 1977, the night that ruined my entire life. In my last life, it was on this very night that I, emboldened by drink, violated Lin Anyu. She had a fierce, unbending nature, and she couldn't endure the shame or the way outsiders pointed and whispered. A few days later, she ended her own life. Her older sister, Lin Anru, fell apart over what had happened to her, and a few years later vanished somewhere deep in the mountains. The Lin sisters were the orphaned daughters of Uncle Lin, my father's comrade in arms. Years before, Uncle Lin had taken a bullet meant for my father, and on his deathbed he'd entrusted his two girls to him. After this whole affair, my father, unable to face the comrade he'd failed, volunteered to go guard the forestry station on the back mountain. There, one mid-autumn night, he ran into a black bear and never came home. My mother couldn't withstand the chain of blows. She took to her sickbed, and within a few years she was gone too. All because of a single moment of stupidity on my part, two families were destroyed. Afterward, I left the village alone for the big city. I caught a good era, and on brains and instinct, I clawed my way up over half a lifetime, until I was running a publicly listed company and sitting on a fortune. But that one night in 1977 remained the nightmare of my whole life. Even gravely ill and near death, I was still thinking, if only I could go back. And now heaven had truly handed me the chance. Bang! The door flew open. A man with graying hair and a face full of creases came charging in. My father, Chen Yuanchao, dead these many years. You worthless wretch. He snatched up a carrying pole and swung it straight down at me. She's only 18, and you've disgraced the entire Chen family. The pole came down hard on my shoulder. I didn't dodge. The pain nearly knocked the breath out of me, but inside it was like fireworks going off. I really had been reborn. In my last life, after it happened, I'd shifted the blame and run, dealing Lin Anyu a second blow. This time, I would never repeat that mistake. I rolled out of bed and dropped to my knees in front of my father, kowtowing hard, my forehead thudding against the floor. Dad, I was wrong. I failed you. I failed Uncle Lin. I failed Lin Anyu. I'll do anything to make it right. My father stood frozen, the pole still raised. He knew me too well. This son of his was an idle layabout, and worst of all, a man who would never admit a fault even to save his life. He'd never expected me to own up. But what good was an apology now? Too late. Don't waste your apologies on me. Go apologize to your Uncle Lin in the grave. He sucked in a breath, and the pole came swinging at my head again. This time he meant to kill. I'd finally gotten myself reborn, and I had no intention of throwing my life away the moment I arrived. Besides, if I died, both families' tragedies would unfold all the same. The instant the pole came down, I slipped aside and dodged. You still dare dodge? My father flew into a rage, chasing me with the pole, and all I could do was circle the room to stay ahead of it. The commotion brought my mother, Lu Shufeng, rushing in. Chen Yuanchao, he's the only son you've got left. Do you really mean to beat him to death? She threw herself in front of me. Out of the way. I'll pretend I never had this animal. Today he dies. You kill him, you'll pay with your own life. Fine, then we all die, and I won't go on living either. Come at me. My mother had a blazing temper. She shoved her own forehead straight against the pole. My father couldn't bring himself to hurt her after all. With a clang he flung the pole down, turned, and walked to the bed. Looking at Lin Anyu, weeping until her face was soaked, his own eyes reddened. You poor, ill-fated child. But the thought that this child had been ruined by his own son set my mother off again. She grabbed the vanity box from the head of the bed and hurled it at me. The wooden box caught me square in the forehead. Stars burst across my vision. Something warm ran down my face, and when I touched it, my hand came away bloody. She'd hit harder than my father. I crouched on the ground, clutching my head, and didn't make a sound. My father gave a cold snort, then seemed to remember the girl still lying in the bed, and stalked out with a black look on his face. I bit down on the pain in my head and followed. As I went through the door, I glanced back and saw my mother bending down, gently comforting Lin Anyu. At this same moment in my last life, my mother had comforted her just like this. The difference was that the old me had already greased his heels and bolted, off hiding in the next village for half a month, and by the time I came back, even the seventh-day mourning for Lin Anyu had passed. The man I'd been in that life was truly a wretch. Under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard, my father sat smoking his dry tobacco pipe, head bowed, his whole bearing collapsed. My family had been poor peasants for 3 generations, and in Nujiawan, a gully deep in the southwestern mountains, we lived in bone-grinding poverty. But my father was proud. He'd been a soldier. Poor as he was, he held his back straight. His one blemish, probably, was fathering a good-for-nothing like me. At least I'd had an older brother, steady, dependable, a man who shouldered things. In his younger days, he'd been a vanguard worker in the production brigade and brought home plenty of merit banners. In those days, people prized honor, so the more everyone praised my brother, the more bitterly they cursed me. But he wasn't fated to live long. 2 years back, when they built the dam upriver, he was the first to sign up, and by the second month the floodwaters swept him away. They never found him. Worth mentioning, Lin Anru had once had a chance to be my sister-in-law, but after my brother's death, she remained single to this day. Both Lin's sisters were lovely, and plenty of young men in Nujiawan had wanted to make a match. In my last life I'd spoiled all of it, because I'd had my own eye on them, held in check only by my father, never daring to act. Last night, with liquor lending courage to a coward, I'd thrown caution aside and brought catastrophe down on us. At the time, I'd even foolishly believed that after something like this, a girl would be too ashamed to make a sound. What I hadn't counted on was how fierce Lin Anyu was. She'd screamed for help with everything she had, bringing my mother and father running. I'd panicked too. In my last life, I'd assumed that if I lay low for a while, the whole thing would blow over. But by the time I returned, everything had changed. It took me a long time of reflection to understand. If I'd only had the courage back then to face it, I'd have spared myself so much regret. There was still time to set it right. I walked over to my father and knelt again. Qinyang, you think kneeling and putting on a little show is going to make this go away? Not a chance. Furious, he raised his pipe stem. Dad, this isn't a show. What happened today, I'll take responsibility for. Responsibility? His eyebrows shot up. A fine young woman, ruined by your hands. What are you going to take responsibility with? I'll marry her and treat her well for the rest of my life. My father was stunned. He'd never imagined this irresponsible son of his could say such a thing. But he quickly sneered. Marry her? With what will you support her? The Northwest Wind. And Anyu's a city girl. I've made inquiries. Marrying her would take at least 200 yuan. Who's putting up that money? In those days, 200 yuan was half a year's wages for an ordinary worker. A typical family could scrape it together if they gritted their teeth, but mine couldn't. My father and mother toiled from dawn till dark to feed a household of 5. Besides me, there were the 2 Lin sisters, and every month we came up short. There wasn't a single spare coin. And my father, a man of strict principle, would never let me marry Lin Anyu for free just because we were already housing the sisters. 200 yuan was the first hurdle laid out before me. But to the man I was now, it was nothing. Nujiawan backed onto the deep, old-growth forests of the southwest. You lived off the mountain there. And the mountain was full of treasure, rare game, precious medicinal herbs. In my plan, going up to hunt, whether to feed ourselves or to sell, would bring in no small income. With a little luck, digging up a good herb or 2 and carrying them to the county town would make getting rich easy. People in that era were conservative in their thinking, and the mountains crawled with venomous creatures and poisonous miasmas, so ordinary folk didn't have the nerve to go deep. But I'd grown up in Nujiawan and knew it intimately. More to the point, after I'd made my fortune in the last life, I'd spent years on shooting and wilderness survival, and my marksmanship and hunting skills were honed to the bone. In this age when hunting rifles were still legal, Give me a gun, and I could carve out a hunting ground on my own. 200 yuan was truly not worth mentioning. So the moment my father asked who would pay, I answered without hesitation. I will. You will. His eyes rolled back in exasperation. The whole family, working themselves half to death for a year, couldn't earn 200 yuan. And I was going to? And don't you go assuming you'll just marry her. You wronged her first, so you'd better show real contrition. With that, he walked into the firewood shed, and when he came out, his hand held a gleaming cleaver. Don't blame me for being hard. You come in there with me, and we'll see whether Anyu forgives you. If she doesn't, I'll send you off to the next world myself, and then I'll follow, and the two of us will atone to your Uncle Lin together. My father had been a soldier, and though he was past 50, that fighting blood in him hadn't cooled an ounce, and he held loyalty and honor sacred. He felt that even though I'd caused this disaster, he as the father couldn't wash his hands of it either, and he'd truly made up his mind to give the Lin family an accounting. My father's resolve caught me off guard. I even wondered whether, in my last life, it was precisely because I'd foreseen this very scene that I'd slipped away. There was still time to slip away now. But if I did, the two families' tragedy couldn't be avoided, and that ran against the whole reason I'd been reborn. I couldn't run, and I couldn't die. The only road out was to get Lin Anyu to agree to marry me, then earn the 200 yuan and bring her in as my bride in proper, dignified fashion, keeping every tragedy outside the door. My father carried the cleaver to the doorway but didn't go in, turning back to look at me. I drew a deep breath and strode into Lin Anyu's room. She sat against the wall, a coat draped over her shoulders, her crying soothed by my mother's comforting. Her head was still bowed, tears still hanging on her face. The moment she saw me, she went rigid with agitation. "Get out," she shrieked, like a startled cat. "What are you doing in here?" My mother was angry too. She'd just managed to settle the girl, and now my coming in stirred everything up again. The kerosene lamp flickered, lighting up my mother's old clothes, patched all over. We'd been poor so long that she hadn't worn anything new in years. And yet here she was, still cleaning up the mess her good-for-nothing son had made, holding the whole household together. "Mom, your son is unworthy." I couldn't hold back any longer. I knelt before my mother, my eyes burning. She hadn't expected me to apologize to her, and she pressed a hand to her mouth and drew a shaky breath, her voice trembling. "The one you really owe an apology to is Anyu. Own up properly. Don't break our hearts." I understand. Still on my knees, I shifted around to face Lin Anyu. "Get away. I don't want to see him." She shrank back under the quilt in terror, her whole body shaking. It sat bitterly in my chest. I knew how vile the thing I'd done, drunk, had been. "Anyu, I'm sorry. I should never have treated you that way. You're innocent in this. Please, don't do anything desperate. I know you hate me. As long as it eases your anger, I'll do whatever you want." "What did you say?" My mother cried out in alarm and rushed over, her voice sharp. "Are you trying to make things worse on purpose? You won't rest until you've torn both families apart." The matter was as large or as small as Lin Anyu chose to make it. My mother didn't want a death on her hands. If it came to that, she'd sooner pay with her own life for my sin. "Anyu, it's Auntie's fault for not raising Qinyang right." She went to the bedside and spoke low, pleading. "You've been wronged. As long as it lets you vent, anything is fine." Lin Anyu didn't answer. After a while, crying came again from under the quilt, and my mother wept along with her. The sound of the two of them filled the room. I knelt without moving, my head bowed low. A long while later, her crying faded. She emerged from under the quilt, her tear-stained face fixed on me, her eyes brimming with a hatred that wouldn't dissolve. "Auntie, I don't want your life." My mother's body jerked. She straightened quickly and wiped her tears. "Anyu, what do you mean by that? You want Qinyang's life. I don't want anyone's life." Lin Anyu shook her head, her face the gray of ash. My heart lurched. My mother's eyes went wide, and she suddenly threw her arms around her. "Anyu, you mustn't do anything desperate." And she began to cry again. Just then my father came in with the cleaver. "Anyu, it's my Chun family that has wronged you. Uncle will get justice for you right now." Carrying the blade, he started toward me. A chill ran down my back. Before I could even get a word out, the old man was so eager to send me to my death. "Chen Yu and Chao, put down that knife." At the critical moment, it was my mother who stepped up again, lunging like a leopardess guarding her cub to wrench the cleaver away. But my father seemed to have steeled himself to die for it, gripping the blade fast, closing in step by step. Seeing that a life really was about to be lost, Lin Anyu, remembering all the care the Chun family had shown her these past days, couldn't, in the end, bear it. "Uncle, let Qinyang go. She was actually pleading on my behalf." My father froze where he stood. My mother let out a quiet breath of relief, still clinging to him for dear life. I looked up at her. Red-eyed, she stared at me. She was pleading for me only because she didn't want to leave Chin's two old folks without an heir on her account. She hated me, not them. But in her heart, all hope of going on had already drained away. In this era, after something like this, how could a girl ever hold her head up again? By tomorrow morning, all of Nujiawan would likely know. She already had no idea how to face it. "Uncle, make Qinyang leave. I don't want to see him anymore." There wasn't a trace of color in her face. My father let out a heavy sigh, lowered the knife, and looked at me, about to speak. I beat him to it, straightening up. "On you. If you don't find me beneath you, marry me. I'll treat you well my whole life. I'll give you a good life." The words came from the heart. They carried decades of guilt from my past life, and the real feeling I'd once had for her. I admit there was selfishness in it. But more than anything, I wanted to pull her back from the edge. She gave a bitter, mirthless laugh. "Marry you? Why on earth would I marry you? You'll make me happy? You. I promise. I'll scrape together the 200 yuan bride price as fast as I can, marry you in proper, open ceremony, and make sure everyone knows you're the bride Qinyang brought home with all due honor." My face was dead serious. There wasn't a shred of pretense in it. In that instant, her expression wavered. With anyone else, she might have considered it. But the one speaking happened to be me, a layabout who lived off his parents. How much of what I said could she trust? The look in her eyes as she watched me was full of pity. "Give me 1 week," I said. "Within 1 week, I'll have the 200 yuan, no question." I stood up and squared my shoulders. "If I can't manage it, you won't have to lift a hand against me. I'll deal with it myself, and I'll never drag you down with me." "Son, have you lost your mind?" My mother, furious, smacked me on the head. 200 yuan, in 1 week. How could anyone earn that? My father's brow knotted tight, and the hand gripping the knife tightened, then tightened again. He knew I wanted to earn that money, but 200 yuan in a week, to his ears, was pure nonsense. Disappointment settled over him once more. The hatred in Lin Anyu's eyes had thinned a little, replaced by disgust. "I don't want a braggart's promise. Just live your own life decently, and don't wrong uncle and auntie again. That's all." It was the greatest kindness she could offer the man who had hurt her most. I didn't want to push her too hard, so I changed my tack. "Don't worry. In 1 week, I'll have the 200 yuan. Once I do, you can marry me or not. I won't force you. But I have one condition." "You still dare to set conditions?" My father lifted his foot to kick me, and my mother barely held him back. My expression didn't change. "It's a simple condition. If I earn the 200 yuan within a week, then you, Lin Anyu, have to go on living. If you're willing to marry me, I'll wait however long it takes. If you're not, I'll never force you." With that I turned and, under my parents' astonished eyes, walked out the door and into the night. My father stood there, unsure for a moment whether to follow. Truth be told, wretch though this son of his was, those last words at least sounded like something a man would say. They carried a measure of resolve. Lin Anyu kept her head down, staring at the cotton quilt over her legs, and didn't move for a long time. "Anyu, we'll step out now. Why don't you? Give Qinyang one chance to prove himself," my mother ventured. Lin Anyu was silent for a long while before answering slowly, neither agreeing nor refusing. "I want to wait for my sister to come back." Then she lay down and said no more. My mother, oddly enough, felt relieved. Lin Anru would be back in 2 days, and in those 2 days she could keep working on her. If things went well, perhaps last night's affair could be smoothed over into something smaller. "Let's go. Don't disturb Anyu's rest. Anyu, get some good rest. From now on, if there's anything you need, just say so." My father and mother withdrew carefully. The words were out. Now I had to make good on them. Stepping out the door, my head was full of the plan to earn money on the mountain, but it had to go one step at a time. I had no hunting rifle yet, so for now I'd have to find another way. I looked toward the abandoned chicken coop in the yard. We hadn't been able to afford the cost of raising chickens for years, and the coop had sat empty, a layer of weeds carpeting the inside. I crawled in and rummaged around and dug out a slingshot. Years ago, with nothing better to do, I'd gone up the mountain with the village boys to shoot wild pheasants for fun, then gotten bored and tossed it here. Lucky for me, my aim with that slingshot was still good. Under cover of darkness, I took the slingshot out of the yard and ran for the back mountain. Climbing the mountain at midnight sounded reckless, but there was no choice. 7 days to earn 200 yuan, not a moment to waste. Back in a young body, my legs and feet were nimble, strength coursing through me. I flew along, and in a little over an hour, I was into the back mountain woods. At night, I didn't dare go deep. The big beasts roamed the interior. There was no shortage of game on the fringes either. Pheasants, roe deer, the like, fond of coming out to forage after dark. Picking off a few pheasants with a slingshot wouldn't be hard. With luck, I'd run into a masked palm civet and really strike gold. That creature was treasure from head to tail. But it was cunning, and with the slingshot in my hand, my chances were slim. Tonight the moon was bright, washing the ridge in light, and I could make out a great deal. Not far off, from a thicket of shrubs, came the sound of flapping wings, mixed with a low goo-goo cooing. I'd grown up in the mountains and had a sharp ear. One listen told me it was pheasants. Not large, a single bird might yield 2 caddies of meat. But in this era, 2 caddies of meat was a whole year's longing for an ordinary household. I remembered it clearly. This past New Year, my father bought 2 ounces of pork belly from the supply co-op. And my mother trimmed off the lean, mixed it with chives and cabbage, and wrapped a whole pot of dumplings, green as anything, with just those few scraps of meat. The remaining ounce of fat she couldn't bear to eat, and rendered it down into lard and cracklings. When a craving hit, we'd boil up a pot of cabbage stock soup and scatter in a few cracklings, and call that meat. In those days, everyone had a craving worm gnawing in their belly. If you needed someone to do you a favor, you'd bring 2 ounces of meat, and 8 times out of 10 it got done. Running into pheasants right off the bat, my luck was good indeed, and from the sound of it, there was more than one. The pity was I had only the slingshot. Take one down, and the rest would scatter instantly. There was no way to get them all, and I couldn't afford a single miss. Wild creatures have an instinct, and at the smallest sound they're gone in a blink. I steadied myself, crouched low, and crept to within 10 meters of the thicket, not daring to make a sound, not daring to take a rash shot. The pheasants were buried in the shrubs, screened by branches. A pebble didn't have the punch to get through, and would lose its force in the leaves, hit the bird, and it'd feel like a tickle. I had to find a way to draw them out. I spotted a silverberry thicket off to my left. The silverberries it bore, a common fruit in the southwestern mountains, were a favorite of pheasants. The skin was tough, and ordinarily the birds couldn't be bothered to fight with it. But once the skin broke and the fragrant juice came seeping out, it would lure them right in. I felt my way over and picked a few, bit through the skin with my teeth, and the juice burst out. Then I tossed them into the open patch beyond the thicket and waited, patient. Soon the mountain breeze carried the scent of fruit into the shrubs. A few guguda calls sounded from within, then went quiet. I held my breath and watched. After a moment, a head the size of a walnut poked out, glancing furtively in every direction. Hunting isn't only a matter of skill, it takes patience too. I knew it was scoping out the area, so I stayed dead still. The fruit's scent was tempting in the end. After surveying for a while and judging it safe, the pheasant flapped out, neck bobbing forward and back as it moved toward the fruit. Then 2 more emerged. My pupils contracted. I drew the slingshot to full stretch and aimed at the fattest one in the lead. Thwip! The pebble split the air and caught it square in the neck. The startled pheasant leapt straight up, wings beating frantically in midair. The 2 behind it bolted in fright. The leader, stunned by the hit, stumbled as it landed, legs gone soft, only able to flap. I drew full and sent a few more, scattering feathers everywhere, until at last it lay still. I strode over and lifted it by its limp neck, not dead, the slingshot's force being weak after all. Afraid it would wake and struggle on the way back, I reached over to pull a branch from the thicket to bind it. As I tugged the last of it loose, my hand met a slick, fishy wetness. My heart gave a jolt. I'd been puzzled all along. What had those few pheasants been after, flapping and calling in the thicket? 3 of them had clearly run out a moment ago, and now there was this clear, fishy stuff stuck to the branch, like egg fluid. I parted the shrubs and looked by the moonlight. On the grass lay a few white things the size of fingernails, eggshells, from some bird like a dove, all pecked clean by the pheasants. They'd found this nest of eggs, and that was why they'd been carrying on so. I was about to leave when the shrub by my foot suddenly stirred. Something else? Worried it was a snake, I stood and stamped hard twice. A mountain snake will usually flee at that sound, unless it's a king cobra, which will rear up right in your face when you stamp. I dared to stamp because the movement was right at my feet. A venomous snake would already have come for me. After a moment, nothing moved, so I parted that clump of shrubs. The instant I did, my breathing went heavy. On the grass lay a gray-feathered bird with a round head and a slender beak, a little smaller than a dove, its plumage more mottled, a turtle dove. There wasn't much meat on it, half a catty at most, but eating it was good for the eyes, especially for the elderly, and it calmed the nerves besides. It usually nested in a tree hollow at night. How had it ended up in the shrubs? It lay motionless. I reached out and nudged it, truly dead. Looking closer, I saw it had lost a fair number of feathers, with peck and bite marks on its neck. Those pheasants just now had almost certainly been flapping over it, and flapped it to death. Stumbling into a windfall on my very first night, my luck really was something. That was enough for tonight. Day was about to break, and it was only March or April. The deep mountain mornings were frightfully cold. I had nothing on but a thin undershirt, and the mountain wind raised goose flesh all over me, so I didn't dare linger. I lashed the fat pheasant tight with a branch, picked up the turtle dove, and headed down. Back at the old home of my memories, I stepped into the dirt courtyard. First I checked my parents' room. The lamp was out. They were asleep. Then Lin Anyu's room. Dark too, not a sound. The whole yard lay silent. I stood a while outside Lin Anyu's door, let out a soft sigh, and felt my way in the dark to the kitchen in the southeast corner. The kitchen was low and small. At 1.80 meters, I had to duck my head just to squeeze up to the stove. I opened the cupboard by the stovetop, and where the bowls were kept sat a big porcelain bowl turned upside down. Lifting it, I found a dish of cold-dressed fish mint, a southwestern specialty that smells fishy but tastes wonderful. Toss it with chili and sesame oil, and it makes a refreshing little dish. In those days, this was practically our family's daily fare. Fish mint, clear cabbage stock soup, a few coarse flour buns, not a speck of meat or oil. I also dug out a small cup of cracklings left from New Year, which my mother had tucked carefully at the very back of the cupboard. It sat bitterly in my chest. I carried the turtle dove back to my own room, then fetched an armful of dry firewood from beside the wall. By the 80s, city folk were burning honeycomb coal briquettes, but the countryside still burned wood. I set a pot to boil, cleaned and dressed the pheasant, and planned to stew up a pot of soup before dawn to give the family a little something better. The firewood crackled, the water rolled. By the time the sky paled along the horizon, a steaming, fragrant pot of pheasant soup was done. To draw out the flavor, I sliced in a few of the daikon my father had hung to dry in the yard and threw them in. The radishes were a bit wilted, meant for his pickling, but I didn't want my family chewing coarse buns with pickles anymore. With my own 2 hands, I'd see to it that from now on they ate well. The soup was so fragrant that even I, a man used to mountain delicacies and rare flavors, kept swallowing. But I didn't touch it. Instead, I clamped the lid on tight, afraid the smell would drift out. In those days, just having a bite of meat could draw envious eyes, and I knew the value of building up a household store quietly. Wait on my parents, look after Lin Anyu, make good on the debts of my last life. That was enough. Day broke. I slipped back into my room to catch a little sleep and recover my strength before working out the hunting plan in detail. A few roosters crowed across Nujiawan, and my father turned out of bed. The family's 2 mu of land was planted with sweet potatoes, and today was the day to dig them. My mother got up with him. The 2 of them went out to the yard and first stole a few glances at Lin Anyu's room. No sound. They couldn't tell whether she was awake. Why don't you skip the field work and keep Anyu company these next few days? She's got a fierce temperament. Don't let her do something foolish, my father said. You think you can manage that field alone? At your age, you still figure you're 20-some? My mother knew today was the sweet potato harvest, several thousand caddies off 2 mu of land. In the old days, the 2 of them together had needed days for it. Now it was just my father, and old as he was. Finishing the dig would cost him half his life. Then what's to be done? We've raised a son who only eats and never works. If I don't go to the field, who will? My father said sourly. My mother couldn't bear to let him go alone, but someone had to stay to watch Lin on you. Almost without thinking, she walked to my door and heard breathing inside. The boy's home. Her brow eased. You're counting on him? My father, holding down his temper, pointed at my room. This little brute pulled that shameless stunt last night, and he's still sleeping like a log. An animal like that, you think he'll provide for this family? The words out, his chest tightened, struck by the sense of a family gone wrong. All right, enough. Let me fix you something to eat. You can't work on an empty stomach. My mother quickly steered him off and headed for the kitchen. But my father had his back up. Eat, eat, eat. What's there to eat? The rice jars nearly grown worms. It wasn't an exaggeration. The bit of grain coupons he'd saved up at the start of the year, I'd stolen and traded for cash, then lost at the gambling table. Besides being an idle layabout, I had a gambling habit. With no money in the house, I'd often steal things to trade away. My father's eye caught the yard. The radishes he'd hung to dry were gone. His eyelid twitched. Damn it, it's that little brute again. I'd bet on it. Today I really will beat him to death. My mother, who'd reached the kitchen doorway, stopped short. She looked back, saw him storming toward my room, and ran to grab his sleeve. Chen Yu and Chao, stop right there. You spend all your strength on the boy, and then who's going to the field? My father halted, ill-tempered. Go on, keep spoiling him. Spoiling him how? The field comes first. I'll go relieve you in the afternoon. Hands on her hips, my mother pointed at his nose. Hurry up and get those sweet potatoes in to trade for grain coupons. We're out of grain. At the word grain, my father grasped how serious things were and sighed. I've worked it out. This year the sweet potatoes can trade for 800 caddies of grain coupons. 200 go to old Zhang at the co-op, and what's left will feed us half a year at most. Half a year? Have you forgotten we borrowed 20 ducklings last year? The ducks didn't make it, and we have to repay this year? I'd say we'll be lucky if the leftover coupons hold 3 months. My mother smiled bitterly. This year the Chen family really was a leaking roof catching a night-long rain. Half a year of hard labor's worth of food, nowhere near enough. In a couple of days Lin Anru would be back, one more mouth to feed. 3 months was iffy. Both their spirits sank at once, and in the yard there was only my father's ceaseless sighing. After a while, he suddenly spoke, his voice gone weathered. What if I sign up for the forest patrol? I hear there's a subsidy. Have you lost your mind? My mother shoved him. There's a black bear loose on that mountain. How many men has it killed? You want to throw yourself into? You're not going. But what? Get out of my way. I'm making food. My mother stomped off toward the kitchen. My father didn't dare raise the patrol again and pulled out his pipe in irritation. Before he'd even lit the tobacco, my mother let out a startled cry. Old Shen, come quick. She poked her head out of the kitchen, waving frantically. What is it? My father quickly put away the pipe and rushed over in alarm. My mother seized his arm and pointed at the big pot on the stove. Where did this come from? The lid had been lifted, and a pot of steaming, fragrant chicken soup sat before them. My father's eyes went wide, fixed on the meat in the pot, his eyeballs all but dropping into the broth. Who made this? He was utterly baffled. With all the upheaval the night before, after coming out of Lin Anyu's room in the middle of the night, he and my mother had gone straight back to their own room. There'd been neither time nor ingredients to put together a pot like this. He walked over to the firewood and picked a mottled feather up off the ground, his mouth falling open. Wife, this is a wild pheasant from the mountains. Did our son do this? My mother caught on. The night before, when they'd come out of Lin Anyu's room and seen me run off, she'd wanted to go look for me. But it was dark and there was no flashlight, and my father had said the little brute had surely hidden himself away somewhere and talked her into going to bed. Thinking about it now, whoever had brought back a wild pheasant in the dead of night to stew, it could only have been me. Half believing, half doubting, my father dipped the ladle in and brought up a big scoop of meat. If that boy really stewed it, would he have left this much for us? His words were scornful, but the meat truly did smell wonderful, and he couldn't help swallowing. My mother was all smiles. Maybe our son's finally come to his senses. About last night. He must know he was in the wrong. Humph. A dog can't change its taste for filth. My father dropped the ladle, talking tough, but his eyes wouldn't leave that pot of meat. My mother knew he was one to save face to the death, so without a word she ladled out a big bowl and held it out to him. It's not often he shows some sense. Eat up, you'll need your strength for the work. Something of unknown origin. Aren't you afraid it'll give you a bad stomach? My father didn't take it. He probably believed the chicken was my way of making amends, but in his eyes the wrong I'd done was too great, the kind of crime that, if word got out, would have me hauled off and shot. No matter how good a bowl of chicken soup smelled, it wasn't going to shake his principles. If that little brute really means to repent, we'll see whether he can earn 200 yuan in a week. With that he turned and strode off. Stubborn old mule. My mother rolled her eyes, but staring at the soup in the pot, she smiled. It was the first time in all my years that I'd done something for the family, and as a mother her heart felt like it had been dipped in honey. Old Chun, your radishes turned up. Your son stewed them into chicken soup. She came out beaming. Since my father wouldn't eat the meat, she steamed 2 coarse flour buns, dipped them in a little of the chicken broth, and pressed them on him. He couldn't very well refuse, so he wolfed them down and headed out to the field. A whole pot of meat was still left, the aroma drilling straight up the nose. Besides that New Year's serving of dumplings, the last time my mother had eaten meat went all the way back half a year. Someone in the village had thrown a wedding feast, killing 5 caddies of pork to boil a pot of soup for the whole village, with only a few peppercorn-sized scraps of meat floating on top. The whole appeal had come from that film of oil and the chopped scallions. Even so, she was still savoring the memory of that bowl. But next to this pot of chicken soup, it was nothing at all. These days, what good is face next to a full belly? My mother wasn't as bullheaded as my father. Knowing it was her son's gesture of feeling, she ladled herself a bowl and ate it happily. When she'd finished, she ladled out another and carried it to my door, knocking softly. No answer. She figured I'd worn myself out after a night of toil, so she didn't disturb me, and carried the soup over to Lin Anyu's room instead. Anyu. She knocked gently. After a moment, a voice answered from within. Auntie, what is it? It was hoarse. My mother understood at once. The girl had spent the whole night grieving and still hadn't slept. As a woman herself, she knew this was a hard threshold to cross, and that it was her own son's sin that had caused it. Her heart wrenched with pain. Anyu, I've fixed you something to eat. Have a little while it's hot. No answer. My mother pushed the door open and went in. Lin Anyu was still sitting up in bed, her face drained of all color, her eyes red and swollen from a whole night of crying. My mother's nose stung. She set the soup on the table, went over, and brushed back the loose hair on Anyu's forehead. Eat a little first. The fragrance of chicken soup spread through the room, but Lin Anyu hadn't the slightest appetite. She glanced at the bowl, was quiet a moment, then asked, Auntie, didn't the family run out of chickens? Never mind about that. My mother guessed that if she said I'd made it, the girl would more than likely refuse it. Sure enough, seeing her start to speak and then stop, Lin Anyu understood at once. She hadn't slept a wink. In the small hours she'd heard someone working in the kitchen and assumed it was uncle or auntie. Then the person had walked toward her door and paused outside for a while. She'd been terrified at the time. Mercifully, the person only stopped a moment before returning to the kitchen. Now that she thought about it, it had been Shenyang. Come, drink a little while it's hot. Auntie, I'm not hungry. Lin Anyu turned her face away, not looking at the bowl. My mother didn't press her further and carried the soup out with a sigh. Just then I came out of my room, yawning. 1 week to earn 200 yuan. The difficulty really wasn't small. Wild pheasants weren't worth much. To make real money from hunting, I needed to get my hands on some rare game. The daytime offered good visibility. I'd slept only 2 hours before I felt the urge to head up the mountain again and try my luck. I'd just gotten up when my mother, coming out of Lin Anyu's room with the chicken soup, met me head on. Go. Apologize to Anyu properly. She shoved the bowl into my hands. I grasped most of the situation at a glance. Mom, how is she now? How is she? Thanks to you. She's still hanging on by a thread. My mother shot me an irritated glare. She'd felt sorry for the son who'd toiled all night to make a pot of chicken, but having just seen Lin Anyu, she now felt I'd brought this on myself. Wounding a perfectly fine young woman that badly, I deserved it. Your father's right. Don't think you can paper this over with a pot of chicken. What are you standing there for? Get going. Hurried along by her, I carried the soup to Lin Anyu's door. I knew she didn't want to see me, but with my mother standing right behind me watching, I had no choice but to steel myself and go in. "Get out!" came a shriek from inside. Seeing me, Lin Anyu reacted as if to a demon, clutching the bedding tight and shrinking into the corner of the bed. I didn't dare look at her, just set the bowl on the table. My mother, uneasy, came in right behind me. "Anyu, our family has wronged you, but what's done is done. Eat a little, don't keep punishing yourself." "Auntie." The moment she saw her, Lin Anyu's eyes reddened. In all her time with the Chin family, my parents had always treated her well. She hated me, but she couldn't bring herself to hate the two of them. She huddled trembling in the corner of the bed like a wounded little white rabbit, a sight to wring the heart. My mother's eyes reddened too. She went to the bed and gathered her into her arms. "Anyu, it's my Chun family that has failed you. For the rest of this life, even if the whole family had to slave like beasts of burden, we'd gladly do it to take care of you. Chin Yang has said it too. He'll take responsibility for you." "What's he going to take responsibility with? He's nothing but a layabout. I'm only 18. Why should I be ruined just like this? How am I supposed to go on living?" "Auntie understands." My mother patted her back over and over. "Cry. You'll feel better letting it out." But she'd cried her eyes dry over the night and could only sob against my mother's chest, her shoulders shaking. I stood off to the side, neither able to offer comfort nor to just stand there, hating only that the man I'd been back then had been such a worthless creature. If I hadn't been an idle good-for-nothing in the past, her resentment of me wouldn't run so deep. But things had come to this, and saying anything was useless. All I could do was make it up to her as best I could. "Mom, I'll step out first." Once again I forced myself to retreat. It sat heavy and bitter inside me. In the first half of my life, I'd wronged nearly everyone around me. All the more reason not to waste any more time. I went to the kitchen, meaning to knead the last bit of coarse flour and steam some buns to fill my stomach, so I'd have the strength to go up the mountain. Having finished comforting Lin Anyu, my mother came into the kitchen wiping her tears. "Well now, you won't eat the chicken you made yourself, and you want to gnaw on coarse flour buns? Who's that show for? I wanted to leave it for you all." I scratched my head, knowing she was in a foul mood and not daring to be cheeky. My mother rolled her eyes and set down the bowl of untouched chicken soup, the one Lin Anyu hadn't drunk, on the stovetop with a clunk. "Your father won't eat it, and I can't finish this much. If you won't eat it either, I'll throw it out to the dogs." With that she walked off without looking back. I didn't make a fuss either. I picked up the bowl and ate the chicken clean, then beat her to tidying the kitchen, pouring the rest of the pheasant from the pot into a big basin to keep for lunch. When I'd finished, I tucked the slingshot away and called out to my mother, who was drying corn in the yard. "Mom, I'm heading up the back mountain." Fussing with the winnowing basket, she didn't respond. I carefully grabbed a handful of corn and tucked it into my pocket, shouldered the back basket, and on my way out the door fished a rusty sickle and a small herb hoe from the corner by the wall. That herb hoe had a bit of history. Nujiawan was too poor, and 2 years back the production brigade had gotten a sudden notion to have every household grow honeysuckle, saying there were buyers in the city who'd pay more than for crops. But when it came time to harvest, some so-and-so from the next village reported them, and officials came and confiscated all the honeysuckle, hauling the brigade leader off too. He still hadn't been released. The herb hoe had sat idle in the corner ever since. I figured that if I came across medicinal herbs on the mountain, I could dig them up while I was at it and sell them in the county town. Under my mother's searching gaze, I made straight for the back mountain. Today the sky was clear for miles, sunlight slipping in patch by patch through the gaps in the leaves, wild birds chirping and chattering. By day, the slightest stir of movement was clear at a glance, and I was full of confidence, certain today's haul would beat last night's. Wild pheasants weren't very bright. They'd hide in the shrubs and still love to make noise, either cooing or beating their wings. Sure enough, before long there was movement in another thicket. This time I'd come prepared. I set the back basket down under a tree and pulled out corn kernels. Not as good as silver bears to a pheasant, but a rarity all the same. Scattered them on the open ground beyond the thicket and went back to wait under the tree. The pheasant was soon lured out, poking its head up to look this way and that with its guguda calls, but stubbornly refusing to show its body. Hunting takes a steady nerve. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, I might be only just past 20, but my temperament had long since been tempered calm, so I raised the slingshot and waited it out. A few minutes later, it took a step forward, exposing its neck. The moment was perfect. Thwip. The pebble cut the air and caught it square in the neck. It flapped twice and toppled. I ran over, bound it tight, and tossed it into the basket. Pheasants weren't worth money, but they made up for rations. Neither cocky nor rattled, I pressed on deeper while the weather held. The back mountain of Nujiawan was a corner of the southwestern range, called Nyoshin Mountain, Oxheart Mountain, spanning several hundred li. Its main peak shaped like an ox's heart, at an elevation of around 2,000 meters, rich in wild flora and fauna. Besides wildfowl, there were medium-sized beasts about, like serow and sun bears. But to run into those, you had to go at least dozens of kilometers in, and by then a slingshot wouldn't cut it. You'd need a homemade gun, the kind with a 60 or 70-meter range, firing iron shot shells able to punch through a medium beast's hide and fur. Deeper still, you'd be apt to stumble on fierce predators like clouded leopards, wild boar, and black bears, and even a homemade gun was useless then. Professional hunters mostly carried modified shotguns, their steel pellets able to break a beast's bones. So, with nothing but a slingshot in hand, I hadn't even reached the threshold of a hunter. I knew my own limits. I went a few hundred meters farther in and stopped when I reached an earthen gully cutting across the mountainside. The gully was about 7 or 8 meters deep and 2 or 3 wide. I reckoned I'd come about a kilometer into the mountain. I was afraid to go deeper for fear of trouble. Not just the beasts, but the deep mountains of the southwest were damp and shaded, breeding poisonous miasmas easily, and someone unfamiliar with the terrain who wandered into a miasma zone could be trapped and die there. So I made this gully my boundary, drawing my hunting range within the outermost kilometer of the back mountain. Running into anything valuable on the fringes was purely a matter of luck. Over the course of the morning, I bagged 2 pheasants. One to take home and stew, one to trade for a bit of rice and flour. That was how I figured it. At midday, the sun stood overhead and the woods were hot, so I wasn't in a hurry to go back. I picked some silver bears to stave off hunger and planned to try again in the afternoon. But I'd overlooked one thing. In anything a person does, there's a beginner's grace period. From last night until now, I'd taken 3 pheasants and a turtle dove in all, and here, the grace period ran out. My luck in the afternoon was wretched. I barely ran into any game at all, and even the easy-to-shoot pheasants seemed to have suddenly wised up, sensing a person from far off and vanishing after 2 beats of their wings. Only then did I understand. The back mountain held no shortage of resources, but they were mainly deep in the interior, where only seasoned hunters could go. I'd come to it late, with no equipment and no experience. That I'd managed to take a few pheasants in one go was heaven being generous. Luck always runs out eventually. To earn 200 yuan from hunting in a week, I'd have to think of something else. If it were that easy, the people of Nujiawan would have struck it rich long ago, instead of sitting on Nyoshin Mountain dutifully farming. Swish! A black shape flashed at the corner of my eye, like a hare, darting out of the shrubs and straight into the grass on the other side, quick as lightning. I'd come across several hares that morning. The thing ran even slyer than a pheasant. A pair of long ears could pick up danger, and even a hunting rifle had trouble hitting it, never mind a slingshot. I hadn't planned on going after it, but with nothing to show for the afternoon and my mood already sour, seeing it now bouncing around nearby as if taunting me, I couldn't take it anymore. If the slingshot wouldn't do, then I'd set a snare. This was the old method for catching hares. You tie a slip knot in the middle of a cord, prop a wooden stick against the knot, and lay it out on the grass. Both ends of the cord are tied to springy branches bent down under tension. Pulled by the cord, the branches generate 2 opposing forces and draw the cord taut from both ends, while that middle stick props exactly against the 2 forces. The moment a hare steps on the stick, the cord snaps tight. The slipknot clamps its leg fast, and no matter how it struggles, it can't get free. Set in a spot hares frequent, no bait needed, this kind of snare worked every time. The trouble was I had no cord. A fastidious hunter would dry fox hide, rub it with grass oil, and twist it to the thickness of hemp thread, sturdy, tough, with good spring, and tempting to hares besides. Where was I supposed to find that? Nothing for it. I had to pull 2 thin vines from under a tree, peel them, and twist the two strands of the stalks into one. Whether it would hold, I couldn't be sure, but it would have to do. My first time catching a hare, I deliberately picked the shaded side of a slope that hares frequented to set the snare, tying the vine cord between two pomelo trees, burying the slipknot in the soil, and scattering a few fallen leaves over it. You couldn't spot the trick unless you looked closely. In my last life, I'd been an expert at wilderness survival, and making snares was a dead certainty for me. But this time I had no confidence either. A hare's limbs were far stronger than a domestic rabbit's, and the vine just wasn't sturdy enough. Never mind. Man proposes. I hid under an earthen bank a dozen-odd meters off, downwind, and waited quietly. A hare's sense of smell and hearing were both keen. Being downwind, I wouldn't show myself unless I heard movement. Neoshin Mountain was blanketed with vast old-growth forest, fallen leaves and rotting branches piled up who knew how many years, breaking down into rich soil. In some spots, a single step squelched black water up, and the grass and trees grew especially dense. Add to that the years of strict forest protection, and the woods had grown thick as a screen, so that much of the time you heard the sound but never saw the source. I waited an hour, thinking the whole time that I'd kept perfectly focused, but it wasn't until a shrill GG squeal that I snapped to and craned my neck to look. A hare had been caught in the snare at some unknown moment, its left hind leg bound fast by the vine cord. When did you turn up? Comes and goes like a damn ghost. I had to hand it to human ingenuity. If not for knowing how to set a snare, a sly creature like the hare could run a man in circles. Once snared, the hare strained forward with all its might, all four paws clawing up a spray of mud and leaves, bending the branches of both pomelo trees, the vine cord around its foot creaking, ready to snap at any second. My heart clenched. Without a word, I whipped out the slingshot, and, before it could break free, fired 3 shots in a row at its neck. It was a gamble. A startled wild creature's will to survive is fierce, so I held my breath and, without aiming in between, sent 3 pebbles off in quick succession on feel alone, having to stun it before it got loose. Crack. Thud. One sharp, one dull. The sharp one was the vine cord snapping. The dull one was a pebble catching it square in the head. My slingshot wasn't all that powerful, able at most to raise a peanut-sized lump on its head, but that was enough. The instant the vine cord snapped, the pebble struck its skull, the hare's body jerked stiff, and it keeled over senseless on the spot. Hares have sharp teeth and can't be tied up, so I didn't use a branch. I found a stick of the right thickness, walked up to it, and rapped it on the back of the skull a few times. Same as with a domestic rabbit, that's the nerve center. A heavy blow there is fatal. A few raps, and it had stopped breathing. I hefted it. 5 or 6 caddies, nice and fat, a fine catch. The only thing was, this one hare had cost me nearly 2 hours of the afternoon. Resetting the snare and waiting for the next would take another 2, and even then it might not come. The trip down would take time too. Not wanting to drag it out, I packed the day's haul into the back basket, cut some wild greens as well, and headed down with it on my back. Well now, if it isn't Qinyang, the Chun family's idle little son, has he been possessed by something? Coming down the mountain for once with a basket on my back and a sickle and herb hoe in hand, the villagers I passed were all astonished. When had they ever seen me looking like this? Someone leaned over to peek into the basket, but I'd long since covered the catch with wild greens. Qinyang, you dug up that many greens? Yeah, there's nothing to eat at home. I wiped the sweat off. The same devil-may-care look still on my face. Did you steal something from the house again and lose it at the gambling table? No. TCH, who do you think you're fooling? Your dad must have given you a thrashing, or you'd never be meekly digging wild greens up the mountain. Huh? Can't put anything past you. Shoo, keep it down. I scratched my head, feigning the embarrassment of being found out. Idleness draws contempt, but a prodigal's return doesn't necessarily win favor either. Good fortune landing on someone else always stirs envy, as it has since ancient times. Seeing me still wearing that same devil-may-care look, the villagers were satisfied and moved on. I came home with a full load. Stepping into the yard, I first checked the pot of chicken soup. Not much was left. The family had eaten quite a bit at lunch. I wondered whether Lin on you had eaten any. I glanced toward her room. The door was open, and my mother's figure moved about inside, which set my mind a little more at ease. There was an hour to go before dinner. I ladled the chicken soup from the pot into a basin and washed the pot. As I washed, I caught sight of a string of dried chilies hanging on the earthen wall and had an idea. I lifted a pheasant out of the basket, boiled water to pluck it, gutted it, cut it into pieces, and dug out of the cupboard the rapeseed oil my mother had pressed before New Year. Only a small half bottle left, which I dumped into the pot all at once, then lit the fire. When the oil was hot, I threw in a handful of dried chilies to sizzle, added scallion and garlic, and the fragrance of oil and chili shot up to fill the whole kitchen. While the heat was right, I tipped in the chicken pieces and stir-fried, and before long the aroma filled the whole yard. My mother came out of Lin Anyu's room and into the kitchen, so amazed her jaw dropped. "You little brute, since when do you know how to stir-fry? Well now, you got another pheasant." In her memory, I never went near the kitchen, but the fragrance of that oil and chili was truly mouth-watering. "There's more." I nudged the back basket with my foot. She crouched and parted the wild greens, and saw a pheasant and a hare beneath them. These mountain goods weren't easy to come by. She remembered that around this time last year, my father had teamed up with several village men to go snare roe deer up the mountain, crouching for 3 days and 2 nights, and getting nothing but a body full of mosquito bites, not so much as a single deer hair, and on top of that being scolded by a pack of wives for donating a trip's worth of blood for nothing. She looked up at me, my tall figure crammed into the cramped little kitchen, mud caked on my undershirt, moss stuck to my trouser legs, plainly the result of no small effort. Her nose suddenly stung, and she thought to herself, after last night's affair, it seemed not everything that came of it was bad. At least her son had learned a lesson and knew now to do his part for the family. The only question was, how long would it last? It's easier to move mountains than to change one's nature. On that she still had to keep a question mark in her heart. "Son, did you use up all the family's cooking oil?" "Oh, there's still a tiny bit, enough to stir-fry a plate of greens. 1 pot of chicken is plenty to eat. You squander all the oil while we eat tomorrow. And this chicken, well now, putting in that many chilies, who do you think you are, a landlord?" "Mom, step out for now. I'll go up to town tomorrow and get some seasonings." I clattered the spatula loudly to drown out her nagging. She hated to part with that bit of oil and chili, but she couldn't out-argue me, so she pursed her lips and went out. Toward evening, I brought the finished chili-fried pheasant and a plate of green wild greens to the table. My father came back from the field too, and the moment he stepped into the yard, he caught the nose-stinging smell of chili. "Wife, what's for dinner tonight?" he asked offhandedly, walking to the water vat to scoop water and wash his face. A whole day digging sweet potatoes had left him starving, his belly stuck to his backbone. People who work hard love spicy food best, and the yard full of that fragrant heat had set every craving worm in his belly squirming. Something good, of course. My mother handed him a towel, her face full of mystery. After I'd made my fortune in the last life, to suppress the guilt within me, I'd thrown myself into anything that would distract. Besides practicing shooting and learning wilderness skills, I'd even studied cooking for a spell, and the dishes I made could rival a 4-star hotel chef's. Now, with a plate of stir-fried wild pheasant and a plate of sautéed wild mallow greens on the table, the fragrance left my father unable to bother washing properly. He gave his face a careless wipe and headed inside. Seeing the chicken, chili-fried, no less, he swallowed. It didn't look like his wife's cooking. My mother followed him in and met his puzzled eyes. "Don't look at me. Your son made it." "Him." My father was taken aback and frowned. "Where'd that little punk learn this?" "Where is he?" "In his room." My mother jerked her chin toward my room. I'd carried the basket with the pheasant and hare back to my own room, and my parents had no idea what I meant to do with them. My father was more concerned about Lin Anyu, and lowered his voice. "How's Anyu? Is she all right?" "Won't eat, won't drink, been shut in her room all day. I tell you, that little punk. Call Anyu out. Get her to eat a little. A person can't go on starving. You think she'd come if you call?" My mother rolled her eyes, looked toward Lin Anyu's room, and shook her head helplessly. My father sat down at the table and stared at the chicken for a long while, then pulled out his pipe, lit it, and took a few puffs. The strong, dry tobacco tangled with the smell of chicken, just like his tangled mood at that moment. The way I'd wronged Lin Anyu the night before set his teeth on edge with hatred. But the way I'd bustled about all of today let him see that his son really was putting action into making amends, and that was a comfort. Only, like my mother, he feared this change of mind was just a passing phase, that before long I'd revert to my true colors. That was how it was. Once a thing like this happens, it can't be cut clean and only tangles more the more you try to sort it. My father drew a deep pull on the pipe, smacked his lips, and frowning, knocked the pipe against the floor a few times to tap out the ash. Wife, do the villagers know what that wretch did last night? Whose fault is that? Last night you beat him and carried on about killing him, making all that racket. Today a few of the women came around asking what trouble our family had had. And what did you tell them? I just said Chinyang lost money gambling, and you gave him a thrashing. Family shame isn't aired in public. My father let out a breath of relief, put away his pipe, and stared at the dishes on the table for a long while again. What is it? Don't want to feel grateful to your son? Humph, grateful for what? His eyes went round. I raised him this big. Making me a plate of food is the least he can do. What least he can do? My mother said crossly. It's not as if you don't know how hard mountain goods are to come by. Who knows what he went through to get this plate of pheasant? Saying it, a trace of smugness hid at the corner of her eye. In the famine years some years back, plenty of people in Nujiawan had gone up the back mountain to hunt, and what they caught was little indeed. Several had even gone missing in the mountains, so apart from the village's old hunters, basically no one went. Better to clear another 2 mu of land than waste the time. She suddenly felt her son was rather capable. Humph. Some folks went up the mountain last year and fed the mosquitoes for a few days, and what came of it? Stop, stop, stop. Enough. My father was afraid she'd dredge up his own humiliation. But a man can have a grudge against anything except meat. After a long stretch with nothing fatty in his diet, he decisively grabbed his chopsticks. All right, the little punk's got some ability after all. He can put a table of food together. Eat, before it gets cold. With that he picked up a piece of chicken and put it in my mother's bowl. Eat. When you're done, bury the bones in the yard. Don't let the neighbors know. As if you need to tell me that. My mother rolled her eyes. Having earned himself a snub, my father asked again, Where's Chunyang? Already ate. I dealt with dinner before my father got back and hurried off to my room to plan for tomorrow. I still had 1 pheasant, 1 hare, and 1 turtle dove on hand. In the March-April weather, game spoiled fast and had to be dealt with quickly. The pheasant I'd keep as the family's rations for tomorrow. The hare I left in the back basket to take up to town in the morning and see if I could sell it for a good price. Around 7 or 8, dim kerosene lamps were lit in many of Nujiawan's homes. By this era, the towns and cities had electricity, but a poor, deep mountain gully like Nujiawan still burned kerosene and lit candles, and most people only lit a lamp while doing some task, never daring to keep it burning all night. Having finished in the kitchen, my mother carried the oil lamp over and knocked at my door. She knocked a while with no response, heard the even breathing inside, guessed I was asleep, and turned back to the table. My father had been all scorn about the food I'd made, yet he rarely drank, and this time downed 2 cups of clear liquor. If only the boy would stay like this. The lamplight caught his face, flushed and tipsy. My mother knew he'd had too much and didn't answer, just turned to heat water to wash up. The Chin family, after all its upheaval, settled into its first peaceful night. The next day, before the sky was light, I woke fully rested and shouldered the back basket out the door bright and early. Reaching town meant a good 10-some kilometers of mountain road, jogging the whole way. With this young frame of mind, I made it in 3 hours, so it was only 8 or 9 in the morning. Today was an odd-numbered market day, and the marketplace was already packed shoulder to shoulder. The market was mostly ordinary farm produce, with very little meat, and mountain goods like a hare absolutely counted as a rarity. But ordinary folk wouldn't buy it, and couldn't afford it. In no hurry, I stood at the market entrance a while, then wandered down the street and stopped outside a supply co-op restaurant. In that era, this kind of eatery was state-run and high-class. I set the back basket down by my feet and sat. Before long, someone came out. Hey, take your begging somewhere else. Look where you are. The restaurant waitress took me for a beggar and made to shoo me off. In those days, restaurant waitresses were a high and mighty bunch. I looked up, a young woman with braided hair, her features passably pretty, her skin fresh and tender, only with a few freckles on her face. But she was young after all, And when it came to presents, she was no match for someone like me, seasoned by a lifetime in business. Hello, I'm a fellow countryman here to sell mountain goods. I straightened up and put on a proper smile. Seeing that this beggar was a presentable young man, she was momentarily taken aback. Mountain goods? What mountain goods? Her gaze fell on the back basket. Taking the cue, I lifted the white cloth. Oh, it's a rabbit. It's a hare, I corrected. By the prices of the day, even an ordinary meat rabbit could sell for 12 to 16 yuan, half a month's wages for an ordinary worker, and a wild hare went higher still. The supply co-op restaurant served distinguished guests, some of whom had a taste for wild game. She couldn't decide, and took a step back, her manner softening a touch. I'll have to ask the kitchen master. Wait here, and don't come in. Your appearance does rather put people off. With that, she went into the restaurant. Not long after, a plump, pale middle-aged man in a dark blue apron came shuffling out in small, quick steps, led by her. Master Yi, a fellow from the mountains, has brought a hare. Have a look. The master, surnamed Yi, was the restaurant's cook. He shot me a glance. Then his attention fell on the back basket. Bring it out and let me see. I lifted the hare out to show him. He'd been expecting something, but at the sight of the hare lying motionless with a bubble of blood still on its nose, he knit his brows. It's dead. Yes, I killed it without meaning to. But it's absolutely fresh, just caught last night. He curled his lip. What do you know? People who eat mountain game want it alive and kicking, killed and cooked on the spot. You bring me a dead one. Is that the same thing? Then he folded his arms and lowered his head to figure. I understood the principle too, but there was no help for it. I'd caught this one by crude means with great difficulty, and if I hadn't killed it on the spot, it would surely have gotten away. Master Yi, was it? I said with a smile. A starved camel's still bigger than a horse. You name a price as you see fit, and from now on I guarantee I'll bring you fresh mountain goods. Master Yi pointed a finger at me and said to the waitress, This fellow talks with some sense, and he looks reliable enough. Then I'll have a word with Manager Tian about drawing some money from the books. Do it. How much? The waitress asked, and I looked to Master Yi as well. He smacked his lips and sized me up and down. I was in a single undershirt, two thick arms bared, like a young mountain laborer, yet there was about me, after all, the steadiness of a man who'd lived twice. I met his scrutinizing gaze with a smile, neither cringing nor presuming. He nodded. Give him 18 yuan. 18 yuan. I was a little surprised. I'd long since lost track of the going rates of those years, and only dimly knew this was a fair bit higher than for an ordinary domestic rabbit. My surprise carried a touch of secret delight. But Master Yi took it as my thinking it too little. Don't turn your nose up at the price. Wild as your rabbit is, dead's dead. It's not worth that much. Take it or leave it. With that, he turned impatiently to go. I hurried to stop him. Then how much would you give for a live one? A live one? He raised an eyebrow disdainfully. A live one's good. You bring me a live one, 5 yuan a caddy. Assuming you can manage it. This one was a good 5 caddies at least. Alive, it'd be 25 yuan. Nearly a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Doing the math, 8 live, kicking hares would make up the full 200 yuan bride price. Put that way, it didn't seem so hard. Now I had a baseline, and I promptly stuffed the hare into his hands. All right, 18 it is. From now on, you remember me. Next time, I'll bring you live ones. State-run outfits really were free with their money. Master Yi turned on his heel and carried the hare into the kitchen, and the waitress counted out 18 yuan and handed it to me. I tucked the bills into the pouch sewn into my waistband and walked off with a grin, the empty basket on my back. It wasn't just earning 18 yuan right off the bat that pleased me. More to the point, this transaction meant I'd connected with the supply co-op restaurant. From now on, when I had mountain goods, I'd never want for a place to sell them. With this fortune tucked away, I didn't rush back to the village. By rights, I should first scrape together the full 200 yuan to make good on my promise to Lin on you. But I knew well that she wasn't the only one I'd wronged. The debt of sin I owed my parents in my last life weighed no lighter than the pain I'd caused her. The family was nearly down to an empty pot. The pressing thing was to shore up the household first. I turned back to the market. In those days, having money didn't guarantee you could buy anything. First, I ducked into an alley and, using a few connections, traded for some grain coupons and oil coupons, bought 20 caddies of unhulled rice, and 10 caddies of rapeseed, and stowed them in the basket to mill into rice and oil myself at home. Then I remembered that my mother's worn-out coat had been patched for years and was due for replacing, so I went to the department store. Buying cloth took not just cloth coupons, but cash on top. One sheet of cloth was 3 mao plus one sheet of cloth coupon. I asked for 2 zhong in one go, and with the coupons it came to nearly 10 yuan, which stung a bit. On my way out of the store, I spotted a blue floral print dress, a style about as dated as could be by today's eye, but priced then at 22 yuan. I thought it over. With Lin Anyu's looks and figure, she'd surely look lovely in it. So I quietly made a note of it and walked out the door. Besides the cloth, I also bought some vegetables, a bottle of sesame oil, and some pastries, and went out of my way to spend 4 mao trading for a tobacco coupon to buy my father a pack of dakiamen, figuring that if he wouldn't take them, I'd keep them and smoke them myself. All told, I'd spent 13 yuan, leaving 5, which I tucked into my waistband before shouldering the loaded basket and heading back to the village. I got home just before midday. The moment I came in, my father was sitting in the yard puffing away at his pipe. Facing him made me a bit uneasy. I set down the basket, looked around inside and out without finding my mother, then crept over. "Dad, where's Mom? Your mother's out in the field. And where have you been off gallivanting?" He glared at me sourly. By rights, he should have been the one out digging sweet potatoes tonight. But my mother, sympathizing with how hard he worked, had insisted they take turns, so he'd stayed home to watch Lin Anyu. And then there'd been no sign of me all morning. Now, seeing the basket sag with weight, he suspected I'd been up to thieving again. "Dad, what are you saying? How could I possibly steal in broad daylight?" "True, you're not that stupid." He shot to his feet and glared. "You really did go and steal something?" I was at a loss for words, and opened the basket to lift out the 20 caddies of rice and 10 of rapeseed. "Take a look. Does anyone in our village have these?" Even if I wanted to steal, there'd have to be someone with something to steal. It was true. Not a single household in Nujiawan could put together that much rice and rapeseed. Then I drew out a roll of brand new deep blue cloth, bright enough to hurt my father's eyes. The cloth was worth several yuan at least, and his heart clenched. "Xinyang, tell me straight, where'd this cloth come from? Did you steal it?" "Dad, if I'd stolen it, you can kick me right out of this house." "You think I don't want to?" He gripped his pipe stem tight in reverse. I quickly took a step back. "Dad, all of this I traded for at town, using the hare I caught yesterday. If you don't believe me, ask Mom. She saw that rabbit." "Oomph, your mother only ever takes your side." He still didn't believe it. "That cunning beast is sly as a ground rat up the mountain, gone in a streak. You could catch it?" Even as he said it, though, thinking of the pheasants I'd brought back one after another, he wasn't so sure. "You really caught a rabbit? What else?" Seeing his tone soften, I shrugged. He said nothing, just crouched with the pipe between his lips and watched me sort the vinegar, salt, sesame oil, and the rest out of the basket. Seeing that everything I'd brought back was exactly what the family badly needed, his expression eased considerably. Maybe his son really had come to his senses? Thinking this, he smoked in silence. Once I'd gathered everything and put it away, I came back to his side and pulled the pack of dakiamen from my pocket. "Dad, smoke this." He looked up, and when he saw it was dakiamen, his expression went strange in an instant. This pack cost 4 mao, enough to feed the whole family for 2 days. Years ago, he'd helped the village head repair a root cellar, and the village head had handed out 1 dakiamen each as wages, with several of the men praising his generosity. Now here in my hands was a whole, unopened pack, and he had a sense of unreality. Could this boy really have made something of himself? He bit down on his pipe mouthpiece and in the end didn't take it, asking instead how I'd caught the rabbit. I held nothing back and briefly explained the business of making the snare. He listened, then mused. "This snare of yours is still a bit crude. Tell you what, I won't take the cigarettes. You take them to old Pijia in the village and ask him for some pointers on making snares." Old Pijia was the most skilled of Nujiawan's old hunters. They said his abilities were tremendous. He never went up the mountain without coming back loaded. And in his youth, he'd hunted tiger and bear single-handedly and could toy with a raging wild boar. Now that he was on in years, he hardly went up the mountain anymore, spending his idle time in the yard playing with his dogs, though some said he meant to train his several house dogs into hunting hounds. I had an impression of the old man. He was tough-fated, lived past 100, all the way to the new millennium before he passed. So right now he was only in his 70s. It was just that at this point his eyes were failing, and at night he could barely see. Dad, I'll do as you say. I'll go right now. That my old man would actually offer me advice left me a little overwhelmed by the favor. But I had something better than a pack of Dakiamin to call on him with. Before heading out, I went back to my room on purpose and bagged the turtle dove I'd picked up the night before last. Turtle dove bones, ground into powder and decocted into medicine, could treat night blindness. Using this to get on old Pija's good side would work far better than a pack of cigarettes. I made my way from memory to the courtyard at the foot of the slope by the village entrance, and before I even got close I heard a few barks. Old Pija training his dogs, it seemed. I knocked and called out, "Grandpa, it's young Chun from the village. Have you got a moment? I've brought you something good." The barking stopped at once. A moment later, a half-grown yellow mutt with jet-black, glistening eyes leapt onto the wall and barked at me. "Yezahuan, get down." An old man's full-throated voice barked the command from inside. The little yellow dog whined twice and obediently hopped back. The gate opened, and a small, vigorous old man came out with a measured, four-square gait, several mongrels of varying sizes wagging their tails at his heels. His hair was streaked gray, but his eyes were clear and bright, and he looked me over from head to toe. "You're the boy of Chun Yuanchao's, are you?" "That's right, Grandpa. My dad's been thinking of you and sent me over with something good." I was about to undo the bag and reveal the turtle dove. Unexpectedly, he chuckled, pressed one lean, withered hand on mine with surprising force, and pointed mysteriously at the bag. "Oh ho, where'd you get yourself a cuckoo bird?" "Grandpa, how did you know?" I was startled. The cuckoo bird was the turtle dove, and I hadn't even opened the bag, yet he knew what was inside. Heh. I've spent more than half my life rooted in these mountains. I can smell any game from far off. You tell me how I knew. A dog rushed up to sniff the bag and got kicked away. My instinct said the old man was uncanny. My father sending me here had been no mistake at all. Skilled as I was with marksmanship and wilderness know-how, I wasn't a professional hunter, after all, and this was a fine chance to learn properly. I handed over the bag respectfully. "Grandpa, I hear turtle dove is especially good for the eyes, so I went up the mountain and caught one just to bring to you." I watched those sharp, glinting eyes of his and thought how strange and what a pity it was that eyes that fine couldn't see at night. "Oh ho, you can catch a turtle dove?" He took it and weighed it in his hand, clucking his tongue. "Heavy too, you're no small talent." I gave a dry laugh. This old hunter had a keen nose and a sharp eye. Once the turtle dove was out, he'd surely spot the peck wounds from the pheasants. So I simply didn't hide it and told him, point by point, the whole business of going up the mountain that night and stumbling onto the turtle dove by chance. He nodded and stepped half aside. "All right then, come in and talk." In truth, he'd seen through my purpose long ago. 2 chairs were set out in the yard, and once we sat facing each other, he got straight to the point. "You youngsters, if you weren't after something in the mountains, you'd never spare a thought for this useless old codger. But that said, Neoshin Mountain is old forest. It's far too treacherous in there, and I don't advise you to go risking your neck deep in it." It was true. Neoshin Mountain had dense forest, chaotic terrain, and plenty of poisonous miasma and mist. Even locals often got lost, and apart from a few who went up year-round to gather herbs, basically no one went in. That was exactly why I hadn't crossed the earthen gully yesterday. I hurried to explain. "Grandpa, I only roam the fringes. I've got no proper weapon, so I don't dare go deep." That's good." He opened the bag, stared at the dead turtle dove a while, then shook his head and clucked. "Hardly anyone hunts the back mountain these days. This creature got bold enough to go wandering out in the open, so it had it coming, getting picked up by you." Feeling it was time to get to the heart of it, I brought up snaring the hare the day before. He listened intently and grew interested. "Oh ho, you slouch around like a hoodlum most days, yet you know to set a kill or catch snare for a rabbit? Not bad. Who taught you?" I just puzzled it out myself. I scratched my head awkwardly. I could hardly say I'd known how in a past life. He teased. "Last year your old man got together with a few villagers and came asking me how to hunt roe deer, and they stayed up the mountain for days and came back empty-handed. But you, boy, you've got a bit of a knack for this." That said, he rose and went inside, and before long came out with several leather cords and pressed them into my hands. I won't take your cuckoo bird for nothing. These few cords are a gift for you to play with. I looked closely. The cords were only as thick as wool yarn, yet glossy and gleaming. Rubbing one between thumb and finger, I felt a hidden toughness inside, as if it were wrapped around a sinew. Is this fox hide? I thought at once of the snare's finer points. Oh, you even know that? He raised his grizzled brows, and a measure of admiration entered his gaze. That's right, a snare made of fox hide. Never mind a hare. Even a craftier mountain weasel that falls into a foxhide snare can't escape if it sprouts wings. I hadn't imagined a single dead turtle dove would get me such precious leather cords. With these, wouldn't catching hares be far easier? Delighted, I stood and bowed to him. There was no help for it. This was a genuinely skilled old hunter, and I'd always held craftsmen in the highest respect. It's about time you started looking like a proper person, boy. From now on, show some grit. Don't go disgracing your father again. My nose stung. In my last life, I'd been notoriously loathed by man and dog alike in the village. I'd assumed coming today would inevitably mean some mockery and had braced for it, never expecting that old Pijia, apart from my parents, would be someone who sincerely urged me to do better. Precious as the turtle dove was, next to these few foxhide snares it was nothing at all. I figured he cherished talent, reckoned I was cut out to make my living by hunting, and meant to give me a leg up. Rest assured, I promise I won't go back to my old ways. I bowed deeply once more. Just then a half-grown yellow dog darted to my feet, sniffing at my trouser leg, its tail suddenly starting to wag. I looked down and studied it, broad-chested and slim-waisted, the very picture of a leaf, with a pair of jet-black, glistening eyes that couldn't hide their cleverness. Look at that. Yezawang's taken quite a liking to you. Old Pijia smiled, eyes narrowed. As I left, Yezawang stood at the gate and barked after me a few times, tail wagging without stop. That was a hunting dog, wasn't it? The deep chest, the slender waist, plainly a country hunting hound with excellent stamina and burst alike. Mulling this over, I walked home. By the time I got home, it was nearly time to make dinner. I went to step into the kitchen, but my father was already busy inside. Dad, you milled the rice already? He grunted. With my mother in the field today, in the time he was watching Lin on you, he'd also milled the 20 caddies of rice I'd brought back. 20 caddies of paddy milled out to 15 caddies of rice. With no chickens at home, my father dug a hole in the yard and buried the husks. Dad, why not press the rapeseed into oil while you're at it? Are you dim? That stuff gives off a strong smell when you press it. Aren't you afraid people will find out? This was a sore subject for my father. The fragrance of the wild pheasant I'd stir-fried the night before had, after all, been caught wind of by our neighbor Wang Wu. This Wang Wu came from 3 generations of poor peasants. His home so poor it had nothing but 4 earthen walls. Pushing 50 and still a bachelor, he was fond of eating and loath to work, and often ate one meal not knowing where the next would come from. But he had his methods. Knowing my father was a stickler for principle, he'd often come dig a couple of sweet potatoes from our field, and when caught he'd swear up and down he'd pay it back. My father naturally didn't believe him, so he'd start crying poverty and playing the pitiful card, saying he was about to starve to death. How could a soldier who defended the country stand by and watch a man die? He had my father's old soldier's righteousness pegged and counted on him not daring to do anything. With no remedy for the man's brazenness, my father had simply let it slide. One thing led to another, and his nerve grew bolder. Stealing sweet potatoes no longer satisfied him, and he started taking whatever he laid eyes on, even giving my father a thumbs up on his way out, praising him for being a soldier with high consciousness who looked after the poor, which left my father seething and helpless. My mother, hot-tempered, had gone to Wang Wu's place to make a scene a few times, after which he wised up and only came begging food off my father when my mother was out. Dad, did that Wang Wu come today? He did. Then does he know we ate pheasant yesterday? That's what he came asking, as if I'd dare admit it. My father answered offhandedly as he cooked. I felt a little ashamed. Back in those days I'd idled my time away with no regard whatsoever for the family's affairs. I knew of this Wang Wu and that he came around often, but what he came for I hadn't a clue. It was different now. Reborn, I would never again indulge this scoundrel. Dad, if Wang Wu dares come again, I'll show him no mercy. Never mind again, he'll be here any minute. Irritated and finding my big frame in the way in the kitchen, my father shooed me out. There was still one pheasant at home, but my father only cooked plain white rice and stir-fried a bit of wild greens to make do. Pheasant was a precious thing, and he didn't want Wang Wu to get it cheap. I waited by the gate. Sure enough, after a while, out of that ramshackle house some 20-odd meters over, Wang Wu came sauntering, heading straight for ours. Reaching the gate and seeing me standing there, he paused. Nephew, not out playing today? Who's your nephew? I gave him a cold look. He sidled up, grinning to show a mouthful of yellow teeth. Nephew, got chewed out by your dad again, eh? Let me in. I'll put in a good word for you. Good word, my foot. You just want to eat and drink for free. Before I lose my temper, clear off. Dealing with someone like this took a hard line. You couldn't let him sense the slightest softness, or he'd latch right onto you. You little brat, that's how you talk to your Uncle Wang? Out of my way, or I'll go tell your dad on you. He didn't take me seriously at all. I usually had no proper bearing, so he figured that would cow me. But the man I was now wasn't having it. Seeing him about to force his way inside, I shoved him off. He hadn't expected me to lay hands on him, and stumbled back a few steps, then flared up. You little bastard, your own dad treats me with all courtesy, and you dare push me? With that, he picked up a rock to hurl at me. I was quick. Before he could throw it, I rushed in, kicked him over, mounted him, and started raining fists down on his face. Chen Yuanxiao, your son's beating me, I.O. Murder. The Chun family's little brat is committing murder. At 1.80 meters, young and strong, I had a 50-some-year-old bachelor well in hand. A few punches in, and he panicked, covering his face and howling, thinking that would make me let go. But I'd made up my mind to settle this thoroughly. With a scoundrel, you can't show a shred of mercy, or he'll take a mile for an inch. The more you yell, the harder I hit. Don't you ever come to my house again. A few more punches left him seeing stars, blood streaming from his nose. Only then did he grasp that I meant business. And who could withstand that? I.O., stop hitting, I'll go right now. He begged, clutching his head. Were you wrong? Wrong. Will you come again? No, I won't. He hunched his neck and nodded for dear life, looking thoroughly tamed. I knew this beating would surely make him hold a grudge against me. I wasn't afraid. I'd thrashed him so freely without a single villager stepping out to intervene, and even my old man in the kitchen had played deaf and dumb, which showed just how little anyone liked him. A rascal like this won't take a loss lying down and is sure to settle scores later. But I already had a plan. If he dared trouble my family again, I'd make him regret it for the rest of his life. Get lost. I let go, and Wang Wu, clutching his battered, swollen face, scrambled and crawled his way back to his shack. This little farce was over for now. Back in the yard, my father brought out a plate of stir-fried pea shoots from the kitchen and set it on the table. He knew full well what had gone on outside, but father and son had an understanding, and neither of us brought it up. A bit later, my mother came back from the field. I attentively fetched her a basin of clean water to wash her face, and she was touched. It was the first time her son had ever shown her such consideration. When she'd finished, she pulled me aside. You little brute, your mom's thought of a way to help you win on you around. What way? I perked right up. These past 2 days, apart from hunting, Lin on you situation had weighed on me. Things weren't as dire as in my last life, but she'd kept herself shut in her room, barely eating or drinking. And if this went on and something happened, wouldn't my whole plan, Reborn to make everything right, come to nothing? No matter how I pressed her, my mother wouldn't say, "Don't ask so much. Go eat." With that, she went mysteriously off to the dinner table. Dinner was a plate of vegetables and a pot of leafy greens soup, plain and simple, but the white rice cooked from the freshly milled grain was fragrant, and my parents ate with great relish. After the meal, I volunteered to wash the dishes, and while tidying up, I found a bowl of leftover chicken soup still covered in the cupboard. As I was puzzling over it, my mother came in, lit the other stove, set a pot on, and warmed the soup. It dawned on me. Mom, will on you eat? Never you mind. Finish up and get out of here. The thought of Lin on you having gone 2 days hungry turned my mother's attitude toward me 180 degrees. Feeling rather useless, I went back to my room and busied myself with the foxhide snares. Meanwhile, my mother returned to her room and cradled the 2 zhang of new cloth I'd bought, examining it closely. She couldn't recall how long it had been since she'd handled such fine material. the deep blue of it dazzling her eyes. Her son had come round a little after all. It was only that the price of this coming round had nearly destroyed the family. She composed herself and carried the cloth over to Lin Anyu's room. Lin Anyu sat on the edge of the bed, staring into space. These 2 days she'd had nothing but a little water, and her pretty face had thinned out, her usually limpid big eyes faintly red and swollen, a sight to wring the heart. My mother sighed inwardly, but kept her manner light and easy as she carried the cloth over. Anyu, Andy's eyes aren't what they were. Help me measure this material and see how many garments it'll make. Lin Anyu's gaze fell on the cloth, and she was faintly startled. Had the Chin family suddenly come into money? The thought flashed by, and she promptly set it aside. Auntie, this cloth. Pretty, isn't it? My mother knew what she was about to ask, and cut her off at once. Now wasn't the time to let her know that good-for-nothing son had bought it. Anyu, if Auntie's figured right. This is enough for clothes for all 5 of us, and when your sister's back, we'll make her a new one too. Annie, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Lin Anyu's spirits were still low. My mother simply pretended not to hear, fussing over the cloth in great earnest, now and then taking her hand to measure out lengths together. Little by little, Lin Anyu loosened up some and grew more talkative. Auntie, this material really is lovely, isn't it? That Shin Yang's finally showing some sense, earned a bit of money, and wants to get us all new clothes. At the sound of my name, Lin Anyu's body gave a slight tremor, and she drew her hand back from the cloth. Seeing this, my mother quickly steered the topic to her sister. Anyu, your sister's coming back tomorrow, isn't she? She lowered her head, burying her face in the dim lamplight where her expression couldn't be made out. Good. You 2 sisters haven't been together in a while. I'll have old Chin go to the city tomorrow to fetch her. Auntie, there's no need to go to such trouble. After the affair of the other night, Lin Anyu had plainly grown more distant. My mother, being seasoned, was quick to grumble. Trouble nothing. Old Chin's been cooped up in these mountains long enough. He could do with getting out for some air. Fetching Anra back is the perfect excuse to make him stir. Only then did Lin Anyu find it hard to refuse again. So my mother went on chatting with her off and on over the cloth, now and again making oblique mention of the change in me, hoping to soften her view of me a little. At the mention of me, Lin Anyu showed no reaction, but my mother wasn't in a hurry. Judging the time right, she gathered up the cloth and went to the kitchen to bring in the chicken soup. Anyu, look how you've wasted away from hunger. When your sister gets back and sees you, she'll be heartsick. Eat a little, quick. My mother used the sister as her pretext, urging her to take care of herself. Whether Lin Anyu was truly half-starved, or whether she'd seen through to the good intentions of the 2 Chin elders, this time she didn't refuse again. She took the bowl of soup brimming with chicken and ate, chewing slowly. Good child, eat plenty. My mother was full of joy. She knew that Lin Anyu's accepting this bowl of soup proved that frozen heart had finally cracked open a seam. With a little more effort, the girl would surely come around in time. And my mother hoped for it too, since her son truly was changing. If the 2 families could walk this fated path well together, it would be good for everyone. She came out carrying the empty bowl, a gratified smile on her face. The sky was fully dark by now, and she came and knocked at my door. Chin Yang asleep yet? Mom, is something the matter? I put away the foxhide snares and opened the door. Come with me a moment. She called me out to the yard, glanced back at Lin Anyu's room, and quietly told me about Lin Anru coming back tomorrow. You go to the city tomorrow and fetch Lin Anru. Me? I was taken aback, then understood her meaning. The 2 sisters were close, and if I got into Lin Anru's good graces, she might just help her sister gradually come to accept me. All right, Mom. I'll head into the city tomorrow. Having agreed, I went back to my room, meaning to turn in early. But the thought of the long round trip to the city, costing me 2 days of hunting, wouldn't sit right. How could I afford that? Time was short and the task heavy. To scrape together 200 yuan, I didn't dare waste a moment. So I decided then and there to go up the mountain that very night and try my luck with the foxhide snares, to see if I could catch another hare or 2. And on my way through town to the city, sell them to the supply co-op restaurant in passing. I fetched the back basket and put the unused chicken cage inside it. The restaurant wanted them alive, and a hare couldn't be tied, so it would have to be caged to carry back. Once I was set, I cloaked myself in the night and headed up the back mountain. It was nighttime after all, and I wasn't as reckless as my first trip. I went looking for a weapon to bolster my courage, but searching the whole yard turned up only that rusty sickle. Against a large predator, it'd be useless, but luckily there were no big beasts at all on the fringes of Nyoshin Mountain where I ranged. Better than nothing. I tucked the sickle into my waist, my nerve a bit steadier, and strode up the mountain. A little over an hour later, I reached the spot where I'd caught the rabbit last time. The forest was deep as a screen, the hazy moonlight sliced by dense leaves into patch after patch, falling dappled and dim on the grass. I found 2 eucalyptus trees and tied the 2 ends of a foxhide snare to their trunks. The snare's construction was ingenious, slick and cold to the touch. I set it as I had last time and scattered bits of leaf over it. Old Pijia had given me 3 sets. To maximize my returns, I set them all in places where hares were active, and by the time I'd finished, half an hour had passed. Sure enough, the beginner's grace period was over, and the whole way I didn't run into a single pheasant. Having marked the spots, I still wanted to try my luck, so I felt my way toward the earthen gully with the slingshot, but didn't see so much as a chicken feather the entire way. Damn it! Reaching the gully, all I could do was put the slingshot away. Hunting takes luck as well as patience, but when luck runs against you, all the patience in the world is wasted. After waiting an hour, I quietly made my way back to check the snares. Not a single rabbit hare in any of the 3, but the leaves covering them showed signs of having been disturbed. I suspected a hare had passed by, sensed something off, and not stepped in. It was probably close to midnight, with time still to spare. There was no way I was going home empty-handed tonight. I gathered up the 3 snares, bent down, and felt around carefully nearby, and soon, by the moonlight, spotted a few pea-sized black pellets on the ground, rabbit droppings. There were surely hares active around here. Hares may be clever, but they're set in their ways. When they come out and about, they like to take the same path, regular as clockwork. I refused to believe my luck was that bad, and reset the 3 snares right at the spot with the droppings. Unless the entire rabbit family stayed home tonight, they'd have to pass through my array of traps. To be safe, once I'd set them, I hid 20 meters off, downwind, and waited quietly. But to my surprise, these foolproof snares stayed dead still. Last time, a cord twisted from tree vine bark had caught one without much effort. By rights, hares were more active at night, and the foxhide snare was the very thing for them. So tonight should have taken half the effort for twice the result. After another hour and more of waiting, still nothing. I half wondered whether old Pijia had handed me fake snares to make a fool of me. Waiting longer, who knew how it would turn out? Giving up? I couldn't stomach it either. After another short half hour, I truly couldn't hold out. Being alone in the deep old forest in the dead of night was wearing enough, and this being March or April, the term between cold and warm, I had on only an undershirt and was shivering. Wait any longer, and I'd freeze myself into a fever before catching a single rabbit. Not worth it. Damn it. Sooner or later I'll have it out with old Pijia. I cursed under my breath, got up, and headed for the snares. Just as I was about to reach them, a hissing sound rose in the woods. I stopped dead. If I'd heard right, that sound was a snake flicking its tongue. There was a snake nearby, and a venomous one. A harmless rat snake doesn't usually flick its tongue. Only a venomous snake makes that deadly sound when hunting or warning. A chill shot up from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. The thing you fear most patrolling the mountain is running into a venomous snake in the dead of night. One bite, and all you can do is write your will. Hiss, hiss. The tongue flicking was clear and eerie, and the woods went instantly still, not even an insect's chirp or a bird's call left. I didn't dare move rashly, and pricked up my ears to find the direction, and soon made out something that made my scalp prickle. The sound seemed to be coming from one of my foxhide snares. Could a venomous snake have gotten caught in the snare? Of all things, I raised the sickle and, screwing up my courage, stepped toward the sound one pace at a time. The moonlight was too dim to see well. I stopped less than 5 meters off and saw several white somethings on the grass writhing without stop. I couldn't make out what it was, but I could tell it was something snared and struggling. I drew a deep breath, crouched, and closed in step by step, then swung the sickle hard at the white thing, hacking that soft, limp thing into several pieces in 2 or 3 strokes. Only then did I see it clearly. It was a kite, black and white banded, with just a few of the white sections standing out in the dark, which was why I hadn't recognized it at first. The kite was deadly venomous. That hissing tongue a moment ago had been its. My guess had been right. The snare had caught it. I'd failed to snare a hare and, by a twist of fate, snared a kite instead. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The snake was already hacked dead, and by rights I should have breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at it chopped into several pieces, I felt a pang. Alive, this thing was worth more than a hare. Even dead, the snake's gallbladder was a most precious medicinal material. Take it to a Chinese medicine clinic, and it'd fetch a good price. I'd extract the gallbladder come daylight, and stew the snake meat into a broth. I grabbed a handful of grass to line the back basket and packed the pieces of snake inside. I checked the 3 snares again, still no movement. I'd thought there was something wrong with the snares, but with the kite's appearance, I had a new idea. Maybe the snares were fine, and it was only because a kite had come into the vicinity that the hares were all hiding in their burrows, not daring to come out. Setting them once more next time would make it clear. It was already the small hours, and afraid of running into another venomous snake, I gathered the snares, shouldered the basket, and hurried down the mountain. I got home around 3 or 4 in the morning. With the trip into the city to fetch Lin Anru ahead of me first thing, I couldn't be bothered to tidy up and slept a few hours. The moment day broke, I got up to deal with the kite. Skin it, remove the gallbladder, cut the snake meat into segments, and soak it in water. Whether to stir-fry it or stew it into broth, I'd leave to my father. While I worked, I made a point of avoiding my mother. If she knew I'd run into a venomous snake, going up the mountain in the future would be hard, or at the very least I'd be nagged half to death. When she got up, I only said I'd caught a rat snake, and she suspected nothing, hurrying me to wash up so I wouldn't miss the bus to the provincial capital. Hearing I was going to fetch Lin Anru, my father had me carry the 10 caddies of rapeseed along and, on the way back through town, entrust it to a workshop to be pressed into oil. I asked what time Lin Anru's train arrived, and my mother said 3 in the afternoon. By my reckoning, there'd be no return bus at 3, so it looked like I'd have to stay a night in the city and come back the next day. My father didn't object to my putting up at an inn. He only warned me to mind myself, not to get any crooked notions about Lin on you again, as if I'd repeat my last life's mistake. I agreed to it all, shouldered the rapeseed, tucked the snake gallbladder into a small bottle in my breast pocket, and set off into the rising sun. Getting to the provincial capital meant first walking the 10-some kilometers to town to catch the bus. The bus ran twice a day, once in the morning and once at midday. Hurrying along, I reached town before noon, boarded the bus, and bounced over 3+ hours of dirt road before arriving at Binyang City, the provincial seat amid the southwestern ranges. In those days, Binyang's development lagged. The broad roads were mostly bicycles, with the occasional bus, and motor vehicles were practically nowhere to be seen, never mind any notion of hailing a cab. Unfamiliar with the city, I got off at the main bus depot and walked toward the train station, asking directions all the way. Luckily, the train station was only a few kilometers from the depot, and I made it in half an hour. Lin Anru's train arrived at 3 in the afternoon, leaving me 2.5 hours yet. I figured I'd look around first and find a clinic to sell the snake gallbladder. A kite's gallbladder wasn't easy to sell. For one, few people could tell it apart from an ordinary snake gallbladder, and for another, it was dear, beyond what the average clinic could take on. After roaming for an hour or so, I finally found a Chinese medicine clinic willing to buy it, 500 meters from the train station. The old practitioner who attended there had a grizzled beard, presbyopia glasses, and a coarse cloth long gown, like an old scholar of a bygone age, yet his hand was generous. Having verified it was a genuine kite gallbladder, he promptly produced 3 big Unity 10 yuan notes. 30 yuan was a month's wages for an ordinary city worker. In those days, a bowl of noodles at a restaurant cost a mao or 2. 30 yuan was a fortune. As I left, the old practitioner urged me to keep the money safe and to come again next time I had something good. Nothing could have suited me better. I tucked the money into my waistband and took my leave in high spirits. After that, I went to the train station and idled until around 3, when at last word came that the train was pulling in. With Lin Anru about to appear, I felt a little uneasy inside. Lin Anru was only 20 this year, a community-sponsored teacher. In those days, the educational requirements for teaching weren't high. Finishing high school, or even junior high, could give you the chance. After graduating high school, she taught in the north for 2 years, then applied to come back and teach in the southwestern mountains. In my last life, after she came back, she taught in town and should by rights have lived out a peaceful life. But upon learning that her sister Lin On Yu had come to harm, she suffered a mental breakdown and in the end wandered off and was lost in the great mountains. I was just as full of guilt toward her. I remembered her as a truly excellent teacher, professional and conscientious. In those days, educational resources in the mountains were scarce, and schooling was a luxury for most mountain children. She often dipped into her own pocket to cover tuition for students in difficulty. But as a community-sponsored teacher, her wages were extremely low, and the town's subsidy wasn't much either, 7 or 8 yuan in hand a month. And even so, she gritted her teeth and covered tuition for 3 families in hardship, and squeezed out a few more mao each month to buy the children eggs for nourishment. In my heart, she was a truly great person, and yet because of my own selfish desire, I had indirectly caused her death. In my last life, every time my thoughts reached this point, my heart ached with bitter remorse. Now, standing in the train station plaza, I straightened my back, resolve churning inside me. In this life, I had to make good on the debt I owed the Lin sisters. At 3:20, the train pulled in, and Lin Anru stepped off. She wore a blue floral print plaid dress, fitted at the waist, with a round collar. Her black hair gathered into a single braid, her features delicate and lovely, plain, yet glowing with the freshness of youth, and she drew more than a few glances the moment she came out. In those days, no one dared stare at a girl in broad daylight, but I overlooked that, spotting her at a glance in the crowd, the emotions of past life and present life intertwining. I stared at her in a daze. What a fine girl. In this life, I absolutely could not let her wither away in the great mountains. Lin Anru had no idea it was me coming to meet her. She'd been a bit excited to return to her long-absent hometown, but the warmth cooled a few degrees the instant she saw me. She hadn't cared for me even in my last life. No one likes a man who idles his days away, and a pretty girl's intuition is sharp, so she'd long since sensed that the way the old me looked at her and her sister was unclean. Today, barely back and met with my fixed stare, she'd already begun to feel a vague discomfort, and if not for her concern for the two Chin elders' kindness, she'd have wanted to ditch me and head back to the village herself. But she was well-bred, and only knit her brows faintly and walked up to me with composure. Only then did I come to my senses, and saw that she carried a bulging snakeskin sack stuffed with changes of clothes and daily necessities, quite heavy. "Let me carry it for you." I reached out to take it. She stepped back, her tone a touch cold. "It's not far from the station. I can manage." I withdrew my hand, deflated. I knew she found the old me distasteful, and a melon pulled from the vine isn't sweet. Even though I minded my conduct at every turn, to her, who didn't know better, I was just fawning for no reason. So as not to make her dislike me more, I met her refusal with only a faint smile. "There's no bus back to town now. We'll have to find an inn and stay a night first, and head back in the morning." The bus from Binyang to town ran twice a day, the second departing at 2, which was exactly why I'd known that fetching her would cost 2 days. In those days, travel was inconvenient, and a trip out had to be arranged at home in advance. This was Lin Anru's chief worry. Staying at an inn cost money and was inconvenient, and most of all, she didn't want to be going in and out of a place like an inn with me. But with no bus, we couldn't very well sleep in the street. She only said coldly, "If we stay, get 2 rooms, each paying for their own." She'd wanted to add that the 2 rooms should be far apart, but that would have been too pointed, and she didn't want to embarrass me too badly either. I knew nothing of all this, and only wanted to hurry up and find somewhere to catch up on sleep. I'd stayed up into the small hours the night before and earned 30 yuan, which, with the 5 left from selling the hair earlier, gave me 35 now. But 3 days had passed, and I was still a long way from 200. I'd already made my plan. Rest up, head back tomorrow, and throw myself into hunting the back mountain again. In those days, the inns in the city that served outsiders were mainly near the stations, where the foot traffic was heavy, and they were often full. Lin Anru and I made a circuit near the train station, and not just 2 rooms, there wasn't a single empty mat. We moved on to the area around the bus depot, and several places there were full too. In those days, inns were basically state-run. In the end, it was an inn manager who, seeing Lin Anru was a girl alone and burdened with heavy luggage, took great pity on us and led us to a courtyard compound behind the inn. That was the boiler room, with several empty rooms beside it serving as temporary dorms for staff. Count yourselves lucky. A couple of workers went back to their hometowns a few days ago, freeing up 2 rooms, both cleaned up. The one on the right is yours. By the sound of it, there were 2 empty rooms, but he was only leaving us one. Lin Enru balked on the spot. She absolutely wouldn't share a room with me. There's another room. Why can't you leave us that one too? You think you're the only ones who need a room? The manager pointed to the one on the left. Someone's staying in that one. You two make do for a night. But Lin Anru was still resistant. The manager frowned. I've already broken the rules arranging one room without verifying your identities. Then you'd best not break them. Lin Anru bit her lip and cut in. Can't you tell good from bad? A girl like you. Do you want to sleep in the street? The manager tossed the key straight to me, who'd said nothing the whole while. I've given you a discount, 5 mao a night. Pay up. Sleeping in the street wasn't realistic. I looked at Lin Anru. She said nothing, which plainly meant she'd acquiesced. I was about to go pay when she quickly spoke up. Add another quilt. I'll make a bed on the floor. Fine, 1 mao more. I paid 6 mao and went back to the room with the quilt in my arms. I knew I certainly wouldn't be sleeping on the bed. The moment I went in, I laid the quilt straight on the floor and left the bed to her. She came in, set the snakeskin sack by the door, and swept her eyes over the bare room. A bed, a cabinet, a small desk with a water bottle on it, nothing else. But it beat sleeping in the street by a long way. Once I'd made up my floor bedding, I looked up and saw her still standing in the doorway, her expression conflicted, plainly trying to talk herself into accepting a night under the same roof. I said nothing, went out to the street, and bought 4 white flour buns to make do for dinner. Then came back and took the thermos to the boiler room to fetch hot water. The whole time she stood by the door. I went and borrowed a wash basin from the manager and came back. You've been on the train so long. Wash your face first. I didn't hand it to her directly, just set it on the desk. From the moment I'd come in until now, I'd taken the initiative to keep my distance from her. Lin Anru noticed too that I was different today from the impression she'd had. She glanced at the basin, said nothing, picked it up, and went to the boiler room. Having fetched hot water, she gave herself a quick wash. Just as she reached the doorway after finishing, she suddenly heard crying from the room on the left. The one crying was a man, with a woman beside him trying to console him. Father of my child, this illness has to be treated. If you're gone, what's to become of us, mother and son? It's my fault. Catching this lung disease, spending all our money, and still not getting cured, I've dragged the 2 of you down. What if the boy stops school for now, and we treat your illness a while longer? The doctor says there's hope. You mustn't give up at this crucial moment. Wife, have you lost your senses? Neither of us has known more than a handful of characters our whole lives. The boy getting somewhere through study is our only hope. How can we let him quit? But what about you? The woman broke down sobbing as she spoke. Before long, a child began crying too. Papa, Mama, don't cry. I won't go to school anymore. I want Papa to get better. A child's crying carries far, and it seemed to echo right beside Lin Anru's ear. Listening outside the door, she understood. This family's man had lung disease, had spent all their savings, and the wife wanted to use the boy's tuition to treat him. She knew this couldn't be blamed on the woman as hard-heartedness. The man was the pillar of the household, and if he fell, the whole family collapsed. But as a teacher, she knew all too well the weight of education. Making a child drop out was as good as ruining his whole life. Before she'd come back to teach, a senior colleague had told her that education was the fundamental thing that changes a life, and under that influence she'd long since formed the habit of doing all she could to help her students fulfill their dream of schooling. The thought of a child possibly being unable to study gave her heart a wrench. Just then the man inside stopped crying first and soothed his wife and son. It hasn't come to the last resort yet. Once we're back in Nyojia town, we'll find another way to scrape the money together. Outside the door, Lin Anru gave a start at the 3 words, Nyojia town. That was precisely the town she'd come back to teach in, and the town had only one community-sponsored primary school. Would this family's child be her student in the future? She could no longer hold back, and walked over to knock on the left-hand door. The crying inside quieted, and the man asked, "Who is it? Can I help you?" I'm, I'm a teacher." She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to put what came next. She could hardly say she'd heard of their hardship and wanted to help. Word getting out that she'd been eavesdropping at the wall would hurt a teacher's dignity. After a moment, the door opened, and a haggard-faced man stared at her blankly. "You're a teacher?" "Yes." With her pretty looks and quiet bearing, and the modest, refined way the plaid dress suited her, the man suspected nothing and hurriedly invited her in. "Teacher Lin, what can we do for you?" The woman wiped away a tear. Lin Anru introduced herself graciously, her gaze falling on a boy of 7 or 8 by the bed, sharp-looking, clearly cut out for study. Giving it up would be too great a pity. She made up her mind. The child absolutely must have his schooling. "Don't worry about the tuition. I'll cover it for you for now." This hard-pressed couple was deeply moved. But a problem followed at once. Tuition at Nyoja Town's community-sponsored primary school was 4 yuan a term. Not expensive, but Lin Anru wasn't well off either. With only a few yuan in wages a month, after daily expenses there wasn't much left. She turned out every pocket and came up with only 2 yuan, and that the fruit of more than half a year of frugal saving. Seeing she couldn't help after all, the man sighed and turned to console her instead. "Teacher Lin, thank you for thinking of my boy. I'll find a way for the tuition. What way is there left?" The woman, eyes red, clutched her son and wept. The boy looked at her wide-eyed, not understanding, and his innocent, guileless gaze left her heart heavy. This couple was also catching the early bus back to town the next morning. Knowing time was short, and so the child could go to school, Lin Anru went out to figure a way to raise the money. But it was only 4 in the afternoon. Where was she to scrape it together? She went back to the right-hand room, opened the snakeskin sack, and rummaged through it. "I was just gnawing a white flour bun washed down with boiled water when I saw her dig out an embroidered silk scarf. I'd meant to ask whether she wanted something to eat, but she only stared at the scarf, not so much as glancing at me, so I didn't court the snub. That scarf had been a gift from a Soviet teacher in her school days. It wasn't exactly precious, but the pattern was exquisite." She stroked the smooth fabric, a trace of reluctance on her face, but without much hesitation, she gripped the scarf and resolutely went out the door. Seeing her hurry off, I sensed something urgent and put down the bun to follow. She reached the street and looked all around, asking the way to a department store as she went, then walked into a department store building to the clothing counter, spread the scarf out, and asked the sales clerk what it was worth. The clerk was shrewd and saw at once that she meant to sell it. "Girl, a word of advice. Speculation and profiteering is not to be done. Leave now, or I'll call someone." She didn't explain, just put the scarf away, turned, and walked out. I made a circuit inside the store and only picked the trail back up after she'd gone out. Walking down the street, Lin Anru realized that to sell the scarf, she could only try her luck with private individuals, and selling it for 2 yuan shouldn't be a problem. In those days, the ones with spare money to buy a fancy thing like this were nothing other than office clerks at government organs or workers at the factories. Passing a plastics factory, she stopped. It was 5 now, and workers would start getting off at 5:30. To try her luck, now was the only time. She stood by the roadside outside the factory gate and waited quietly. I watched her from afar from behind a stretch of red brick wall. A gust of wind stirred her skirt. A girl so demure and lovely. Who could bear to let her meet a miserable fate later on? My heart felt hollow, and I pulled out the Dakian I'd bought before, wanting a smoke to settle myself. I put the cigarette to my lips and felt my pocket. No matches. Glancing around, there was a general goods store at the street corner. I looked toward her direction, then turned to go buy matches. Lin Anru, not knowing I was following, was up on her toes peering into the factory through the iron railing. A young man with a buzz cut, narrow eyes, and very high cheekbones, looking none too decent, passed by and sidled over to chat her up. "Girl, waiting for your fellow to get off work." Unwilling to deal with him, she pretended not to hear. Seeing she ignored him, the man let his gaze fall on the scarf in her hand. "Oh ho, what a pretty scarf." Lin Anru turned. "You want it? I'll sell it to you for 2 yuan. "What?" The man was startled, then caught on. "Want it? Of course I want it. Such a lovely scarf, 2 yuan. It's worth it." "All right," money in one hand, goods in the other. She held out her hand. The man fished about in his pockets and gave a dry laugh. I rushed out, and forgot my wallet. How about you come home with me to get it? Hearing this, she decisively drew her hand back, not wanting anything more to do with him. The man came up with another excuse, saying he wanted to buy the scarf for his bedridden, paralyzed old mother whose birthday was coming up, but didn't know whether the old woman would like it. Would she come along to have a look? He even produced a 5-fin coin as a deposit, saying that even if his mother didn't want it, she needn't return it, to count as a courier's fee, and swore up and down that he lived at number 14 Dongheng Lane. May heaven strike him down if he were lying to her. Lin Anru was half convinced. Is what you're saying true? The man thumped his chest. In the end, she didn't drop her guard entirely. I won't go inside. I'll only wait for you at the door, and I don't want the deposit. If your mother doesn't like it, give the scarf back to me. Yes, 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 whatever you say. The man nodded over and over. She followed him around the plastics factory and into a remote lane, lined on both sides with dim, damp shanties. The moment she reached the mouth of the lane, she regretted it. Where's your home? Not far ahead. Follow me. Why aren't we there yet? We're there. We're there. That flowered door curtain, is it? The man pointed to a low shanty a few meters off, a grimy, wrinkled flowered curtain hanging over its doorway. Lin Anru frowned. She'd already come into the depths of the lane and would not take a single step further for anything. You take it in and show your mother. I'll wait here. Sure. The man took the scarf, gave a heh-heh chuckle, lifted the curtain, stooped, and ducked into the shanty, and soon went quiet. Lin Anru waited outside a good while and didn't see him come out. She called a few times with no answer, and a bad feeling rose in her. She'd been counting entirely on selling the scarf to scrape together the boy's tuition, and after all she'd been taken in. She could only blame her own carelessness. She'd never imagined someone would swindle her even over a scarf. To get the scarf back, she screwed up her courage, walked to the shanty's doorway, and reached out to lift that grimy curtain. Suddenly the curtain was flung open, and a hand seized her wrist in a death grip and yanked her inward. Let go of me, she cried out, struggling backward. The man's head emerged, his vicious nature laid bare. Lin Anru understood at once. It wasn't her scarf the man was after at all. Help! But in this remote lane, the surrounding shanties were silent, and no one came out. She struggled with all her might, but her strength was no match, and seeing she was about to be dragged into the dark shanty, her face went deathly pale, regretting only that her soft heart had brought her to this place. She was too young, after all. I came out from behind another shanty 10 meters down the lane. Coming back from buying matches, I'd happened to see her talking with a strange man, and a while later saw her leave the factory gate with him, so I'd followed along too, only without thinking much of it. I truly couldn't have imagined that in an era when the crime of sexual assault meant the executioner's block, someone would dare lure a person away so brazenly. Seeing her about to be dragged into the shanty, I could guess with my toes what was going to happen next. I charged out at once, in 2 or 3 steps darting to the side of the shanty, and following along the man's arm, I grabbed his collar and gave a hard wrench. Tall and strong as I was, one heave hauled him out of the shanty. The man, caught off guard, hurriedly let go of Lin Anru and reached back to throttle my neck. Looking to die, my temper flared up, and I lifted my leg and kicked him hard in the gut. The man let out a wretched cry and clutched his belly. I kicked him over with another and went at him with fists and feet. His wails echoed through the lane. Lin Anru came to from her terror and knew she'd been saved, but when she saw clearly who'd saved her. Xinyang, how is it you? I had no time to explain and only answered hurriedly. I was just thankful I'd kept enough of my wits to follow her out. Otherwise, if something really had happened to her, her sister Lin Anyu's side would only have been less able to hold on, and the guilt that had bound me my whole last life would have played out again in this one. At that thought, my temper rose beyond holding, and I gathered my strength to add another kick. The man curled up on the ground like a shrimp, rolling in pain, the veins at his temples bulging, sweat the size of beans pouring out. Afraid I'd beat the man to death, Lin Anru grabbed me. Stop hitting. Take him to the police station. Fine. I let out a long breath of foul air, hauled the fellow up off the ground like lifting a chick, and was about to head out of the lane. Wait. Lin Anru suddenly called me to a halt, walked up to the man trembling in pain, and asked coldly, "Where's my scarf?" That she was still thinking of the scarf, even now rather surprised me. Playing along, I shot the man a ferocious glare, and cowed. He pointed shakily at the shanty. Lin Anru rushed in and rummaged a while, gripping the recovered scarf in her hand, and only then came out with a sigh of relief. Let's go. After that, I marched the man off to the police station, and Lin Anru cooperated in giving a statement. After all that bustle, the fellow fell into the net of the law, but no small amount of time had been lost as well. By the time we came out, it was 7 or 8, full dark. In those days, the city had basically no nightlife. The moment night fell, it went quiet, the roads cold and deserted, with the odd cyclist hurrying past. The plastics factory workers had long since gotten off and gone. Lin Anru clutched the scarf, looking utterly lost in spirit. I finally couldn't help myself. Can you tell me why you were in such a hurry to sell this scarf? In the past, she wouldn't have told me her own affairs. She knew well what sort of character I had. But today was different. I'd just rescued her from danger, and out of gratitude, she told me about the couple at the inn. All for 2 yuan. You went off to a stranger's home with him. My jaw dropped. All for 2 yuan. Qinyang, panting that hard. Aren't you afraid you'll choke? Is 2 yuan so little? She found that 2 years on, I was still my old self. That one who doesn't run a household doesn't know the cost of rice and firewood. 2 yuan was nearly half a month of her wages, and from the mouth of an idle good-for-nothing like me, it was somehow not worth mentioning. She was rather annoyed, but mindful that I'd saved her, she didn't press it further. Tomorrow morning, you catch the early bus back first. I have to sell the scarf and scrape together the rest of that child's tuition before I go. On the way back to the inn, she arranged things for me outright. I was itching to get back and hunt sooner, but the thought of her staying behind to sell the scarf, what if she ran into danger again? A thing like this having happened once, it warranted thinking twice. Neither of us spoke again the rest of the way. There was, in truth, nothing to say. She disliked men who had no sense of responsibility and shunned hardship for ease. In earlier years, living with the Chen family, she'd had her fill of my gluttony and sloth, and knew deeply how hard it was for the 2 Chen elders. Fortunately, back then my eldest brother was a man who shouldered things and toiled for the family all along. But sadly, he later perished building the reservoir, and the Chen family lost its pillar. In her heart, I was nowhere near my eldest brother. Even having saved her today, her impression of me hadn't greatly changed. You could say only that she wasn't as repelled as before, and we could at last keep step as we walked. But back in the room, things changed again. A lone man and woman sharing one room. There was no way she could be at ease. And as night came on, I felt uneasy inside too. When it came down to it, because I'd wronged Lin Anyu, the present me was actually rather afraid of Lin Anru. Afraid the hard-won easing of the atmosphere would be wiped out by the matter of Lin Anyu, and afraid she couldn't withstand the shock. So once back in the room, I wanted to be there even less than she did. I'll step out for some air. I decided to give ground, walked out of the room, and resolved to sleep in the courtyard that night. As I paced the yard, I looked up and saw her figure cast on the window, hazy and indistinct, with a kind of serene beauty. But rustling voices from the room on the left broke that quiet. A man and a woman, seemingly arguing, and faintly I could make out the woman's low sobbing. I thought at once of the couple she'd mentioned, and as if drawn by some unseen hand, I leaned in outside the door for an earful. Sure enough, the woman still wanted the man to treat his illness first and put off the matter of the boy's schooling, while the man seemed to have made up his mind to give up treatment. Every family has its hard scripture to recite. The couple held to their own views, and the argument grew louder. Afraid they'd let it blow up, I knocked lightly on the door. The room went quiet at once. After a moment, the gaunt-faced man opened the door, and seeing it was me, asked uneasily, "And you are?" "I'm from next door. Teacher Lin asked me to bring your son's tuition." With that, I pulled out the 5 yuan left from selling the hair and pressed it into his hand. Truth be told, it stung a little. These 5 yuan I'd been keeping for Lin Anyu's bride price, and by my plan I'd absolutely never touch them. But on second thought, with the tuition settled, Lin Anru wouldn't need to go selling her scarf again, and I wouldn't have to worry about her running into danger. On the whole, a good bargain. That should cover the tuition. Treat your illness properly, and pay Teacher Lin back when you have money later. This. The man was so stunned he didn't know what to say. It was his wife who reacted quickly. Wiping her cry-reddened eyes, she choked out to the man, Teacher Lin is too good to us. Our family owes her a great kindness. Did you hear? Get well, and when we've earned money, pay Teacher Lin back. Ah, yes, yes. The man's eyes brimmed with hot tears, and he made to kneel to me on the spot. There was no way I'd accept such a gesture. I turned and bolted off toward the inn building in a streak. I nearly ran headlong into the manager. "Io, watch where you're." "It's you." "Good. I was just looking for you." It turned out a guest had checked out of a room that evening, and he'd thought of me. "Didn't you two want to rent another room? One's freed up at just the right time. Top up a bit, and I'll give you a good price." Of course, I'd been fretting over where to sleep that night, and without a word I took it, and at 3 mao cheaper besides. I asked him to let Lin Anru know for me, and went happily off to rest in the new room. For her part, Lin Anru, learning I'd taken a separate room, breathed a sigh of relief too. Once the manager had left, she took off her hairpin and began making up the bed to sleep. Just then there came another knock at the door. "Who is it?" She instinctively pressed a hand to her chest. "It's us, Teacher Lin." Outside the door was that couple. She paused, not understanding what they wanted with her, and stopped what she was doing to open the door, and the couple dropped to their knees with a thud. She hurriedly moved to lift them up. "What are you doing?" "Teacher Lin, thank you." The two of them kowtowed without stop, weeping with emotion. From their tearful account, Lin Anru learned that Chen Yang had given the couple 5 yuan in her name. 5 yuan. Heavens, where had Chen Yang gotten that much money? Having seen the couple off, she sat down on the bed, heart pounding, unable to fathom how an idle good-for-nothing could lay hands on 5 yuan. Could it be stolen, robbed, swindled? Thanks to the blessing of my past record of misdeeds, it never once crossed her mind that it might be earned. Though the tuition problem was solved, she tossed and turned and didn't sleep a wink all night. The next day, when the sky was still dim, she, having stayed up the whole night, hurried through washing up against her drowsiness, packed her luggage, and kept watch at the inn's entrance. A bit later I got up. I'd slept early the night before, straight through to dawn, refreshed and clear-headed. Coming out after checking out, Lin Anru, vexed by a sleepless night, saw the ease on my face and at once flew into a fit of anger, and with a cold face pulled me to the roadside to dress me down. "Chen Yang, 2 years apart, and you've learned some new tricks, eh? Before, all I knew was that you loved your food and shirked work and did nothing proper. I never imagined you were no slouch at thieving and swindling either. Have you ever thought of your parents? Thought of your dead eldest brother? Doing this, can you face them?" Her name carried the character for gentle, yet she was a fiercely independent, strong-willed person. I didn't even know what had happened before I was being chewed out from head to toe. Only when she'd finished did I open my mouth in bewilderment. "Anru, what's the matter with you? What's the matter? You know perfectly well what you've done." She glared at me hard. I felt a bit guilty, thinking she'd already learned of the Lin on you business. But on second thought, she hadn't been back to the village yet, and in those days there were no cell phones. Even public telephones were a rarity. The provincial capital Binyang didn't have a single phone booth, so even if Lin on you wrote a letter overnight, it couldn't reach the city. There was no way she could know. So if it wasn't that, what was she angry about? I couldn't work it out. "Keep it up, keep playing dumb." Seeing my face full of bafflement, she lost patience with the guessing game and looked at me with disappointed eyes. "If it weren't for Uncle Chun and Annie Lou's sake, I wouldn't bother with someone like you at all. The things you've done are truly chilling." "No, Anru, even a condemned man gets his sentence read out before he's shot. What exactly did I do wrong? At least say it first, and let me die knowing why." "Humph." She gave a cold snort. "Fine, then let me ask you, where did the 5 yuan on you come from? Don't tell me you earned it." So that was it. I let out a breath of relief at once. "Anru, that money really was earned by me. You think I'd believe that?" Her willow brows knit faintly. She felt I was still quibbling even now. I knew well that mere words wouldn't convince her, so I simply didn't waste my breath. "If you don't believe me, ask my mom and dad when we get back. Ask your sister, then you'll know." Dropping that line, I calmly shouldered the 10 caddies of rapeseed and headed for the bus station. She hadn't expected this attitude from me. She opened her mouth, watched my retreating figure, and could only follow along. The bus back to town left at 8. I bought 2 tickets, and the moment I boarded I fell to scheming about hunting. At present I had only a slingshot and 3 foxhide snares. The slingshot was for pheasants and wild birds, the foxhide snares for hares. But the night before last I hadn't seen a single rabbit hare, which had raised my doubts about the snare's effectiveness, and I wasn't sure whether it was the krite's doing. If it really was, that was bad. Hares are wary, and once a natural predator appears in their range, they're sure not to come back for a while. A cunning hare has 3 burrows. Its fixed routes were many, and Nyoshin Mountain was so vast. Who knew where all its dens were? At this thought, I immediately remembered those hunting dogs old Pijia kept. They were simply the bane of hares, superb at scent and pursuit alike. Especially the kind of Chinese hunting hound called a shigo, a sighthound, first-rate in running and reaction, born to chase hares. There's an old saying, a slim dog chases the rabbit, referring to exactly this skill. Besides hares, a sighthound was a fine hand at chasing serow, roe deer, and badger too. A good hunter absolutely cannot go without a good hunting dog. I recalled that little dog of old Pijia's named Yezowang. It looked just like a sighthound. The minibus kicked up a trail of dust along the bumpy dirt road. Lin Anru gazed out the window at the familiar scenery, lost in thought. Then after a while drew her eyes back and shot a glance at me, who hadn't made a sound the whole time. What was he thinking? She found it a bit strange. In her impression, I was anything but quiet. In the past, the moment I was near the Lin sisters, I'd jabber away non-stop, and she'd long since seen through my little schemes. Yet from yesterday to now, the more she dealt with me, the more unfamiliar I seemed. As the bus jolted along, she, like Chen Yuanxiao and Lu Shufeng a few days before, found a doubt surfacing in her heart. Could he really have changed? We reached Niujia town at midday. Remembering my old man's instructions, I carried the rapeseed to the oil press to have it pressed, with Lin Anru tagging along the same way. I inquired and learned that 10 caddies of rapeseed would yield 4 caddies of oil. 4 caddies, used sparingly. That's enough for the whole family for a month. I muttered, counting on my fingers, the very picture of someone managing a household, leaving Lin Anru rather stunned. Was this still the idle, good-for-nothing Qin Yang of before? She came over and broke in. What are you muttering about? Nothing. I shook my head. As for what else I ought to add to the household stores, for the moment I was out of ideas. The fragrance of rapeseed in the oil press set my craving worm squealing. I went out and looked around and spotted a pear syrup candy stall by the street. Besides the 3 10 yuan notes, I had 1 mao and 3 fen on hand, and I dug out 3 fen to buy pear syrup candy, chewed a piece myself, and went back to the oil press. Lin Anru was watching the owner pour the oil into the pot. When he'd finished and made to pull the funnel away, she quickly cried, "Wait a moment." She fished a clean handkerchief from her pocket, took the funnel, and meticulously wiped the oil clean from inside it, wiping until the white handkerchief was soaked copper yellow with oil, before carefully bagging it in plastic, tying it off, and putting it back in the snakeskin sack. The owner watched and broke into a grin at me. "Lucky lad, found yourself a wife who's both pretty and thrifty." I didn't explain, just smiled along. "Who's his wife?" Lin Anru flushed red with embarrassment, shot me a glare, snatched up the sack, and headed out. I grabbed the oil pot and hurried after. The moment we were out of the oil press, she was still puffed up with anger. "You heartless thing, you didn't even keep a close eye on the owner." Some owners aren't honest. When they pour the oil, they deliberately leave a fun or two's worth in the funnel. And that's your Chun family's rapeseed, and you don't even know to care. Listening to her chatter, I felt a tingling sweetness inside. Just as the owner had said, here was a girl both pretty and frugal, plainly dressed in a delicate floral skirt, like a flower, yet counting every fraction for the sake of making ends meet. Her innate delicacy and quiet intelligence fell fully into my eyes in that moment. A girl like this, who could fail to be moved? Only, I couldn't wrong Lin on you again, and the little ripples in my heart quickly subsided. Rapeseed oil is precious, but it's a shame to dirty your handkerchief. I stepped up and said softly. She rolled her eyes. This handkerchief was meant to be a dish rag anyway, no shame in it. All right. I held the pear syrup candy out again. You haven't eaten since morning, and you've been on the bus so long. Have a little something to tide you over. Lin Anru looked at me in astonishment. The old me, apart from saying rubbish that annoyed her, would never have shown concern through actual deeds. You really have changed a lot. She had no idea what I'd been through in the 2 years I was away from the village. At my words, her stomach was indeed hungry. She reached out to take a piece of candy, and I took the cue to hand her the whole bag, then snatched the snakeskin sack from her hands. It was quite heavy. I hadn't expected her to be so stubbornly self-reliant as to carry it the whole way. I simply hefted the sack onto my shoulder, gripping its handle with one hand and the oil bottle with the other, and strode ahead. "Hey, what are you doing?" she called uneasily. "It's a tensomely walk back. I'll carry it for you." I didn't even turn my head. She paused, looked down at the pear syrup candy in her hand, and after a moment put it in her mouth and bit down gently, the clear sweetness lingering on and on. I'd meant to eat lunch in town before setting off, but Lin Anru hated to spend the money and said a few candies would do. I didn't argue. I wanted to get back early too, to use the foxhide snares again on the mountain before dark. Without resting, the two of us pressed on toward Nujiawan. It was April, the start of spring, and the midday sun already seared out a baking heat. After a few li we came to a deserted hillside, and with the sack on my back I was sweating buckets. "Why don't we rest a while?" Seeing me carry her luggage the whole way without a word of complaint, Lin Anru felt bad and pointed to the shaded side of the hill. "It's cooler over there. Shall we rest a bit?" "Sure." I didn't refuse. For one, I really did need to catch my breath. For another, something hung over my heart. She'd be seeing Lin on you the moment she got back to the village, and I had no idea how she'd react if she learned her sister had been wronged by a no-account good-for-nothing like me. I figured I'd use the rest stop to first sound out her attitude. We went around to the big tree on the shaded side. The moment I set down the sack, she pulled out a clean handkerchief. After walking the whole way under the sun, her fair forehead had broken into a fine sweat, glistening in the sunlight. She gently wiped it, her movements demure. I looked a moment longer than I should have, and she caught it. "What are you looking at me for?" "I'm just curious how many handkerchiefs you brought back." 2 years in the north. With nothing to do, I knit a few. She answered simply and went on wiping her face. When she'd finished, seeing me drenched in sweat, she pointed to the sack. "There's a clean one. Want to wipe your face too?" I'm not used to handkerchiefs. I raised my arm and wiped the sweat with my elbow, then looked at her with a smile. "See? All clean. Reborn." I'd been remade body and soul. With clear goals and drive, I was calm and easy before her, steady and self-assured. All things she'd never seen. She looked at me smiling at her and went blank again. That smile was gentle, the gaze clear. The truth was I wasn't bad looking. Even features, tall build, even more handsome than my eldest brother. It was only that I'd been too much of a wretch before, and with the family poor besides, not even a matchmaker would call. A mountain breeze blew over, cool and soft. She felt a little dazed, and only when she came to did she realize she'd been staring at me the whole time. "Is there something on my face?" I asked oddly. "No." Aware she'd lost her composure, she looked away in embarrassment. Neither of us spoke again under the tree, yet the atmosphere was inexplicably awkward, so quiet it left her flustered with shyness. After a while, she wanted to say something to break the awkwardness. "Qinyang, are you seeing anyone?" The question slipped out as if by some unseen prompting, and the instant it was out she regretted it. Caught off guard, I honestly shook my head. Seeing the topic opened, she fell silent a moment, then asked again, "Then is there a girl you fancy?" I'd meant to speak Lin Anyu's name, but having not yet gauged her attitude, I shifted course. "I know I was a wretch before, but I want to change, to become a good person again." "You really were a wretch, but you can't quite be called bad, can you?" She looked at me, somewhat at a loss. I smiled bitterly. "If you knew I'd wronged your sister, you probably wouldn't think so. Andrew, no matter what I've done, I sincerely want to make up for my past mistakes now. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you'll give me one chance to make amends." I walked up to her in all earnestness and bowed slightly. Startled, she sat up from the ground and stared at me oddly. "Qinyang, you don't need to do this. It's enough that you've turned over a new leaf. And besides, you were only a bit lazy. That's no great wrong." "Is that so?" I gazed at her a moment. Then what would count as a great wrong? Her heart gave a lurch. "Qinyang, tell me honestly, did you do something?" Her tone suddenly rose, and my heart sank straight to the bottom. I knew she couldn't abide a speck of grit in her eye, and the sisters were so close. If she learned what had befallen her sister, she'd likely find it hard to bear. I understood there was no longer any need to sound her out. Once she got back and learned the truth, no matter how great the storm it raised, I could only summon the courage to face it. Who told me I deserved it? I didn't answer, turned away, and sighed. Andrew, it's getting late. Let's hurry back. With that, I shouldered her sack again, walked out of the shade, and headed for Nujiawan. She stared at my retreating back, a vague unease in her heart. Had he really done something? Did Uncle and Auntie know? Her mind a tangle. She caught up, wanting to get to the bottom of it, but I'd hardened my heart and wouldn't answer. By the time the two of us, our minds far from at peace, got back to Nujiawan, it was already 5 in the afternoon. I pushed open the courtyard gate and saw my mother in the yard shelling peanuts. Lin Onyu was still in her room, but the door was open a crack, golden sunlight slipping in to light up one corner of the room. Oh, Andrew's back. My mother looked up, and seeing Lin Andrew standing gracefully behind me in her floral skirt, immediately dropped the peanuts and came smiling to meet her. She wanted to hug her, but remembered her hands were grimy with peanut dust. So she quickly wiped them on her apron and looked her over, full of delight. Auntie, I'm back. Lin Andrew smiled sweetly. The sisters had lived in the Chun household for several years, raised by the two elders, and had long since come to regard Papa Chun and Mama Chun as their own parents. Auntie, these 2 years in the north, how I've missed you all. I kept longing to come back and see you. Lin Andrew took the initiative to embrace my mother, speaking fond, affectionate words. My mother wanted to hug her back, but afraid of soiling her platy, could only keep her hands behind her. My, Andrew's grown into a big girl. Your uncle and I have missed you too, and your sister's been thinking of you all along. Lin Andrew held the embrace a good while before letting go, her eyes red. Auntie, are you and Uncle keeping well? We're well. My mother's eyes reddened too. She gazed at her a long while, glanced at me, made to say something, then swallowed it back. I knew my mother had her own misgivings, what Lin Andrew would do if she learned of Lin Anyu's ordeal. But what was coming would come. Andrew, your sister's in her room. You two have been apart so long. Go see her first. I put in from the side. Lin Andrew was naturally eager, and the joy of reunion made her momentarily forget the unease about my having done something on the way back. Auntie, then I'll go see my sister first. All right, go on. My mother's expression stiffened for a moment. Lin Andrew didn't notice, and walking to Lin Anyu's doorway, she smoothed the hair at her temples and gently pushed the door open. Sister. Hearing her sister's long-absent voice, Lin Anyu felt ripples stir within her, yet she didn't answer right away. She sat on the edge of the bed, head down, her expression shifting, both gladdened and grieved. The truth was she'd heard the commotion in the yard long ago and knew her sister was back. She just didn't know how to face her, much less whether she should tell her sister about being wronged by Qinyang. She was afraid her sister would suffer for her sake. Anyu. Seeing her sister give no reply, Lin Andrew walked into the room, puzzled. Lin Anyu jerked her head up and forced out a strained smile. Sister, you're back? You came all this way. You must be tired. Pretty tired. Lin Andrew sensed something off, walked to the bedside, swept her eyes over the room, and looked closely at her sister's complexion, haggard, dark circles under her eyes. Her heart wrenched. Sister, what's wrong with you? What happened? It's nothing. Only when Lin Anyu opened her mouth did she notice how hoarse her own voice was. Lin Andrew grew suspicious at once. She knew her sister too well, lively and active by nature. She'd never normally shut herself in a room and stay silent. With her own return today, she should have come flying out to greet her like a little bird. Yet now she sat there, lifeless. Lin Andrew realized her sister was hiding something, and connecting it with my odd behavior on the way back, the unease in her heart suddenly swelled. She walked to the door and glanced out. In the yard, my mother was speaking quietly to me, and I was nodding away, neither of us noticing she was watching. A few seconds later, she quietly closed the door, returned to the bedside, and asked softly, Sister, did Qinyang do something to you? Having asked, she fixed her gaze on her sister's face. A flicker of dread crossed Lin Anyu's eyes, but she quickly steadied herself. Sister, Qinyang didn't do anything to me. If he really had, Uncle and Annie would never have let him off. She recalled the scene of Chun Yuanchao taking up the knife that night, and a lingering fear remained. Lin Anru hadn't dispelled her doubts and asked with a frown, "Coming back this time, I find Chen Yang's changed a great deal. Did something happen to him?" He, Lin Anyu's heart ached. How could she not know the reason behind my change these past days? A prodigal's return was gratifying, to be sure, but why did it have to be she herself who became the price? She fought down the bitterness and shook her head, asking back, "Sister, it was Chun Yang who fetched you home, wasn't it? How did he behave on the way?" Him. Lin Anru paused, then said with feeling, "He's changed so much this time. Steady in how he handles things, no longer slick and glib, and even putting his mind to the household's expenses. It's as if he's a different person." "Is that so?" And he did something that especially astonished me. Lin Anyu was taken aback. "What thing?" "At an inn in the provincial capital, I met a student who couldn't afford school, and he just pulled out 5 yuan and gave it to the child." What moved Lin Anru wasn't only the generosity of the gesture, but that I'd put those 5 yuan down in her name. In those days, reputation mattered immensely. A good deed like this could get into the papers, yet I'd ceded that honor to her. He really did that. Lin Anyu found it unbelievable too. "Would I lie to you?" Lin Anru took the chance to sit down beside her sister and voiced her own doubt. "Do you know where that money of his came from?" Lin Anyu thought it over, not too sure. "It should be from hunting up the mountain." "Hunting? He has that ability." Lin Anru was shocked. She'd lived in Nujiawan for several years and knew Nyoshin Mountain's situation. The game all hid deep in the forest, and small-time efforts on the fringes were one thing. But if you could really earn money from hunting, the village would have gotten rich long ago. "Sister, at first I didn't believe it either, but he really has brought back a fair bit of game these past few days. Pheasants, rabbits." "Oh, right. Last night Auntie even stewed a pot of snake meat." At this, goose flesh rose on the back of Lin Anyu's hand. She was afraid of snakes. Whether it was this fear, or because she'd gotten to talking with her sister, before she knew it, she'd said a great deal, and that deadpan still mood of hers finally began to stir. And he's not even afraid of being bitten by a snake." Lin Anru wrinkled her nose in distaste. But distaste aside, her sense of me, in that moment, quietly shifted again. Still, she hadn't forgotten her sister's oddness. "I've said so much about Chen Yang. Now let's talk about you. What exactly has happened to upset you? You're not allowed to hide it from me." "Sister, I really am fine." Lin Anyu stubbornly shook her head. Unable to get anything out of her, Lin Anru sighed. "The two of us may not be blood sisters, but our bond is no less than blood. If anything ever happens to you, you must tell me. All right?" Lin Anyu bit her lip and gave a soft reply. As it happened, Lin Anru and Lin Anyu had no blood ties. Years ago, Lin Benshun had picked up an abandoned baby girl and named her Lin Anru. He never married his whole life and toiled to raise her to 5 or 6. Then, on the outskirts of a northern county town, came upon Lin Anyu, who'd lost both parents while fleeing famine. She was only 3 that year. Following the crying by the roadside, Lin Benshun found a ragged little thing curled in a ball. Had it not made a sound, he'd have taken it for some discarded old jacket. Kind-hearted, he took in this dying child too, and named her Lin Anyu. Perhaps because they were fellow sufferers, the two sisters were exceedingly close from childhood. When the little one cried in the night remembering her birth parents, Lin Anru would hold her in her arms and lull her to sleep the way grown-ups did. Whenever there was something good to eat or play with, Lin Anyu thought first of her sister. Sadly, the good times didn't last. A few months later, there was an incursion to the south, and Lin Benshun headed south with his unit, and before long came the terrible news. He'd taken a bullet for Chen Yuanshao and departed this life, leaving behind 2 adopted daughters of no blood relation to him. Chen Yuanshao was a true man, and without a word took in this pair of orphaned, forlorn sisters, bringing them back to his own home in Nujiawan after the war. He already had 2 sons then, and he and my mother gritted their teeth and raised all 4 children. However hard-pressed the household, they never once shortchanged their comrades' orphans. Perhaps heaven took pity on these 2 girls, letting them be born pretty, clever, and kind, and everyone in Nujiawan knew old Chen's family had a pair of lovely sisters in bloom. In the courtyard, "Mom, do you think Anyu will tell Anru about that night?" I stared at the tightly shut door, uneasy to the extreme. Even braced to face the storm, I still felt like I was awaiting a death sentence read aloud. an unpleasant feeling. Though my mother knew her son was like an ant on a hot pan, she still said coldly, "Umph, if you'd known it would come to this, why do it in the first place?" I had nothing to say. She reminded me again, when Anru comes out, she's bound to fly into a rage at you, and you must take it meekly. A girl's good name is worth more than her life. Mom, don't worry. I'll take it willingly. Won't hit back if struck, won't talk back if cursed. I promise solemnly. If she only beat me and cursed me, nothing could suit me better. At least it would let her vent her grievance. In this life, Lin On Yu hadn't taken the desperate road, so Lin Anru shouldn't be driven to a breakdown again. But that was only my reckoning, and as for what her attitude toward me would really be, I hadn't the slightest certainty. Never mind. Seeing as you've behaved well these past few days, I'll put in a word with Anru on the side too. My mother, not wanting it to blow up, offered that as a word of comfort. Mother and son kept their eyes fixed on that door. But what they didn't know was that inside, the sisters had gotten to talking about their origins, and following the old days had opened the floodgates, drifting onto many other things, with no further mention of me. Soft murmurs echoed in the room, now and then threaded with delicate laughter. Faint as that laughter was, it carried clear as anything to my mother's ears and mine. I was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Lin On Yu hadn't told her sister about that night? Otherwise, how could the two of them laugh? Though I didn't know the reason, my taut nerves couldn't help but loosen. On Yu is a kind-hearted child after all. My mother sighed. The words woke me up. Lin On Yu didn't want her sister to suffer over what had happened to her. Yes, I nodded, feeling worse inside. Next to her kindness, the young me had been nothing short of a beast. The storm hadn't broken for now, but my heart, set on striving, had already begun to stir restlessly. Hunting. Get up the mountain before dark to set the foxhide snares, come down and wait out a night, and check the hall first thing in the morning. I went back to my room to fetch the snares. "Hey, you little brute, dinner's almost ready and you're running up the mountain," my mother called. "It's fine, Mom, I'll be back soon." I didn't even turn my head, already a dozen some meters off. This child, my mother shook her head and went into the kitchen. Meanwhile, after the heart-to-heart, Lin On Yu felt much better. She hadn't told her sister about that night, but there was still one thing that left her irresolute. Should she tell her sister about my promise to scrape together 200 yuan to marry her? She was wrestling with it when Lin Anru suddenly rose. "Sister, you'll always be my dear little sister. From now on, whatever happens, don't ever bottle it up. You must tell me, all right?" She quietly noted her sister's oddness today and admonished her gently. Lin On Yu felt a bit uneasy. "Sister, are you leaving? Auntie seems to be making dinner. I'll go help." "What?" Sure enough, the clatter of pots and bowls came from the kitchen. Lin On Yu gave a dry laugh and shook her head. "Nothing. I thought you were heading back to town right away. Don't worry, I'll stay home a few days before reporting to the school." Lin Anru smiled and went out. Coming back this time, she planned to teach at the town primary school from now on, and could only return to Nujiawan when she found the time. So the moment she was back, she wanted to do all she could for the Chin family. Reaching the kitchen, she saw my mother cutting up half a pheasant. "Auntie, this chicken, Chin Yang caught it up the mountain a couple of days ago. Look how plump. He got 2 in a single night. He's even better at hunting than his father." My mother was all smiles. The last time, I'd used half a pheasant to stir-fry a plate of chili chicken, and with Lin Enra back today, my mother planned to stir-fry another plate with the remaining half. It was just that she didn't have my skill and didn't dare be as lavish as me with half a plate of chilies. In front of Lin Anru, she clucked her tongue and shook her head. "I never knew before. This boy's good at cooking too. That plate of chicken the other day, your Uncle Chun is still thinking about it. He can cook too?" In Lin Anru's impression, the old me had been idle in all 4 limbs and never set foot in a kitchen. My mother sighed too. "These past few days I've sometimes wondered whether this is even still my son." "Auntie, what do you mean by these past few days?" Lin Anru grew suspicious. Could it be I'd only changed these past few days? And on account of what? My mother realized she'd nearly let it slip and cut the topic off, concentrating on cutting the meat. Lin Anru tactfully didn't press, and went to help wash the wild greens and rinse the rice. In the kitchen, the water splashed, and the cutting board thumped. The back mountain. The setting sun spilled down. With 3 foxhide snares, I came again to the spot where I'd caught the hare last time. To verify whether the lack of a catch before had been the krite's doing, I made a point of setting 1 snare each at the top and bottom of the slope on the downwind side. Hares are creatures of habit and normally run 2 paths, upslope and downslope. So setting them this way, I should catch at least 1. Once done, I walked to the little earthen gully. Crossed this gully, and I'd be out of Nyoshin Mountain's 1-kilometer fringe, as good as graduating from a hunter's novice village, a psychological breakthrough. I drew a deep breath and stepped across, went 20 meters on, and tied the last snare between 2 eucalyptus trees, hoping luck would favor me once more. Having set all 3, I quickly came down the mountain. By the time I got home, my father was back from the field and dinner was ready too. With Lin and Ra back after 2 years, the Chun household hadn't been this lively in a long while. My father had me go to the village entrance to buy half a caddy of edamame. He meant to have a couple of cups tonight. When I came back with it, I was startled to see Lin Anyu had come out of her room too, in a thin floral blouse washed pale. Paired with her bloodless face and slightly disheveled hair, she looked altogether listless. Seeing her, my mother and father both looked somewhat ill at ease. My heart wrenched, shame nearly welling up onto my face. I quietly went to the table, set down the edamame, picked up a little folding stool, and made to eat in the corner. A square dinner table. Back when there were 5, I took one side, my father one side, my mother one side, and the 2 sisters squeezed onto one side. Now that I'd voluntarily ceded my place, it became mom and dad each a side, and the sisters each a side. Already sensing the strange mood, and now seeing me not even come to the table, Lin and Ru finally couldn't hold it in and looked to the 2 elders. Uncle, Auntie, did Xinyang commit some grave wrong? As the words came out, the hand Lin Anyu was reaching toward her chopsticks gave a slight tremble. My father, the head of the household, should by rights have taken up the thread. He opened his mouth, then in the end looked to my mother. My mother shot an imperceptible glance at Lin Anyu, then looked at me holding my bowl in the corner and shook her head with a sigh. This little brute never lets anyone rest easy. Anru, pay him no mind. Eat. Right, eat. My father quickly picked up a piece of chicken and put it in Lin Anru's bowl. Today's a happy day, your homecoming. Don't bother about that little wretch. Lin Anru glanced at Lin Anyu and said with a smile, That's right, today should be happy. Uncle, Auntie, I've missed you so. Haha, come dig in. The meal was eaten through amid talk and laughter. That night, Lin Anru went to Lin Anyu's room, and the sisters, lying in bed, naturally had plenty to say. Sister, I still think Xinyang is strange, and Uncle and Auntie seem to be hiding something from me. She looked at her sister expectantly. Lin Anyu unnaturally turned her head away to dodge her gaze. Her heart was in turmoil. Besides that night, there was also my promise to scrape together 200 yuan to marry her, and she didn't know whether she should say it. Though I'd promised not to force her, she knew clearly that her whole life was already staked in my hands. Sister, I'm a bit sleepy. She wrapped the quilt tight and buried her head. Lin Anru gazed at her sister's small, delicate back and sighed helplessly. All right, sleep then. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, my mother steamed coarse flour buns, tossed a basin of wild greens, and was just pouring the soy sauce when I came into the kitchen, grabbed 2 buns, and turned to go. Mom, I'm off up the mountain. Just 2? Will that fill you up? She stuffed a few more into my hands. I didn't refuse, went out of the kitchen and put the chicken cage into the back basket, packed in the sickle and herb hoe as well, and on my way out thought that just in case I ran into a pheasant, I'd tuck the slingshot into my waistband, then shouldered the basket and headed for the back mountain. Up the mountain, I made straight for the woods where I'd set the snares the night before. Before I'd even parted the grass and leaves, I heard a shrill gee-gee. My heart stirred and I grew excited. Sure enough, ducking out of the shrubs to look, the 2 snares upslope and downslope each held a hare fast. The one downslope lay still, snared by its forelimb, ears drooping resignedly, panting hard. Rabbits are short-tempered and easily frighten themselves to death, so I quickly lifted it by the ears and stuffed it into the chicken cage before undoing the snare on its foot. Master Yi in town had said live ones went for 5 yuan a caddy, and this one was a good 4+ caddies, 20-some yuan. GG, the cry came again. I looked up and saw, On an earthen bank a few meters high, a black shape darting back and forth, running like the wind, yet always spinning in place. Climbing the bank, I saw a fat, sturdy hare struggling frantically. The soil and grass around it clawed into chaos by its sharp claws, but its hind limb bound fast by the snare's leather cord, unable to run 3 chi. Whoa, what spirit! The creature was tough enough. The leather cord nearly cut into its flesh, and still it wanted to flee. By the look of it, it had only just been snared and still had strength. With no suitable tool at hand, I didn't dare grab it barehanded, so I simply let it thrash a while longer and dealt with it once its strength was spent. Now I'd seen the foxhide snare's power. No matter how it flailed, it couldn't break free. Taking the chance, I headed toward the little earthen gully. The third snare was 20 meters past the gully. Purely a gamble. I hadn't expected to really catch anything, yet I still crossed the gully toward those 2 eucalyptus trees with a measure of anticipation. 5 meters out, I saw the snare was indeed empty. Drawing closer, though, I saw some earth-gray fuzz stuck to it. Could a hare have gotten away? I felt a bit let down. As much as the foxhide snare was the bane of hares, it wasn't foolproof. Never mind. I wasn't going to be picky. Catching 2 in one night was proof enough of its power. Those 2 together came to nearly 11 caddies, sellable for 55 yuan, and at the thought my mood brightened again. I was about to gather up the snare. Just then I glimpsed a pool of unidentified yellow liquid on the grass beside the leather cord. Curious, I leaned in for a sniff. A stench that drove straight to the crown of my skull nearly knocked me out, like stirring rotten eggs into sewer sludge until it foamed, and then pouring it down my throat. It took me a good while to recover. This was definitely not left by a hare. Those few tufts of earth-yellow fuzz most likely came from some other creature. Something even craftier than a hare had escaped from this snare. I quickly checked the snare, intact, which let me breathe easy. I searched around a bit more, but found no other clues. The more it went like this, the more my interest was piqued. I gathered up those few tufts of fuzz, meaning to go back and ask old Pijia. About a dozen some minutes later, I came back to the small slope. The fat hare, having struggled so long, had indeed worn itself out and lay there panting. I grabbed it into the chicken cage and undid the snare in a few quick moves. Hares may be creatures of habit, but they're not incapable of adapting in the face of danger. Running into both the traps and the kite one after another, I figured no hares would be active in this area for a while. So I crossed the little earthen gully and pushed my hunting range out into the 1-kilometer fringe, though I'd only gone a few hundred meters in. Hunting alone, with 3 snares, was just casting a net to feel things out. Whether there'd be another catch was still down to luck. I knew plenty of techniques, but my knowledge of Nirshin Mountain fell far short of the local old hunters. After setting the 3 snares on the lower part of a sheltered, sunlit slope, I turned and headed down, cutting some wild greens on the way, and got home before noon. Just into the yard, I saw Lin Anru and Lin Anyu sitting in the courtyard chatting. I didn't know about what, but what set my mind at ease was that the shadow on Lin Anyu's face had lifted some. By the look of it, the storm hadn't come, or hadn't come yet. Seeing me with the back basket, Lin Anru called out to me. "And he said you went up the mountain hunting, and I didn't believe it. Let me see what you caught." In the past, she'd rarely spoken to me of her own accord, so naturally, I didn't let the chance slip. I went over, set down the basket, lifted the wild greens off the top, and took out the chicken cage. Eh. Seeing the 2 hares in the cage, Lin Anru cried out in surprise. Lin Anyu, who'd had her head turned away to avoid looking my way, heard her sister's voice and leaned over curiously too. "Chinyang, are we eating rabbit today?" In those days, even Lin Anru, with all her bookish air, couldn't resist the lure of meat. But I shook my head. These 2 rabbits can't be eaten. They're to sell in town for money. How much can they sell for? Lin Anru stared at the cage, curious. I considered a moment. The 2 are about 10 some caddies together, around 50 yuan. 50. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. Then she nodded in sudden understanding, drawing out the words. "Oh, no wonder you could pull out 5 yuan for that couple the other day. Only now do you believe me?" I raised an eyebrow. She blinked and stuck out her tongue. Seeing is believing. All right. I shrugged helplessly. The 2 hares lay in the cage with drooping ears. Lin Anru wanted to reach in and tease them, but I stopped her. Hares are wild-tempered. Careful they don't bite your finger off. Her expression changed and she pulled her hand back, smoothed the hair at her temples, and looked up to ask, "What do you plan to do with all this money you're earning?" Her face carried a note of caution, probably afraid I'd take the money off to fool around. I glanced at Lin On Yu and said earnestly, "Don't worry, this money won't be spent carelessly. If I spend it, it'll be on what matters." Lin On Yu caught the meaning in my words, recalled my promise that night to earn 200 yuan in a week, and turned her head away again. You really do seem different from before," Lin Anru said with weight behind it. Just then my mother came out of the kitchen to call me to lend a hand. I washed the freshly picked wild greens and tossed a simple cold dish. At midday, my mother, the Lin sisters, and I, the four of us, had a simple lunch. After the meal, my mother bustled off to bring food to my father in the field, hurrying out the door, and I shouldered the basket to head to town. 3 hours' walk brought me to the supply co-op restaurant. This time the braided hair waitress recognized me and didn't shoo me off, but didn't let me into the restaurant either. "Stand back from the door. I'll go fetch old Yi." In a moment, Master Yi ambled out, wiping his hands on his apron, gave me a nod by way of greeting without sparing me a second glance, and pointed at the basket on my back, commanding, "Set it down, open it up." I didn't mind his manner. In those days, supply co-op staff were a cut above everyone, never mind a head chef. I set down the basket and lifted out the chicken cage. The moment Master Yi saw the 2 hares inside, his eyes went wide at once. Dead or alive? Alive. I gave the cage a shake, and the 2 rabbits lost their balance and flapped about inside. "See? Lively, eh? Not bad." A smile rose at the corner of Master Ye's mouth, and he walked into the restaurant without turning his head. "Come in, weigh them, and we'll settle up." "Is it 5 yuan a caddy?" I asked. He didn't answer, his steps brisk toward the kitchen, and I had no choice but to follow. Skirting the central courtyard and turning into a yard, I saw several stoves built along the side and vegetables and pork piled in a corner. I carried the cage to the corner, and Master Yi signaled a young kitchen hand to bring a scale over. The weighing was all done by the hand, while Master Yi reclined on a deck chair not far off, leisurely sipping tea, not so much as looking. "Master, 11 caddies," the hand called. "Have the front desk give him 55 yuan." Master Yi answered flatly, not even lifting an eyelid. My mood soared. With this 55 yuan, I now had 85 on me, nearly halfway to my goal, and my spirits surged. My steps were light as I left the kitchen. "Besides hares, you can bring in some other game. As long as it's not against the law, we'll take it too." Master Yi added at my back. I quickly answered right settled up with a grin. Out of the restaurant, fortune tucked away, I didn't linger. Basket on my shoulder, I hurried back. 2 round trips, and by the time I reached Nujiao, the sky was going dark and my stomach was hungry. I knew the family had surely kept dinner for me, but I didn't go straight home. First, I turned off at the village entrance to old Pijia's gate. The several hunting dogs he kept had sharp ears, and before I'd even knocked, they were barking nonstop. The courtyard gate creaked open, and a few furry creatures made to rush out, only to be barked back by a full-throated voice. Old Pijia, full of vigor, came to the gate, and seeing it was me, smilingly let me into the yard. "Grandpa, I came to see you. You're beaming. Did those few cords of mine do the trick?" He dragged over 2 stools and, as last time, we sat in the yard to talk. Following his lead, I heaped praise on the foxhide snare's power, saying the hares in the area I'd set them probably wouldn't dare come back. He was pleased. "That's all kids' stuff. Catching hares hardly counts as a skill. Wait till you run into something rare. Now that's interesting." "Oh, interesting how?" My interest was piqued. "Now that's a long story." He counted on his fingers and began. Different quarry called for different methods, and the clever ones especially had to be outwitted in a battle of wits. Use a bow for what flies, a cord for what burrows, a gun for what bites, a dog for what hides. He talked on and on about many techniques, touching on the making of tools and traps, opening my eyes wide. For instance, the folk method for catching a grass glider. This thing loves to dig burrows, and the burrows are deep and long, winding dozens of meters underground, with all sorts of forks leading to other openings. In danger, it can hide in the burrow for 10 days or half a month, or simply escape out another opening, elusive in its movements. An old hunter would prepare a small lump of lard, stuff wild boar bristles into it, wrap a layer of burnt eggshell on the outside, and set it at the burrow mouth. The grass glider loves to eat termites and has poor eyesight, so going by smell alone it takes that for a heap of foraging termites and swallows it in one gulp. Here's the crux. Wild boar bristles are stiff, and swallowed into the belly they jab the intestines like steel needles. Every time it burrows in, it gets jabbed, tormented past bearing, until it can only crawl out of the burrow, sprawl flat on its back on the grass with its belly bared, not daring to move a muscle, and the hunter can saunter right over and collect it. I listened with relish, secretly thinking I'd do the same if I came across one. But he quickly threw a bucket of cold water on it. That thing can't be caught. It was said on the radio a while back that grass gliders are protected animals now. You can't hunt and kill them privately. Among old hunters he counted as upright, observing both the rules handed down from the founding masters and the law, and he made a point of reminding me to be careful in future hunting, that not every quarry could be touched. Only later did I learn that a grass glider was a pangolin. I only wanted to make a living by hunting. Getting rich would be nice, of course, but I'd never take the risk of doing anything illegal. Oh, right, Grandpa. This morning I found some animal fur on the mountain. Could I trouble you to tell me what it is? I pulled out those few tufts of yellow fuzz. Old Pijia took them, rubbed them, held them to his nose and sniffed, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Whoa, you even ran into this thing. He suddenly raised his voice, his face full of astonishment. What is it? What animal is this? I grew tense too. He gave a heh-heh laugh. You're not half lucky, boy. You even came across a spotted civet. Spotted civet? I hadn't heard of it. Is it rare? Worth anything? Plenty worth it. His voice was excited. The spotted civet itself isn't worth that much, but its rear can secrete a kind of civet musk, and that stuff is worth big money. Saying this, he pointed at the tuft of fuzz in his hand, a sharp glint kindling in his eyes, and told me, if I caught a spotted civet, I must never kill it, but go and squeeze the spot where it excretes, and when a liquid like musk spurted out, collect it. That was civet musk, and selling it to an apothecary would earn a tidy sum. How much can it sell for? 2 chien could fetch 100 some yuan. He gave an uncertain answer after some thought, saying he'd had the good fortune to get some over 10 years ago, and that after all this time the price shouldn't have changed much. I couldn't sit still any longer. 100 yuan. In this day and age, what made money faster than getting hold of civet musk? At least with my current means, hunting was the only road. But that the thing was worth so much meant the spotted civet was hard to catch. I held down my excitement and recounted how I'd found the fuzz. Old Pijiao wasn't the least surprised and waved a hand. This spotted civet is craftier than a fox. A foxhide snare can't handle it. Then what should I do? I felt sure he had a method. Don't get your hopes too high, either. I've matched wits with this beast before. To catch it, besides skill you need great luck. He smacked his lips, his gaze deep, and after a while asked, when you found the fur, did you find any other traces it left? Grandpa, don't even bring it up. I immediately thought of that pool of yellow liquid. The impression was too vivid. When I was gathering my snare, I nearly touched it. That smell about made me throw up last night's dinner. Seeing my disgusted face, old Pija slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. Now there's a way. What way? I was lost. You're complaining about the stink. Plenty of hunters would give anything to come across it. He clucked and shook his head. What you smelled isn't urine. It's the foul liquid it secretes when endangered, most likely scared out of it by the foxhide snare. That stuff really does reek, but hunters rely on exactly this to find spotted civets. Really? I went wide-eyed. He nodded, then mused. But it's craftier than a fox. Not so easy to catch. As he spoke, he looked at the several half-grown hunting dogs roughhousing in the yard. Following his gaze, I saw Yezawang pinning another dog down with its 2 forelegs, head lowered and growling. Off! Old Pija stamped his foot and barked. Yezawang looked up and wagged its tail at him. Come here. He beckoned, and Yezawang came scampering over. I'd taken note of this half-grown hound last time, and seeing it run over, I made teasing tisk-tisk-tisk sounds. Yezawang had been heading for old Pijia, but at my call it immediately veered and ran to my feet, wagging its tail in excitement. Old Pijia cursed it as an ingrate, and as if it understood, It barked a few times at him, which set old Pijia laughing in spite of himself. This dog of a thing. He spat, turned to me, and said, "You're cut out to be a hunter, boy. A dog I've raised has never taken to an outsider like this." "Is that so?" Delighted, I rubbed Yezawang's head. It took the cue to flop on the ground and bare its belly to be petted. The more old Pijia looked, the more remarkable he found it, and he slapped his thigh. "All right, this one it is." "What?" I said. "I'll lend you the dog to help you find the spotted civet." He poked Yezawang with his toe. "It's the cleverest of this litter of pups. It's sure to be of help to you." I was taken aback, withdrew my hand, and felt overwhelmed by the favor. "Grandpa, you're too good to me. I don't even know how to thank you." "Spare me the thanks. This dog is a loan, not a gift. So once you've found the civet, must you bring it back." Old hunters' feelings for their hounds run uncommonly deep, and especially for a lonely, childless old man like old Pijia. The way he regarded his dogs probably carried a deeper feeling still. I knew well how generous this decision was, and promised at once, "Don't worry, I'll bring Yezawang back whole and sound." He straightened his back and nodded slowly. "I have faith in you, boy. Don't let me down." "Thank you, Grandpa." I squared my body to make my pledge. As the sky darkened, old Pijia laid out some more details on catching a spotted civet, what kind of trap to set, its activity habits, and so on, all of which could improve the odds. In the yard, the two shadows, old and young, blurred into outlines. The several half-grown mongrels, full of energy, kicked up a fuss again, seeing nothing was happening, all except Yezawang, which barked a few times at old Pijia as if in farewell before I led it away. On the way back, I held Yezawang lovingly in my arms, and it lay obediently against me, wagging its tail without pause. One man and one dog soon reached home. Into the yard, Yezawang leapt down from my arms, and the moment it landed began sniffing this way and that, as if surveying new territory. "Hey, you little brute, where'd you carry a dog back from?" My mother came out of the house, somewhat surprised at the sight of Yezawang. "How'd this dog grow so odd-looking?" Yezawang had a sighthound's genes, a triangular, conical head, narrow shoulders, slender long limbs, a waist and belly only as thick as an adult's arm, not exactly appealing at first glance. My mother didn't know a sighthound was the fastest of hunting dogs, a first-rate master of hunting in the woods, and took it for a starved, scrawny pup I'd picked up. "You dog thing, haven't eaten, have you?" But she was looking at me as she asked, so for a moment I couldn't tell whether she was asking me or the dog, or both. "What are you standing there for? Hurry in and eat." "We've all eaten. We kept some for you." Only then was I sure she meant me. Inside, I saw the leftovers on the table. Besides a few plates of wild greens and clear soup, there was a plate of chili stir-fried meat. A good deal of chili eaten, but a lot of meat left on purpose. My father had had a little to drink, and was the last to leave the table when I came in. "Eat up, and rest early when you're done." With that admonition, he went to the yard to wash his face, probably tired from a day in the field and wanting to sleep early. I sat down and took up my chopsticks, glancing toward Lin Anyu's room. A kerosene lamp was lit. The sisters were most likely chatting inside. While I ate, Yezawang minded its manners well, staying in the yard and never coming inside without my leave. When my mother and father passed by, it was tactful too, only sniffing their trouser cuffs before trotting to an open spot and lying down. When I'd finished, I found a basin, poured the leftovers in, set it in the chicken coop, then carried Yezawang inside. This abandoned coop became its den for now. "Eat up. When you're done, tomorrow there's work." Country folk who keep a dog never coddle it like the city people of later generations, treating it like a parent treats a child. A basin of human leftovers was already a delicacy in a dog's eyes. Wagging its tail, Yezawang plunged its head into the basin and tucked in heartily. The Chun family had no habit of keeping leftovers, much less any reason to save food for a dog. People couldn't even eat their fill, so how could they keep a dog just to digest grain for them? But the two elders had seen my performance these past days and guessed I had my reasons for bringing a dog back, so they didn't ask much. My father only muttered, "How does this dog look so familiar, like old Pijia's?" That night, I slept very early. The next day, the moment I opened my eyes, I heard Yezawang's barking in the yard. I got up and went out, and saw it lying on the ground, belly bared, twisting about happily, while an elegant, pretty woman reached out and gently rubbed its belly. It was Lin Anru. Today she wore a white dress with spots, the understated hem tracing her fine figure, her thick black hair smooth and loose down her back, held with a black hairband, both of its era and clear and lovely. I quietly watched her back for a while, then walked over and asked, "Where's Anyu?" She wanted to sleep a bit longer. She went to bed late last night. Oh, I nodded and glanced at Lin Anyu's room. Seeing me, Yezahuang immediately wriggled its rear, scrambled up, ran to my feet, and rubbed against me. "Auntie said you picked up a dog. How did I never notice you were so kind-hearted before?" Lin Anru stood up, her gaze on me much softened. I scratched my head and smiled. "My mom got it wrong. I didn't pick it up. It has an owner. I'm just feeding it for a few days for someone." Oh, she was a bit disappointed and asked again, "What's the dog called?" "Yezahuang." "You're fond of dogs." My memory of her held very little. Back then I'd only coveted her beauty and had scarcely come to know her likes. Even now it was just an offhand question. My sister's problem wasn't resolved yet, and I didn't want to sprout side branches. "Fond enough, I suppose. It's quite cute, only the name's a bit. How did its owner come up with such an odd one?" She bent slightly to go on teasing it, and Yezahuang obliged handsomely, turning its head to wag its tail at her. Just as old Pijia had said, this dog was clever and knew how to win people over. After washing up, I went to the kitchen and ate a little something haphazardly, and when I came out, Yezahuang had already coaxed Lin Anru into giggling. "Andrew, sorry. I have to take it out for a bit. If it weren't that I had to bring it along to catch the spotted civet today, I wouldn't have wanted to break up this good time between dog and woman. You're taking it up the mountain to hunt." Seeing me shoulder the basket, she understood at once. Seeing she was sharp, I didn't hide it. "Yezahuang's a hunting dog. I need its help." Oh, she let go of the dog and stood up to caution me. "Be careful. The back mountain is a mess. Don't let Yezahuang get hurt." "Don't worry." I scooped up the dog and headed out. Just at the gate, her voice came again from behind. "You be careful too. Don't get hurt." I paused, turned to look at this woman as pretty as an iris, and smiled. "Will do." It was the first time she'd shown concern for me. Surprised as I was, it stirred few ripples in my heart. I just chalked it up to basking in Yezahuang's glow. A few steps out the gate, I set Yezahuang down. A hunting dog isn't a pet. You have to let it walk on its own so it can learn the way, especially the way up the mountain, which is a hunting dog's true home. A little over an hour later, I led it across the small earthen gully, 20 meters on, to the spot where I'd gathered the snare last time. I lowered my head to look for yesterday's pool of spotted civet secretion, and before I'd found it, the keen-nosed Yezahuang had already found it. After a day and a night, that pool of yellow stench had dried up, leaving only a patch of pale brown. "Woof!" Yezahuang sniffed and gave a bark. I remembered old Pijia's instructions and immediately commanded, "Take me to find the spotted civet." A hunting dog's nose can very effectively help a hunter find a trail. This was exactly why old Pijia had asked whether I'd found any other clues. As foul as that stinking liquid was, at this moment I wished I'd come across it often in the future. Yezahuang put its nose to the ground and sniffed a while, then followed it off toward the grass at the side, and before long ducked in. My first time hunting with a dog, I was eager to see its tracking ability and quickly parted the grass to follow. Having ducked in, Yezahuang didn't rush to give chase, but waited for me. Only when it saw me catch up did it go on sniffing this way, and that with its head down. After another stretch, its movements slowed, and it sniffed repeatedly at one spot, as if getting its bearings. My heart rose into my throat. After a whole night, how much of the lingering stench in the air it could still pick out? I had no idea. But I'd underestimated a fine hunting dog trained by a fine hunter, after all. After sniffing a while, Yezahuang suddenly raised its head and barked furiously in one direction. We were in business. This half-grown hound was indeed a born master of the hunt, giving me confidence in an instant. I waved a hand to let it carry on. Yezahuang didn't disappoint, leading me deeper into the woods. One man and one dog, one ahead and one behind, ran for over an hour, and when it stood atop a slope and trod the ground back and forth, I jerked my head up and found myself in an unfamiliar stretch of woods. My heart gave a lurch. A moment ago, I'd been wholly bent on finding the spotted civet and had forgotten I wasn't at all familiar with this patch of forest. Standing in unfamiliar surroundings, I sobered up considerably in an instant, and first took out the sickle and gripped it in my hand, so that if I really did meet danger, I wouldn't be utterly without means to resist. Yezahuang stared at a slope not far off, tongue lolling, every so often pawing the ground and looking back at me, plainly excited. I guessed it had found that spotted civet. Bending down for a careful look, I saw at the foot of the slope a hidden crevice screened by weeds, like some animal's burrow. 9 times out of 10 the spotted civet's den. I remembered old Pijia's instructions, gave Yezahuang a light pat, turned, and carefully moved away from the burrow mouth. Yezahuang caught my meaning and immediately fell silent and followed, circling wide to a downwind spot dozens of meters off. I searched all around for branches and vines to make a simple trap. Yezahuang didn't idle either. I tested a command. Go catch a mouse and bring it back. As if it understood, it gave a low growl, turned, and ducked into the grass. Uncanny. I began making the trap. Old Pijia had said the spotted civet was about the size of a cat, and, like a cat, loved to eat mice, so the trap for it had a peculiar shape, a pouch net like a gourd's mouth, the opening as small as a mouse hole. The setup had its tricks too. The net mouth had to face downward, propped open by 2 movable vines that could open and contract like an elastic band. Once the spotted civet ducked in through the net mouth, by the time it realized it was too late, its own weight would drag the pouch net downward, and at that instant the net mouth formed by the 2 vines would rapidly contract and close. So the pouch net had to hang 2 chi off the ground to give the mouth enough room to drop. More ingenious still, the spotted civet wasn't just dangled in midair. Its limbs would poke out through the gaps, so it had no purchase to struggle against, and with the pouch net able to contract, it would be further bundled up and rendered nearly immobile. I was no stranger to making traps, and with old Pijia's guidance, in half an hour I'd made a respectable pouch net, roughly able to bundle up a cat. I found 2 trees close by, tied the 4 vines on the net along with the 2 at the mouth separately to the trunks, and a pouch net hanging 2 chi off the ground was set. I'd just finished when the grass beside me rustled, and a nimble, earth-yellow shape flew out and landed steadily before me. It was Yezahuang, setting down a fat mouse it had carried in its mouth. I looked. The mouse lay motionless, its belly rising and falling, still alive, just knocked out. Good work. I smiled and rubbed its furry head, then bound the mouse snugly inside the net as bait to lure the spotted civet to feed. That done, I led Yezahuang away from the place. The spotted civet was nocturnal, hiding in its burrow to sleep by day and not coming out, so all I could do was set the trap first and come back to check the haul tomorrow, after tonight had passed. Whether I'd catch it still came down to luck. Hunting, besides being a matter of skill, depended most of all on luck. Ancient people filled their bellies by hunting. Why then did they gradually move into the age of farming? Precisely because hunting alone was far less stable than tilling the land, and risk and return were hard to match. And it was precisely because the investment carried risk and the return could far exceed it that this near-gambling business was so especially thrilling. So hunting was both a means of obtaining food and evolved into a sport. I've digressed. I wasn't at all familiar with the surroundings and dimly guessed I'd gone 700 or 800 meters deeper into Nyoshin Mountain after crossing the small earthen gully. Don't underestimate those 700 or 800 meters. In old forest, so long as you don't know the terrain, even a range of a few hundred meters can trap a person to death. Luckily, Yezahuang's nose was keen, and sniffing the scent of the way in the whole route, it led me back with great ease. Another half hour, and the surroundings grew gradually familiar. By memory, I found the spot where I'd set the 3 foxhide snares, hoping to see whether a hare had been caught over the night, but all 3 were empty, a great letdown. No hares frequented this area, but I didn't lose heart. I'd already settled into a hunter's state, and as a hunter you had to have an awareness of bearing risk. Besides, I had no real risk to bear. This wasn't the hare's turf, and another spot would do. As long as I had the 3 snares in hand, I could catch hares once I found their range of activity. All I had to pay was the time of trial and error. But time was tight too. By my reckoning, there were still 2 days until the day I'd promised to give Lin on you 200 yuan. I didn't dare dally. I gathered the snares, took Yezawang along, walked a few hundred meters west along the small gully, reset the 3 snares beneath a dense thicket, marked the spot, and prepared to head down. With nothing to show for today, I felt a bit unwilling and went down the mountain deliberately slowly, slingshot in hand, watching all around, hoping to bag another pheasant. Yezawang was a born hunter. I'd been sure of that ever since I saw it catch a pheasant with my own eyes. It was a half-grown pup after all, brimming with energy, leaping up and darting down the whole way, interested in everything in the woods. If a passing branch or blade so much as grazed it, it would refuse to let the matter rest and bark at it furiously, and seeing the thing ignore it, pounce and tear into it. Finding it noisy and a disturbance, I broke off a branch and raised it to scare it, and it twisted its rear and shot into the grass, refusing to come however I called. Yet the moment I took 2 steps, it sprang back out of the grass and wagged its tail at me happily. I said crossly, "Silly dog, I've no time to play with you." As if it understood, it gave a low whine, turned its head, and ducked into the grass again. The little thing had a real feel for people, and afraid I'd worry, it made a bit of noise now and then in places I couldn't see. I thought to myself that if it went on horsing around, I'd get no pheasant even down off the mountain. But things soon took a turn. 1 man and 1 dog crossed to the edge of the woods, and as we passed the thicket where I'd first shot pheasants, I suddenly heard the familiar stirring. Goo goo goo. Pheasants. I came alert and gripped the slingshot. With no grain on me, I turned to go pick a few silver berries to lure the pheasants out like last time. But turning, I didn't notice and stepped on a dead branch. Crack, and the thicket went quiet at once. Bad. Now that the pheasants had heard the noise, they'd be even less likely to come out. To my surprise, a ball of yellow suddenly shot out from under my feet and, quick as lightning, dove into the thicket. I immediately raised the slingshot and aimed left and right. Cluck cluck, cluckta! Urgent shrieks of pheasants rang out from the thicket, and then a black shape flew out. A pheasant, wings beating, lifting 2 or 3 meters high. Just as I made to aim, Yezawang sprang out of the thicket with a woof. Frightened by the dog's bark, the pheasant beat its wings and flew toward the woods. In a flash, I saw Yezawang push off with its hind legs, scale a spot 2 meters up a nearby tree trunk, push off again, and leap through the air to 3 meters up, lunging at the pheasant. Heavens! I'd never seen a hunting dog catch quarry like this. In midair, it bit down on the pheasant's wing and dragged it down. The pheasant, landing, still tried to struggle and beat its wings frantically. Whether it was how old Pijia had trained it, or the hunting dog genes in Yezawang's bones taking hold, its jaws clamped the pheasant's neck like pincers, pinned it fast beneath its body, its limbs constantly shifting position, its half-grown frame bursting with the ferocity of a tiger, pressing the pheasant down so it couldn't lift its head. I watched, dumbstruck, slingshot raised but forgetting to loose the band, only staring at this pheasant and dog grappling on the ground. I don't know how long it was before 2 woofs called me back to my senses. Yezawang spat out the chicken feathers in its mouth and wagged its tail at me, the pheasant lying stiff and prone, its neck drooping. The mountain wind stirred its disheveled feathers. I stepped up and lifted it by its limp neck, only then finding a length of neck bone already bitten through. I looked down at Yezawang, and it wagged its tail at me, barking as if claiming credit. On the way down the mountain, the pheasant in the basket wasn't heavy, yet it gave me a sense of weight from gaining without laboring. Catching this one, I'd put in almost no effort, relying entirely on Yezawang. Especially the way it borrowed the tree trunk to leap into the air, showing me the explosive power and adaptability of a fine hunting dog. I mulled it over as I walked. In future, I should get myself a formidable hunting dog too, or simply get old Pijia to give Yezawang to me. He probably wouldn't agree. I remembered clearly the look on his face when he lent me the dog, deeply deliberate and a touch hesitant. This matter would take careful planning. Chun the second, watch where you're walking. Head down, what are you thinking about? On the road, I nearly bumped into a villager. Looking up, I saw an elderly woman from the village, somewhat familiar, though for the moment I couldn't place who she was. She glanced at my basket. Chun the second, down from the mountain? My mom had me get some wild greens. I shielded the basket with my body. Oh ho, you'll do as your mother says? She curled her lip, taking me for the same idle layabout as ever. I didn't explain, just smiled and led Yezawang off. Little did I know that the moment I'd gone, she stared at my basket and muttered something, then turned to look toward the back mountain. I got home at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. My mother and father were both in the field, and Lin Anru and Lin Anyu sat side by side under the eaves taking in the sun. Seeing me back, Lin Anru's gaze fell on the basket, and she'd just made to stand when Lin Anyu tugged at the hem of her clothes. She turned back, puzzled, and Lin Anyu gritted her teeth, glanced about a while, and said, "My stomach hurts." "Then I'll help you back to your room to rest." Lin Anru thought nothing of it, and helped her sister back to the room. I set down the basket, carried the pheasant into the kitchen, and boiled a big pot of water. When the water came to a boil and I was about to pluck it, Lin Anru suddenly came in. "Chinyang, not bad, caught another pheasant." In a mere 2 days, she'd come to look at me with new eyes. I glanced up at her and gave no reply. I understood that she still didn't know about Lin Anyu, which was why her attitude toward me had warmed. But once she learned, what then? Plucking the pheasant, I silently thought over how to handle it. Seeing I didn't answer, a faint smile rippled across her face instead. "Chinyang, you really have changed so much." She seemed to like me better silent, and came over of her own accord to watch me pluck, not minding the rank smell. Her white polka-dot dress set off her slender figure, strikingly out of place in the low, run-down kitchen. The pheasant's smell was sharper after the boiling water, yet I could catch the faint fragrance on her. I sniffed. "Anru, when do you plan to go back to the school in town?" "Tomorrow." Having answered, she glanced at me again. "Why?" "Oh." Hearing she'd leave tomorrow, I felt an inexplicable relief. She fixed a pair of bright eyes on me. A moment ago, when she'd helped Lin Anyu back to her room, her sister had suddenly grabbed her hand and asked a baffling question. "Sister, should I marry?" Lin Anyu was only 18. Plenty of country girls were married by that age, but Lin Anru was still puzzled. How could her sister, who'd been through high school, ask such a thing? She asked her sister why she thought that way, and Lin Anyu only said she was asking idly. But the perceptive Lin Anru had long since sensed something off. These 2 days she'd been quietly observing, and noticed her sister seemed to be deliberately avoiding me, and that I kept my distance from her sister too. "Chinyang, did something happen between you and Anyu?" She'd asked the very question I least knew how to face. My plucking hand paused as I weighed whether to tell the truth. Just then Yezawang came trotting into the kitchen and circled Lin Anru's feet, wagging its tail. She'd meant to ignore it, but it lifted its head, a pair of watery dog eyes fixed on her. "You pest, are you hungry?" She chided it helplessly and bent to pet its head fondly. Yezawang gave her a woof, tail wagging all the more. "When you're done with the chicken, hurry and get Yezawang something to eat." She gave the instruction and led the dog out of the kitchen. I went on plucking, but my ears strained toward the yard. Yezawang's joyful barks, Lin Anru's light laughter. She'd be going back to town tomorrow. I pinched the feathers one by one, my thoughts drifting off who knew where. Toward evening, I tipped the cut pheasant into the oil and stir-fried it, and the fragrance of oil and chili filled the small yard in an instant. Just then my mother and father came back from the field. Seeing me stir-frying chicken again, my father knit his brows and went inside with a grave face. My mother, too, wasn't all smiles like the past couple of days. She came into the kitchen and watched me wield the spatula without a word. "Mom, wash your hands. It'll be ready soon," I said with a grin, getting no response, and glancing up, saw her sigh. "Mom, what's the matter?" I asked while plating the chicken. She came to get bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard and said in a low voice, "The village head came looking for your dad today, said to answer the nation's call and have your dad go guard the forest on the back mountain." I froze. In my last life, it was precisely because my old man worked as a forest ranger on the back mountain that he ran into a black bear and never came home. Never mind that I'd hunted the back mountain these past days without mishap. That was just roaming the fringes of Nyoshin Mountain. A ranger had to go on foot into the heart of Nyoshin Mountain, the zone where fierce beasts often appeared. In those days, the nation was gradually refining its forest protection policy, and to prevent illegal logging, many places arranged for locals to go up and guard the forest. My old man, a retired veteran, was naturally the village head's pick. "Mom, did Dad agree?" What I feared most was his bull-headed streak acting up, taking everything onto his own shoulders. He's still thinking it over. My mother shook her head and sighed. But your dad's thin-skinned. If the village head comes to persuade him a few more times, he'll have to say yes whether he wants to or not. I'll talk to Dad. I nodded. At dinner, the three of us and the Lin sisters sat down. This time I didn't take a stool off to the corner, but made a point of sitting beside my father. Dad, a little drink. Drink. He nodded heavily and pushed his cup over. I filled it. Dad, Mom says the village head wants you to be a forest ranger? Lin Anru and Lin Anyu both looked at my father in surprise. That's right. He sipped, his voice low. I knew my old man grew sparing with words when his mood was low. Plainly, he didn't want to go either. In those days, a ranger's conditions were hard. Eating and living in the deep mountains, sleeping in a wooden shed and drinking from mountain springs, rarely able to come home once in a year or half a year, and most of all there was the danger. You had to contend with illegal loggers and guard against man-eating beasts, and few were willing to do it. What my father could least let go of was the family's few mu of land. Uncle, why don't you not go into the mountains? I hear it's very dangerous in there. Lin Anru ventured to dissuade him. Lin Anyu's lips moved as if to say something too, but I spoke first. Dad, you're getting on in years. Just stay home and farm the land with Mom, and let someone else go be the ranger. Exactly, you've got one foot in the grave. Why go knocking about in the mountains? My mother chimed in. My father, already glum, grew impatient hearing the whole family pipe up. What do you lot know? A ranger makes 12 yuan a month, and plenty of people want the job and can't get it. 12 yuan a month was no small sum to the present Chen family. Lin Anru, teaching in town, made only 5 a month, and hearing my father say this, she instinctively glanced at me. I was now reckoned the Chun family's best earner, and naturally wouldn't think much of 12 yuan. But a thought suddenly surfaced in my mind. Dad, when does the village plan to send someone to guard the forest? Everyone looked at me, mystified. My father was at a loss too. After autumn sets in this year, I suppose. Why do you ask? Autumn meant after September, nearly half a year off. By that reckoning, the ranger work wasn't impossible to do. It was just that the one doing it wouldn't be him, but me. I knew clearly that sooner or later I'd have to go hunting in the heart of Nyoshin Mountain. In those days, a ranger could be issued a gun to guard the forest. For one, to deter illegal loggers. For another, since a person stayed deep in the mountains a long while, when food ran short, he could perfectly well take up the gun and hunt. The heart of Nyoshin Mountain was the true treasure trove rich in wild flora and fauna, and I didn't want to hand this opportunity to someone else. Besides, a ranger position counted as an official post. You could hunt, and you drew 12 yuan a month. Why not? Dad, how about, come September, I go be the ranger in your place? The words were barely out when the table was slapped hard with a bang, the bowls and chopsticks jumping. No, my mother, having slapped the table, glared at me. Chinyang, have you lost your mind? You think being a ranger is some fun job? It's so dangerous in the mountains. If something happens to you, you want your old mother weeping over you. Is that it? She hadn't expected that. With the father not yet talked round, the son on this side would instead want to leap into the fire pit. Mom, calm down first. Where am I not calm? She raised her voice and pointed at my nose, scolding. You little bastard, are you set on infuriating me? A few days of behaving and now you're off in Fantasyland. What? This family has no room for you anymore. Auntie, calm down. Lin Anru quickly served my mother some food and shot me a reproachful glare. Could you not stir up trouble right now? Stir up trouble? This was me contributing to the family. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I knew all too well. In this day and age, the undeveloped Nyoshin Mountain was a mountain of gold and silver, and the ranger work was my means to legitimately, right under everyone's eyes, build a fortune from Nyoshin Mountain. Yes, the job carried great risk, but the greater the risk, the greater the return, and at the table, apart from me, no one yet grasped this point. I resolved to win my parents over and tried a different tack. Dad, Mom, I'm this old already, never had a proper job, and I don't want the villagers gossiping about me forever. Just let me be the ranger. My tone was earnest. Humph, as if the villagers haven't gossiped about you enough already. My mother rolled her eyes. Only now you know to do something proper. Aren't the family's few mu of land enough for you to work? Seeing my mother wouldn't relent, I turned my gaze to my old man. He stared at me, frowning, convinced this boy was scheming something else, and said in a muffled voice, "This won't be decided for another half year. It's a long way off. We'll talk about it then." "Chen Yuan Chao, what do you mean? You really mean to let your son go be a ranger?" My mother was displeased and stared coldly at him. My father didn't dare meet her eyes, took a muffled sip from his cup, and, with the liquor's nerve, said, "I said we'll talk about it then. I didn't say it had to be this little brute who goes. Besides, there's more than one ranger, and it's not that dangerous on the mountain. It's still no." My mother raised her voice and shot both my father and me a hard glare. Tomorrow Lin Anru would head back to town, and once gone she wouldn't return for 10 days or half a month. My mother quickly shifted her attention to her, serving her food without pause and urging her to take good care of herself on her own. Lin Anru boarded at the school in town, sharing a single one-story room there with another woman teacher, and my mother urged her to be sure to lock the doors and windows at night, keep her key safe, and so on. Once a woman gets going with her chatter, there's no end to it, and the topic of the ranger thus died down. After the meal, Lin Anru insisted on helping my mother clean up, and Lin Anru loosened up a bit too and followed into the kitchen. The sisters were probably loath to part. They even talked in low voices as they washed the dishes. The spotted civet trap on the back mountain weighed on my mind, so I shouldered the basket, took the sickle, and prepared to bring Yeza Wang up the mountain under cover of night. Before heading out, I glanced at my old man. He sat on the steps puffing his pipe, and seeing I was about to go, shot a meaningful glance at Yeza Wang by my feet and admonished, "It's late at night. Mind your safety." I gave an and went out of the yard. Climbing the mountain, I recalled the look in my old man's eyes when he regarded Yeza Wang, and figured he'd already guessed my motive for wanting to be a ranger. By his reaction, he most likely supported me. "Yeza Wang, don't run off." Afraid of not being able to see well at night, I made a point of admonishing it. Woof! The pup had a feel for people and answered outright. Up the mountain it indeed didn't run off, leading the way out front the whole time. Honestly, crossing the small earthen gully alone at night, finding the spot where I'd set the trap in the daytime would have been far from easy, but with it leading the way, 2 hours of climbing brought me to the spotted civet trap without trouble. The weather was fine tonight, the moon brilliant. I stopped 20 meters from the trap to observe by the moonlight. Yeza Wang, tongue lolling, looked first at me, then at the trap, and finally plopped down on its haunches. In the dead of night, I couldn't make out whether the trap had caught a spotted civet, but seeing its unruffled manner, I knew it was most likely empty. A hunting dog is even more sensitive than a hunter. The spotted civet was crafty, and I figured wouldn't be easy to catch in any short span. But I decided to gamble anyway, and waited a night for it to take the bait. "Yeza Wang, quiet," I instructed softly. As if it understood, the little fellow immediately lowered its forelegs and lay flat on the ground. I went to sit under a tree off to one side, my back against the trunk. Before long, drowsiness rose. I yawned, glanced at the prone Yeza Wang, and thinking that with the little fellow keeping watch I could close my eyes and doze with an easy mind. It was somewhat cold on the back mountain at night. A gust of mountain wind blew over. I gave a shiver and groggily opened my eyes. I don't know how long I'd slept. It was still pitch black all around, the woods quiet. Yeza Wang still lay there, tongue out, ears pricked for any sound. I rubbed my eyes and looked toward the trap. Whether it was that I'd just woken and my eyes were playing tricks, I dimly saw a dark shape stir beneath the trap. My drowsiness vanished, and just as I went to look closer, Yeza Wang suddenly rose, crouched low like a wolf, and crept toward the trap on all fours one step at a time. Its movements were exceedingly light, hiding its already small body in the night, and after slipping forward 7 or 8 meters without a sound, it suddenly went prone into the grass, vanishing without a trace. I widened my eyes and still couldn't find it. Looking again at the trap, the dark shape grew a bit clearer. Though I couldn't make out what it was, I was sure my eyes weren't deceiving me. It raised its head, plainly fixing its attention on the trap. Could this be the spotted civet? I didn't dare move rashly. I fished out the slingshot and trained it on the thing. If it didn't go into the trap, I'd try my luck with the slingshot. Besides, Yeza Wang was there, and I had particular faith in this clever little hound. I glanced toward the grass again, still no sign of it. Time ticked by minute. The dark shape must have caught the scent of the mouse in the net, sniffing constantly around the net mouth. Several times its head nearly touched the opening. It had only to stretch its neck up another 2 inches to duck in, but it was so cautious it stubbornly wouldn't. This was a test of my patience. I didn't dare make a sound to startle it, holding the slingshot's posture, and after a while both shoulders ached, yet I still didn't dare move. After another while, sweat beaded on my forehead, my eyes fixed dead on it. Luckily, the dark shape finally couldn't resist the lure of the mouse. Having observed a while and judged it safe, it stretched its head and slowly ducked toward the net mouth. I drew a deep breath and stood in the night like a statue. Where was Yezawong? I couldn't spare a thought for it. The dark shape's head had already ducked into the net, but its body still remained outside. The key to this pouch net was that the quarry's own weight tugged the 2 vines so the mouth closed. Once the dark shape's head was in, it was still a stretch short of the mouse. To eat, it had to get its body in too. It sensed this, raised its forelegs, and stuck half its upper body into the net. What came next caught me off guard. Rather than duck straight in, it raised one hind leg to brace against the edge of the net mouth and stretched its body to its utmost to reach the mouse hanging at the top. Though most of its weight rested on the net, it propped the net mouth open with that hind leg so it couldn't draw shut, something I completely failed to anticipate. Just as I watched its head reach the mouse and its jaws bite down, the mouse let out a shrill squeak. I didn't know whether the mouse had been bitten dead in one go. I only knew it was about to carry it off and retreat. Damn it! I cursed inwardly. Whether or not it was the spotted civet, after all the pains I'd taken to set the trap and keep watch a whole night, I absolutely wasn't willing to let it get away. I was about to hit it with the slingshot and had just made to loose the band when a dog's head suddenly popped up from the grass beside the trap. It was Yezawong. From its disappearance to its reappearance, it had, under cover of the grass, stealthily crept over a dozen meters without anyone the wiser, right up beside the trap, without even the dark shape sensing it. This was no hunting dog. It could hide itself better than a cat. Amazed, and afraid of hitting it by mistake, I quickly lowered the slingshot. The moment Yezawong showed its head, it gave a woof and made as if to pounce. The dark shape hadn't expected to be approached so closely and tried to flee, but right behind its rear was Yezawong. In its panic, it could only push off with its 2 hind legs and dove into the net. The next second, it ducked entirely into the net, its body weight forcing the net down, drawing the 2 vines tight, the mouth snapping shut in an instant and trapping it. Got it! I was overjoyed and ran to the trap with the basket on my back. Yezawong was bouncing around the net, wagging its tail and barking at the thing inside, dog barks echoing through the still mountain woods. Yezawong, good work. I rubbed its head. Knowing it was snared, the dark shape immediately spat out the mouse and writhed and thrashed frantically in the net. But the more it thrashed, the more its limbs poked out through the gaps, as if it had pulled the net onto its body. Human ingenuity showed itself fully in that moment. The net bound it fast like a sickness clinging to the bone. The more it struggled, the less it could break free, and it cost it a great deal of strength besides. Before long, realizing it was hopeless, it simply stopped moving and stared at me with a pair of perfectly round eyes. I looked it over by the moonlight. Its build was like a cat's and like a civet's, its fur coarser and harder than a house cat's, a yellow-brown, its limbs furry, with an exceedingly thick tail, the tail fur banded segment by segment, one black, one brown. So this is the spotted civet, I muttered. I'd never seen one, and only felt it bore some resemblance to a cat. But that didn't stump me. Old Pijia had said that secreting civet musk was the spotted civet's distinctive feature, and you'd know just by checking whether there was that scent gland on its rear. I bent down and pried apart its 2 hind legs to look closer. At that very moment, a stream of golden, foul-stinking liquid shot out from between its legs, straight at my face. Unable to dodge in time, I was sprayed all over my head. A smell of rotten eggs stirred into a sewer nearly knocked me out. Ugh! My stomach churned, and I ran to one side and vomited up the whole of tonight's dinner. Yezawong ran to my feet barking, as if in concern for me. I retched until tears and snot ran down my face, stopping only when my stomach was empty, then gasped for air and clutched a careless handful of wild grass to wipe the stinking liquid off my face. but that stench still hung about my nose and wouldn't disperse. Damn it! I dry heaved a while more and stood up pinching my nose, my face contorted. Sickened as I was by the smell, a person's memory for smells is the deepest. I'd had a blessing in disguise, smelling that this stink was identical to the pool by the foxhide snare last time, and concluding this was indeed the spotted civet. Finally caught you. I walked back to the net, stared at this thing that was both cat and civet, and gave a relieved smile. A face full of foul liquid didn't matter. What mattered was that with the spotted civet, I had civet musk. While it was bound, I set about extracting the musk at once. Before that, I used a scare tactic to make it spray foul liquid a few more times, until it couldn't spray another drop before I started. Old Pijia had taught me the method for extracting civet musk long ago. I took the prepared tool from the basket, found the scent gland beneath its rear, and began to squeeze. Civet musk isn't a liquid. It's like pale yellow ghee in a jelly-like gel, carrying a strong musky scent. After some working at it, I extracted about 2 milligrams and stowed it in a small gourd. By old Pijia's account, this would sell for 100 yuan. With the 85 from selling the hairs earlier, I was just about close to 200. I carefully placed the small gourd in the compartment of my waistband. Woof woof, Yezawang barked at the spotted civet in the net. Bound so long and now squeezed of its musk, though still alive, its spirit was gone, and a few barks had it trembling in fright. With the musk in hand, there was no need to take its life. I looked at its lively, glistening eyes and decided to set it free, undoing the net mouth. The instant it felt the binding loosen, it leapt down to the ground and bolted, twisting its head toward the depths of the woods, gone in a blink. Yezawang barked a few times and made to give chase, but I called it back. Come on, let's go home. Woof! It wagged its tail and followed me back the way we'd come. Nearing the small earthen gully, I made a point of checking the 3 foxhide snares. Tonight luck was truly on my side. Another hare had been netted in one of the snares, only 3 or 4 caddies. But with this one sold, I'd have the full 200 yuan. I deftly took the hare down and, with Yezawang along, headed down the mountain humming a little tune all the way. Back in Nujiawan, the village roosters were already crowing. Gazing at the thread-thin sliver of dawn at the horizon, I realized that for the sake of the civet musk, I'd spend a whole night on the mountain. Home, I caged the hare and hurried inside to catch up on sleep. But not long after I'd lain down, just as my consciousness drifted to the edge of a dream, the door was knocked by my mother. Stop sleeping. Andrew's leaving today. Get up and see her off. Okay, I answered in a low voice and shot upright. Woken after only a moment's sleep, that feeling was killing, my head muddled and heavy. But the thought of seeing Lin Andrew off to town today and selling the civet musk and the hare while I was at it put strength back into me all over. Down off the bed and into the main room. Day had only just broken. My mother had long since made breakfast and called me to eat. My father had already eaten and sat on the steps tapping the ash from his pipe. Dad, I greeted him. He didn't respond, shouldered his hoe, and made to head out. Passing the basket in the yard, he made a point of glancing at the chicken cage inside. Knowing I'd brought back another hare last night, he sighed with mixed feelings, turned, and went out of the yard. I washed my face and took 2 white flour buns to the yard to eat. Yezawang came bounding over to crouch at my feet, looking up longingly at the buns. I frowned, broke off a small half, and tossed it on the ground. You'll eat this too? Seeing it open its mouth and wolf it down, I was a bit at a loss for words. You little brute, all you know is to waste. Such fine white flour buns, and you do know how to spare the dog. My mother ran over and shot me a sidelong look. Mom, Yezawang's a hero of our family. We ought to be good to it. Oh, a hero now? Still, this dog really is less trouble than some people. At least it doesn't talk crazy and infuriate me. She rolled her eyes and turned away. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was surely still sore about my wanting to be a ranger, and a whole night hadn't cooled her off. But I'd hardly said it idly. My mind was made up, and from now on I'd work on her bit by bit. Yezawang, which had been eyeing my bun, suddenly turned its head and barked at Lin Anyu's door. Following its look, I saw the door open and the sisters come out. Up early, both groomed. Lin Andrew had changed into that blue floral plaidie, like an iris of serene grace, poised and unaffected. Lin Anyu wore the black polka dot dress with white flowers her sister had bought specially for her. The waist cinched design, tracing a waist you could circle with two hands, the pleated collar adding a touch of pertness. Though the sisters shared no blood, their skin was equally fair, one intelligent and sweet like a young lady of good family, one lively and spirited like a pretty maid of modest means. It was only that after the incident, Lin Anyu's face had lost a girl's innocence and gained a certain heaviness. These past days, with her sister's company, her spirits had risen a fair bit. This morning the weather was fine, and as she went out she lifted her head to gaze at the early morning sky, a rare calm in her beautiful eyes. After that night, I'd stolen countless glances at her, each time silently reproaching the man I'd been. Today, seeing her with her temperament so changed, what welled up in me wasn't only self-reproach, but an unspeakable weight. I knew she'd likely never turn back into that lively girl she'd been. The one thing I could do was make good on my promise and put 200 yuan in her hands. After that, the sky was wide for birds to fly, the sea broad for fish to leap. Once everyone had eaten breakfast, with my mother hurrying her along, Lin Anru was ready to leave. Partings are the sort of thing women can always color with emotion. With the basket on my back, I took the woven snakeskin sack from Lin Anru's hands and stood at the gate. In the yard, she held Lin Anyu and murmured something, and before long both their eyes reddened. Even my mother covered her nose along with them, making it seem as if they'd never see each other again. I thought Niujia town wasn't far. She could come back any time, so there was no need to be so sentimental, but with the three women caught up in their feelings, I didn't dare make a sound. Let's go. It's getting late. Be careful on the road. It was my mother who spoke up after all, and only then did Lin Anru set off with me. What surprised me was that Lin Anyu insisted on seeing us off to the village entrance and came along too. This put me on edge, but on second thought, after being cooped up at home so many days she could do with some air, so I steeled myself and walked behind the two sisters. At the village entrance, the sisters held hands and exchanged a round of admonishments, and only then did Lin Anru reluctantly release her sister. Anyu, take good care of yourself. When there's an opening, I'll let you know to come sit the teaching qualification exam. Lin Anyu wanted to be a teacher? Hearing it, I was taken aback, though not surprised. In those days, teaching had low educational requirements. A high school education would do. And for a remote rural primary school, a junior high education sufficed. A high school graduate like Lin Anyu might even, with luck, go teach in the county town. Anyu, I'm off now. Thank you, sister. Be safe on the road. At parting, a faint light kindled in Lin Anyu's eyes. I looked back at her, our gazes met, and that light abruptly went out. The look in her eyes toward me turned distant and cold, even carrying undisguised loathing. I sighed inwardly, took the look in stride, turned, and silently followed behind Lin Anru toward Niujia town. We reached town at midday. Lin Anru had to hurry to report to the school, so I saw her first to the town's only school, Niujia Town Primary. The school stood at the end of an old street, a compound with lime-plastered walls. They said the compound had been the home of a military jiren of the former Qing dynasty, lavishly built in its day, with a tall, broad vermilion wooden gate. Times had changed. The wooden gate had been torn down and replaced with an iron railing for a gate, and the courtyard where the jiren was said to have trained was now paved with cinders into a playground. The rows of one-story houses left behind converted into classrooms. I'd been there before, hoping to see the pavilions and rockeries in the courtyard, and after a search found nothing at all. By now school was in session, the sound of children reading aloud carrying from the one-story rooms, a scattering of students playing games on the playground. This is far enough to see me. At the school gate, Lin Anru took the woven sack and stepped back to put distance between us. I figured she feared the many prying eyes, that people would misread the relationship between us. All right then, I'll be off. I wasted no words and made to go with the basket on my back. I'd barely taken a step when I was called back. You're going to sell the hair? She pointed at my basket. I turned and nodded. Anything else? Nothing. She shook her head, considered a moment, and a faint smile rose at the corner of her lips as she gently coaxed. Qinyang, you really have changed a great deal. Please keep it up. Oh, all right. I figured this was probably an occupational habit of teachers. More than once she'd lectured me from on high. But I didn't mind it and said half in jest, "Anru, I'll come see you when I have time." I didn't think she'd agree. All right. To my surprise, she assented at once. Having taken my leave of Lin Anru and come out from the school, I walked along the road thinking over the change in my relationship with the Lin sisters these past days. Lin Anru's impression of me had greatly improved. Good news. But turning Lin Anyu's view of me around, I could only say, was a long road with a heavy load. I went first to sell the hair. At the supply co-op restaurant, it was still that braided hair, freckle-faced waitress who received me. Perhaps because I'd grown familiar to her. This time, she simply had me go find Master Yi in the back kitchen myself. Just as I'd reckoned, this hair was small and scrawny, all told under 3 caddies. Master Yi curled his lip at its size, but still gave 15 yuan. I took the money and carefully tucked it into the compartment of my waistband and went out beaming. Next, as long as I sold the civet musk, I'd have the full 200 and fulfill this week's plan. Civet musk had many uses. Besides medicine, it could be made into skincare products. But in this day and age, beauty and skincare were still unfamiliar words, not yet a mainstay of consumption, and the best market was still apothecaries and clinics. But the moment I produced the civet musk, the several Chinese medicine clinics in town each showed envy, yet none dared buy it. Simply put, a town clinic could hardly lay out the huge sum of 100 yuan. My civet musk had a price, but no market. Awkward. After all that effort, I couldn't very well go home empty-handed. I thought of the provincial capital clinic where I'd sold the Crite gallbladder last time. That grizzled-haired old practitioner had a generous hand and ought to be able to afford it. But that clinic was in the provincial capital, and getting into the city meant taking the minibus, twice a day, one in the morning and one at midday. And now midday had passed, and the bus had long since departed, so getting into the city meant waiting until tomorrow morning. I had no choice but to prepare to leave the clinic and head home first. "Young man, you're going to the city?" Just then a middle-aged man who'd finished seeing the doctor stood up from his chair. I looked him over. A crisp mouse suit, slightly stout, glasses, hair combed neat and proper, like someone from a government organ. In those days, anyone who could dress like that was a person of standing. In my last life I'd dealt with this sort plenty, so naturally I straightened up and said politely with a smile, "I'd meant to go into the city today, but there's no bus, so I'll have to go another day." "Well, isn't that a coincidence?" He laughed and adjusted his glasses. "I'm heading back shortly and happen to have a car. How about I give you a lift?" I couldn't possibly impose. I was secretly startled. In the late 70s, a government official entitled to a private car was no low rank, and I'd never imagined such a personage in this small-town clinic. Seeing me hesitate, he introduced himself. "My surname is Shui, given name Weidong. I'm the director of the Binyang Machinery Factory. I was passing through Niujia town today, my back acted up at the wrong time, and I came in here for a plaster." He pointed to the clinic and said apologetically, "I also happened to overhear you wanting to go into the city to sell some kind of musk. Saw you were in a hurry, so I asked whether you'd care to ride with me." So that was it. This affable middle-aged man was the director of the Binyang Machinery Factory. In those days, machinery factories generally took part in military production and held a weighty position. The rank required to be a director was frighteningly high, and naturally one traveled with a car laid on. Learning his identity, I immediately put out my hand to shake. "Director Shui, hello." Shui Weidong was a bit taken aback. From his first look at my clothes, he'd judged me to be a peasant from the village, and he'd never seen any farmer dare offer his hand of his own accord. The ease and poise I showed made him look at me anew. Shui Weidong gave a chuckle, tucked his briefcase under his arm, and reached out to shake my hand. "And what may I call this young comrade?" "My name's Qin Yang. Director Shui can call me Young Chun." "Qin Yang." He repeated it, pushed up his glasses, and looked me over carefully. Seeing none of that timid, pinched air about me, he smiled. "Then, Comrade Young Chun, shall we be off?" "I'll trouble you then, Director Shui." With things said to that point, I had no reason to refuse further and followed him out of the clinic. A young man standing by the street immediately ran over. "Director, who's this?" He gave me a long look. "A young talent from the nearby countryside." Shui Weidong didn't introduce me at length, paused, and raised a hand. "Young Lu, bring the car around." This young man was his driver. He ran into the alley beside us and drove out an army green Jeep. Nyojia town was all dirt roads. Never mind cars. Even a bicycle was a rare sight. So the moment the jeep appeared, it drew quite a crowd of onlookers. Young Chun, get in. Shui Weidong wasn't one for show, and hurriedly urged me along. Director Shui, my basket here. Put it in the back. Right, oh. I set the basket in the rear and sat in the back seat with him. The driver stepped on the gas, and the jeep set off, rocking. It was my first time in a car since being reborn, but the experience was poor. Automotive technology was limited in those days, the suspension mediocre, and with the bad road conditions on top of that, it jolted the whole way, rattling and clanking, my head buzzing. As luck would have it, Shui Weidong was talkative and insisted on chatting about this and that, now asking about my family, now inquiring into my personal circumstances. Out of courtesy, I answered briefly. As we talked, the conversation came round to civet musk. This stuff can actually sell for over 100 yuan. Learning its value, he was quite surprised and took the little gourd holding the civet musk in his hand to examine it closely. Curious as he was, he restrained himself and didn't open it to smell. Young Chun, where did you get something like this? He handed the gourd back. I put it away and recounted how I'd caught the spotted civet. Oh, you can hunt. His tone turned suddenly excited, carrying a startled delight. I was curious. Director Shui likes hunting too? Haha. I was born in Lingnan, and as a child, I went up the mountain with my father to hunt birds and badgers. He opened the floodgates and told a great deal of his own hunting past, far richer than I'd imagined. With his father, he'd run down fierce beasts like wild boar and wildcat, and had his own insights into hunting too. He made a point of describing the technique for catching badgers. First set a pouch net outside the badger's burrow, then light mugwort, and use the smoke to drive the badger out of the burrow, and the moment it came out it would plunge straight into the net, unable to escape. I'd never expected this refined director to be a hunting hand too. The more he talked, the more absorbed he became, holding forth with spit flying for the latter half of the trip, and only reluctantly wrapping up when the jeep drove into Binyang City District. Young Chun, where do you get off? The main bus depot, I suppose. All right. He told the driver to head for the depot. Soon the car stopped, and as I got out, he took out a notebook, wrote down his office telephone number, tore off the page, and pressed it on me. Young Chun, come have tea with me when you have time. All right, Director Shui. I took it carefully and said my goodbyes. Watching the jeep raise dust and drive off, I clucked and shook my head. I'd come to know a high-ranking personage who loved hunting besides. Today's luck was almost unbelievable, falling in with a benefactor along the way. Here's hoping this luck held, and I could sell the civet musk smoothly. I found that Chinese medicine clinic from last time. The white-bearded old practitioner recognized me at a glance and rose warmly. Young man, here to sell medicinal materials again. That's right. I produced the civet musk and waited to see his reaction. He took the gourd, gave it a sniff, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff. He'd recognized it at once, sure enough, and asked how much I had. I was fully certain 100 yuan was about to land in hand, but the moment I said 2 qian, his expression stiffened. Young man, forgive me, I can't take this on. He handed the gourd back with a wry smile. By market price I ought to give you at least 100, but unfortunately I don't have that much money here. I'd completely failed to anticipate this. Old sir, you're not joking? Why would I make such a joke? He shook his head. Civet musk is a thing of chance. I never expected to run into it today, and truly hadn't prepared so much money. With things said to that point, I could only accept my hard luck. By the look of it, my run of fortune had run out. Glumly I put it away, thinking that having made the rare trip to the provincial capital, I couldn't go for nothing, and that I'd look around elsewhere shortly. I was about to take my leave. Wait. The old practitioner suddenly called me back. My heart gave a lurch and I turned. By the look of you, are you anxious to sell it? It's a rare trip. I don't want to come for nothing. I explained with a smile. He nodded and mused. Here's what we'll do. There's no bus out of the city now, so go check into an inn first, and I'll ask a friend who runs an apothecary whether he'll buy it. Come back later. How about that? I quickly thanked him. I first went to the inn where I'd stayed with Lin Anru last time and took a room for the night, and by the time I got back to the clinic over half an hour had passed. The old practitioner seemed to have lined up a buyer and was waiting for me. Go to this apothecary right now and find an owner named Li Mingyu. Tell him you're selling civet musk and he'll buy it. Thank you, old sir. I noted down the address, walked 2 streets north, and reached an apothecary called Rongda Hall. The shop had an antique air, the door lintel in Mingqing style, and behind the wooden counter stood a lean, wiry old man. Before I'd opened my mouth, he looked me over and asked, "Did old you send you?" "Old you?" I paused and shook my head, saying I didn't know him. He frowned. "Aren't you here to sell civet musk?" Only then did it click that the old practitioner was surnamed you, and I quickly nodded. "Show me." He held out his hand. I hesitated. "Air, are you old Mr. Li Mingyu?" "The very same." His hand still out, he urged me on. "Hurry, let me see." Seeing his impatience, I produced the civet musk. Li Mingyu took it, and, like old practitioner you, only gave it a sniff and immediately judged it the genuine article. "Good. Old you wasn't wrong. It's civet musk indeed." He set the gourd on the counter and decided on the spot. "I'll give you 110 yuan. You leave the civet musk? How about it?" Seeing how forthright he was, I nodded with a grin. My expectation had been 100, and a bit on top was all the better. "I can give you the money, but I have one condition." "Condition?" My smile froze. Li Mingyu looked me up and down a few times. "First tell me how you came by this gourd of civet musk." "Old sir, does that matter?" "It matters." His expression turned serious. "For the money's sake, and trusting a buyer introduced by old practitioner you, I recounted the business of hunting the spotted civet. Unlike with Shui Weidong, this time I didn't go into the detailed process of the hunt. Li Mingyu didn't dwell on it either, seeming only to want to confirm one thing. "You're a hunter?" His eyes were bright, as if to see right through me. Another sharp-eyed old man. "To be careful," I nodded. "More or less." A measure of interest showed on his lean face. "Can you hunt badgers?" Why did that sound so familiar? Oh, Director Shui had talked about catching badgers today. I'd never hunted badgers, but the methods for many quarries were interlinked, and besides, with old Pijia's guidance, anyone who could hunt hares could hunt badgers. I nodded with full confidence. "Good. From now on you bring me badgers, and for one I'll give you." He smacked his lips and thought it over, holding up 3 fingers and waggling them. 30 yuan. He said firmly. "Right, 30. How about it?" "All right." I agreed decisively. Though I didn't even know where the badgers were, that was no obstacle to settling the deal first. Badgers were rare in the mountains and had high medicinal value. I thought to myself that today's luck really was good. I'd lined up another outlet, and that on getting back I'd look for badger traces and put hunting badgers on the agenda. "Young man, mind the money, and bring the goods round soon." Li Mingyu counted out 11 10-yuan notes and handed them to me. I took them expressionlessly, secretly marveling at the high cost of precious medicinal materials, and feeling fortunate that I'd chosen the road of hunting after being reborn. Out of the apothecary, with 210 yuan tucked away, I went nowhere else and headed straight back to the inn. That night, I slept with my waistband clutched tight, half afraid it had all been a dream. 1 week back from being reborn, I'd taken the first step toward making up for my regrets. Early the next morning, I caught the minibus back to Nyojia town, walked another 10 some li, and got home in the afternoon. "You little brute, where'd you run off to last night?" "Just into the yard." My father stood there. "Dad, you didn't go to the field?" I set down the basket, looked around and saw no sign of my mother, and understood. My father glanced at the basket and asked out of nowhere, "How did things go?" Some things didn't need spelling out. He knew I'd gone to earn money, and knew perfectly well what the money was for. I knew what he was asking too, and patted the bulging waistband at my middle, as if a weight had lifted. "Don't worry, mission accomplished smoothly." Accomplished? For a moment it didn't register. "Yes, all of it. All of it," he muttered, then suddenly went wide-eyed, crossed to me in 2 strides, and lowered his voice. "You earned the whole 200. I looked him in the eye and nodded gravely. In the yard there was only the sound of heavy breathing. My father picked up his pipe, sat on the steps, lit it, took 2 puffs, and looked up at the son who now stood taller than him. This little brute had truly earned 200 yuan in a week. A dream. It really was like a dream. The unreality his son had brought him these past days took concrete form in that moment. He felt a touch dizzy, took a while to steady himself, tapped the pipe lightly a few times on the stone slab, rose, and headed out of the yard. "Dad, where are you going?" He didn't answer, only walking toward his own field. There was a certain woman there who might help ease his mood a little. Seeing my old man go, I turned to look at Lin Anyu's tightly shut door, like a wall standing before me. But I knew I had to knock open this wall now and face her alone. Though these 200 yuan were the bride price I'd prepared to marry her, I'd promised not to force her, and the money was more like a proof of my self-redemption. I drew a deep breath and knocked. "Anyu, could you come out for a moment? I'd like to say a few words." I waited a few minutes with no response. I knocked again. "Anyu, I've earned the 200 yuan. I don't mean to pressure you. I only hope you'll hear me out." This time I didn't wait long. Two cold words came from inside. "Go ahead." Those two words alone were enough for me. "Anyu, I'll give you the money now. About that day, I truly am sorry." The room fell silent again. As I agonized, her icy voice came, edged with reproach. "You think that giving me money makes it as if nothing happened?" "No." I drew a deep breath and said firmly, "I've said it. I'll take responsibility for this to the end. Whether or not you're willing to marry me, I'll respect your choice. These 200 yuan aren't to smooth things over. They're to show my attitude of owning my wrong. Anyu, I'm sorry. The man I was before was a wretch." With that, I bowed deeply to the door. With things said to this point, and my attitude made clear, I didn't ask for her forgiveness. Heaven decides the outcome. Man does his utmost. I only sought to make up for everything through concrete deeds, now that I'd been reborn. Inside, Lin Anyu sat at the head of the bed, staring at the door at a loss. The man outside was the source of all her pain. She should by rights hate him as a matter of course, but on hearing that I'd truly earned 200 yuan in a week, she found it hard to believe. Couldn't believe I was really changing for her sake. The resolve I'd shown over these days left her irresolute. Her feelings were subtle. She didn't want to accept these 200 yuan, and it had nothing to do with whether or not she forgave me. She only knew she wasn't ready to face me. No one had ever taught her what to do in a thing like this. In fact, when her sister was back, she'd had countless chances to tell her everything. But she hadn't, and even she didn't know why. What should I do? The room was so still the air seemed to congeal. She hugged her legs and curled up in the corner of the bed, her eyes silently reddening. Outside the door, in the end I never got a response. I put the 200 yuan away, not forcing her to accept it. But I wasn't discouraged. These past days I'd found she wasn't impervious to everything, only more inclined to avoidance. So I decided to take a different path, give her time, and let her gradually grow used to the changed me. Man does his part, heaven decides the result. With a goal you keep at it, and success is only a matter of time. Toward evening, as I was cooking in the kitchen, my parents came back. The moment my mother was in the door, she couldn't wait to ask whether the 200 yuan was real. I wasted no words and pulled a wad of bills from my waistband. Seeing that her son had truly earned this much in a week, she was first proud, then gratified, then asked, "Does Anyu know?" There was a great deal of meaning in those words. I nodded calmly. She knows." And then, she frowned, waiting. I was succinct. "That's all. That's all. That's all." I answered briefly again. With the cooking nearly done, my mother took the rest of the work from my hands with a grave face and told me to step out first. I didn't refuse, going out of the kitchen to play with Yezawang. It was only a hunting dog after all. Clever as it was, it couldn't grasp the state of mind of its temporary master. Woof woof. Its joyful barks echoed through the yard. At dinner, my mother went to call Lin Anyu, and without her sister present, she, for the first time, walked out of her room. I'd meant to crouch in the yard and eat with my bowl, but my mother stopped me. So that night, for the first time since that night, the four of us sat at one table. The mood was still heavy, but the good news was that Lin Anyu's appetite had improved a great deal. When my mother served her food, she'd even lower her head and softly say thank you, moving my mother nearly to tears on the spot. In her eyes, after these days of effort, everything was beginning to turn for the better. At the very least, her son had gone from an idle good-for-nothing to someone who could help the family, and that was a fact. After the meal, I found a chance to hand the 200 yuan to my mother and ask her to keep it for now. "I can keep it, but not for you, for Anyu." Of course, I agreed completely. Night fell, and I still took Yezawang out, not up the mountain, but to old Pijia's house. I knocked open the gate and, reluctant to part with it, brought Yezawang before him. "Grandpa," I caught the spotted civet. I'm returning Yeza Wang to you. Oh, he nodded, bent to rub the dog's head, and asked, how's this pup? Formidable. I recounted its performance on the back mountain point by point. Hearing it out, old Pijia broke into a pleased smile, and after the smile added a touch of melancholy. This dog is cleverer than the others. It's just a pity it was born late, and this old man can't take it up the mountain anymore. A pity, a pity. I worked out there was something behind his words and ventured. Grandpa, if you have no time, I'll take Yezawang up the mountain. I'd hate to see its talent go to waste. There's something to that. Let me think it over. He gave a sly smile. I didn't press further. Where there's a first, there's a second. The meaning of his words was plain. Yezawang would surely have its chances to go up the mountain again, and the one creating those chances was none other than me. Then I couldn't help asking him for hunting pointers, and as it happened steered the talk to catching badgers, hoping to glean some wisdom. Hearing it was badgers, old Pijia smacked his lips. There are very few badgers on Yoshin Mountain, rarely seen on an ordinary day, so catching a badger isn't hard. The hard part is finding one. Grandpa, you must have a way, surely? My face was full of expectation. He didn't answer directly, his expression grave. I do know of a place on Yoshin Mountain where badgers appear. Only what? I raised an eyebrow. I noticed that in his musing his gaze fell on Yezawang, who at that moment was rolling around in the yard, romping with the other hounds, not the least aware that both men's eyes had converged on it. Old Pijiao was silent a while. Only that place has complicated terrain. Even a good hunter very easily gets lost, and once lost it's not easy to get out. Has anyone made it out? I looked at him. Hearing that, he understood at once that I'd already taken a mind to go in, and raised an eyebrow in complaint. You can catch hares and pheasants now. That's plenty. Why take such a risk? Grandpa, that's hardly enough. I want to earn more, to build the family a new house. You don't know, our family's yellow earth walls leak in the wind. The notion of building the family a new house had only surfaced for me recently. I planned, in this half year before becoming a ranger, to build my parents a comfortable new home. Building a house couldn't be done without money. A hare earned 15 to 25, a badger 30, and naturally, I wanted to work several angles to earn more. Seeing my mind was made up, old Pijia stopped dissuading me. All right, each to his own ambition. You're still young. You ought to see something of Nyoshin Mountain properly. This counted as his preliminary consent. I promptly raised the idea of borrowing a hunting rifle, and he firmly opposed it. No, you don't need a hunting rifle to catch badgers. I can keep lending you Yezawang, but the rifle, don't even think about it. But if I run into big game, it'll be hard to handle with no gun in hand. We'll talk about it when you actually do. His attitude was resolute, and he waved me off. As I reached the yard, Yezawang came scampering over, wagging its tail, and circled my feet. Grandpa, I'm off now. His muffled voice came from inside. I scooped up Yezawang and went home. Just into the yard and sat down, it immediately frisked about, as if it already took this place for its own home. My mother put her hands on her hips, half annoyed and half amused. Io, didn't you say you'd sent this little thing away? Did its owner not want it either, seeing how it carries on? It's not that. I'm going up the mountain tomorrow to catch something rare, and I'm counting on it. I smiled and went inside. It was late, so I went to bed early, planning to take Yezawang up the mountain to find badgers the next day. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, I shouldered the basket and headed for Nyoshin Mountain with Yezawang. Hunting badgers today, by the route old Pijia had given, I had to go 3 kilometers into the mountain to find badger traces, well past that small earthen gully. First, I went to check the 3 foxhide snares near the gully. To my disappointment, not one hare had been netted. Yezawang stood on the slope beside me and barked twice toward the depths of Nyoshin Mountain, then turned and wagged its tail at me, as if reminding me to keep moving. This dog of a thing, it seemed to know today's purpose. I shook my head with a smile and followed. Old Pijia had said there was a stretch of flat land a few hundred meters up the mountain, with little undergrowth and an open view, where a careful search would turn up the burrows badgers dug. I'd even doubted whether Nyoshin Mountain really had such a place. After walking about 3 hours, when Yezawang and I passed through a thicket and parted shrubs taller than a man, the view suddenly opened up. Ahead appeared a mountain hollow, its terrain like a long table, flat in the middle, nearly treeless, the whole sweep a sea of knee-deep grass. I grew excited at once. Looks like Grandpa was right. Yezawong gave 2 woofs, as if in answer. Go. I waved a hand, and like an arrow loosed from the string it pumped its 4 little legs and went padding off toward the hollow, its half-grown body soon swallowed by the grass. Oh, I'd let it loose too freely. I was afraid it would startle the badgers and scare them off. True, badgers slept in their burrows by day, but in danger they'd flee out another burrow opening all the same. I hurried after it toward the hollow, thinking of methods to catch a badger as I ran. There were many ways: flooding, smoking out. It was just that they were a hassle to carry out. Reaching the hollow, I stopped first and softly called, Yezawong. The words were barely out when the grass 10 meters off rustled, and a half-grown earth-yellow shape sprang out and came running joyfully toward me. Quit fooling around. Hurry and go find the badger's burrow. I crouched, first pulled off the weeds stuck to Yezawong's nose, and patted its rump. This clever thing was different. All right, it had a real feel for things. As if it understood, it bounded off into the grass again, and before long was out of sight. I knew it had gone to find the badger's burrow. Sure enough, before long a dog's bark rang out dozens of meters off. Woof, woof, woof. Crisp, with that credit-claiming edge. Delighted, I ran toward the sound with the basket on my back. Yezawong had found a burrow and was pawing at the mouth with its 2 front legs, the bowl-sized hole scratched into a pitted mess. Stop digging. I quickly stopped it. A badger's burrow had more than one exit, and startling the one inside, who knew which opening it would flee out of. Better to find the other openings first. Yezawong, steady. See if you can find the other burrow mouths. Woof. It wagged its tail and ducked into the grass. While it searched, I didn't idle either, using the sickle to cut the surrounding grass. This grass, freshly cut, was damp and not easy to burn. I planned to light it shortly to smoke out the badger. After cutting a few bundles, Yezawong came whining back. I rubbed its head. Found them all? Show me. Woof. It really did lead me to find several burrow openings nearby, one of them hidden very deep, invisible unless you looked closely. Good work. I rubbed it again, then turned to fetch the grass. It had found 4 openings. I divided the grass into 3 bundles, set one at each of 3 openings, left one with nothing, and had Yezawong guard it. Then I lit the damp grass at the 3 openings, and billows of black smoke rose. With its several exits, the badger's burrow set up an air current, and the thick smoke quickly drilled into the burrow. Even Yezawong, posted by the one grassless opening, was driven back by the smoke. But without my command, it didn't dare leave, lying flat on the ground with its eyes fixed dead on the opening. After a while, a dark shape shot out of an opening and dove into the grass like the wind. Before I could even make out what it was, Yezawong had streaked off in pursuit, its half-grown form plunging into the grass and vanishing, only a few woofs to be heard. I raised the slingshot to cover from afar, but the grass was dense, and with the 2 things racing through it, I couldn't see a thing. Only the grass pressed flat, leaving a shallow furrow. The mountain wind blew, the grass all around surging like waves, Yezawong's barks fading in and out within it. This was my first time letting it chase a badger. Whether it could catch one was a test for it, and for me both. I couldn't help at all, and could only place complete faith in a half-grown hound. I stared fixedly at the stirring in the grass, hearing it run far off one moment, then not far from my feet the next. At last its final bark died out 20 meters away from me. Then it was quiet for a while, and I couldn't make anything out. Tense, I gripped the slingshot, hoping only that it had succeeded. A few more seconds, and the grass ahead rustled toward my feet. A gray-mottled little thing curled into a ball ducked out, followed close by Yezawong's furry dog head, that gray-mottled thing held in its mouth. I quickly fetched the chicken cage, pried open the dog's jaws, and stuffed the thing inside, looking closely. Just like a badger indeed, its body round and bulging like a rubber ball, its head pointed. Whether smoked out or scared by the dog, once caged it clutched its head tight, not daring to move. Either way, the first badger was in hand. Count that your first merit. I'll catch a pheasant shortly and give you a drumstick. Woof! It sprang up happily. The damp grass at those 3 openings was still smoldering. Though there was no open flame, I wasn't easy about it. and fetched some water to douse the damp grass out before leading Yezawang away from the hollow. Walking through the dense forest with the heavy basket on my back, I looked up at the sparse sunlight and reckoned it was past midday. After a whole morning's effort, man and dog were both tired. I found a slab of bluestone to sit on and broke open the white flour bun I'd brought that morning, sharing a small piece with it. It was hungry and gulped it down open-mouthed. I tossed a few more pieces, and it ate them all clean. Lunch done, I took it to check the 3 foxhide snares, all empty. Yezawang, come, let's get a pheasant. Woof! It wagged its tail. By now I was old hand at handling pheasants. Never mind my skill with the slingshot. Just having this clever hound along made dealing with a dumb quarry like a pheasant a breeze. Wandering an hour or so in the afternoon, we found a pheasant crouched at a treetop. I couldn't have seen it, but Yezawang passing by scared it into clucking. At its bark, the pheasant beat its wings to flee. Quick of eye and hand, I drew and fired a pebble in its direction of flight, missing, but startling it into tumbling from midair. Yezawang made a flying leap and pinned it beneath its body, and after a few flaps it was spent. I rushed over and lifted it by the wing, 6 or 7 caddies by heft, quite plump. Even without catching a hair, this pheasant counted as a haul. Come on, Yezawang, let's go home. Down the mountain and home. My father was in today, smoking his pipe in the yard. Dad, chicken tonight. I set down the basket and lifted out the pheasant to show him. He gave an mm. How do you plan to do it? Chili stir-fry again. People who do hard labor like a little heat to feel up to it. His lips moved, but he said nothing. Dad, what is it? Nothing. He tapped his pipe on the stone step, rose, and went into the inner room with his hands behind his back. I glanced at Linanyu's room. The door was still half open as usual, and I guessed she was inside. I carried the pheasant into the kitchen and was about to pluck it when a devil-may-care voice sounded outside. Chin the second, you there? It was that deadbeat next door, Wang Wu. I found it odd. He didn't usually come looking for me, and I'd worked him over last time. Why was he at the door again today? I was about to go out when my father stepped out first and called to Wang Wu. What do you want with my boy? Brother Chun, don't be like that. I've got a bit of business with your son. Humph, what business does my son have with you? You're not welcome here, go. My father was being quite polite, all considered. I knew that wouldn't drive off a shameless sort like him, so I set down my work, went out of the yard, and called him outside the gate. Out with it. What do you want with me? I fixed him with a cold stare. He gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Heh, nephew, I saw you carry another pheasant home today. Hunting up the mountain feels pretty good, doesn't it? I frowned. What business is that of yours? It really isn't my business. But if the folks of the village were to find out you keep bringing good things down off the mountain, what would people think? I understood. He was here to set terms. Wang Wu, say it. What do you want? You catch on quick, boy. His laugh was full of sleaze. In those days, every household went hungry, and a family with meat every day easily drew envy. Thinking he had me cowed, he greedily spread all 10 fingers. Give me 10 yuan, and I'll keep quiet about your hunting up the mountain. Asking the moon. All I had on me was 10 yuan, and I'd never give it to him. Besides, a man like this had a bottomless appetite. 10 today, who knew how much tomorrow? Money? I don't have any. I shook my head. He grew anxious. Aren't you afraid I'll blow the whistle on this? Then a whole crowd will come mooching meals off your family. I gave a cold snort. Don't you want to come mooch too? He gave a heh-heh laugh. The sight of his laugh turned my stomach, and I didn't care to go in circles. Here's how it is. You come up the mountain with me, and whatever we catch is yours. Sell it or eat it yourself, I don't care. But I haven't a single coin on me, so if you want money, there is none. I said it decisively, with the air of one ready to let it all go to hell if he wasn't happy. Wang Wu, wanting the benefit after all, didn't want to push things to a breaking point either, and rolled his eyes. You wouldn't be tricking me? Believe it or not. I turned to go back into the yard, and he grabbed me. All right, I believe you. When do we go up? Tonight. At the word tonight, fear showed on his face. Scared? I sneered. Game is most plentiful at night. If you want to catch something, night's the best time to go. If you're scared, then don't blame me for not taking you. Scared my ass. Goated, he hollered. Tonight it is. I'll go up the mountain with you, and what we catch is mine. With that he turned and left. Once he'd gone, my father came over to stop me. What were you and Wang Wu talking about out there? He wants to go hunting up the mountain and asked me to take him. Really? Really? Up the mountain tonight? My face didn't change. As a man who'd lived through 2 lives, my temperament had long since matured, and I knew well that the cleanest way to handle someone like Wang Wu was to cut off this road of extortion he was on. But exactly how to cut it off was not for outsiders to hear, my old man included. I'd meant to do chili fried pheasant for the night, but my old man reminded me to keep a low profile, and remembering Wang Wu's mouth, I changed it to a pot of mushroom chicken soup. When my mother came back that evening, the 4 of us sat around the table eating and drinking the soup, while Yezawang crouched at our feet gnawing the chicken bones tossed down, tail wagging happily. After the meal, everything was as usual, and I shouldered the basket to head out. My mother was surprised. What's this about tonight? We're low on meat. I want to go get a bit more from the mountain. I made up an excuse. She was displeased. Running up the mountain in the dead of night. Aren't you afraid of the danger? A bit of meat to eat is enough. Must you fret over it every single meal? If he wants to go, let him go. As long as he doesn't do anything wrong, that's fine. Right, you little brute? My father turned his head to look at me. I felt there was something behind the words, but didn't dwell on it, and took Yezawang out of the yard toward the back mountain. I'd not gone far when I saw a dark shape standing on the path under the night sky. Who else but Wang Wu? You're just bringing a dog? He glanced at Yezawang and clucked his tongue, shaking his head. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. Seeing he'd come empty-handed with nothing on him, I only asked whether he was coming or not. Coming. Of course I'm coming. He fell in behind. Nyoshin Mountain lay a gray haze under the moon. I walked ahead, scanning all around. This path I'd walked till I knew it well, yet walking it again tonight carried an indescribable cast of mind. Wang Wu griped and grumbled behind me. Can't see a thing on the mountain at night. If there really is game, fine. If not, first thing tomorrow I'll tell the village about your hunting. Can't see? Tonight's moonlight wasn't dazzling, but at least it lit the outlines of the forest clearly. I found him laughable. Wait till tomorrow? You likely won't make it to tomorrow. I ignored him and walked on. Yezawang walked at the very front, stopping now and then to wait for us. After walking 2 hours, we passed the small earthen gully, past the spot where I'd set the snares, and headed up toward the ridge. Say, where exactly do you plan to take me? Wang Wu, panting, and seeing I didn't stop, finally couldn't hold out and wanted to find a tree to lean against and rest. I said airily, you've been huffing and puffing the whole way. Can't keep quiet. The game's long since been scared off by you. Cut the crap. If we don't see game tonight, you just wait. Even now he didn't forget to threaten. But I wasn't one to be scared off. I figured we were nearly at that hollow where I caught the badger. Once there, I'd naturally have a way. Hold out another dozen minutes. The place where the badgers come out is just ahead, and one can sell for several dozen yuan. Say several dozen yuan? He sucked in a breath. That figure held enormous appeal for any villager in Nujiawan. Today's badger I'd put in the chicken coop, planning to sell it in the city tomorrow. The thing couldn't be kept domestically, and I meant to catch a few more to bring along together. Come on, any later and we won't catch one. I didn't turn my head. After another short half hour, I parted the shrubs, and the view suddenly opened up. Under the moon, that patch of grass lay still and serene. Wang Wu, panting, pushed me. Chin the second, is it here? Keep it down. A fair number of badgers come out and about on this grass at night. Disturb anything and we'll catch nothing. The words were barely out when a rustling came from the grass not far off, like something hearing the sound and fleeing fast. Wang Wu let out a high, thin "io", especially grating in the silence. At once more rustling rose from the grass farther off, the badgers out and about, scared into scattering every which way. I shot him a cold glance. With nerve like that he still wanted to hunt? A man who can't rise to the occasion never will. Oh. Yezawang wagged its tail toward the stirring, looking back at me now and then. Hey, Chin the second, what are you standing there for? Go catch a badger. Wang Wu, neck hunched, urged from behind. I ignored him and led Yezawang toward the edge of the grass. Soon we reached the rim of the hollow. Here was a cliff with a drop of dozens of meters, dense primeval forest below, a fall meaning nothing but being smashed to pieces. I gazed at the cliff beneath my feet, calm inside. Yezawang wagged its tail and cocked its head at me, a pair of bright eyes glinting in the night. "Hey, what are you doing?" Impatient, Wang Wu walked over, and at my side one look at the pitch-black cliff below set his two legs trembling. His foot slipped, and he nearly pitched straight down. "Io, mother of mine, this place is too high." His face went blue-white, and clutching his chest he shrank back. I stared at him, my voice like the mountain wind at night, carrying a chill. "Wang Wu, all these years you've eaten and drunk plenty off my family for free. That account. It's time we settled it." His face twisted in an instant from terror. What do you want to do?" I didn't lay a hand on him. I only watched him go weak at the knees at the cliff's edge, unable even to stand steady. Woof, woof, woof. Yezawang suddenly broke into urgent barking. In that flustered instant, the loose gravel under Wang Wu's feet gave way. He cried out, his body tipped backward, and he pitched off the cliff. A shriek was carried off by the mountain wind into the distance, and then everything fell still. I stood at the cliff's edge, silently watching the depths below as one watches a bottomless abyss. Yezawang stared down too, gently wagging its tail. Truth be told, when it came to it, I didn't reach out to pull him back. That thought left even me silent. He'd come to extort me, yet his falling like this stirred in me not satisfaction, but something heavy. "Come on, let's go back," I said softly. Yezawang looked back with a woof and followed me step by step. One man and one dog left the hollow and headed for the path down. Passing the 3 foxhide snares, I took another look. After only a little over an hour, both of 2 snares held hares. "Good luck." Woof. Yezawang circled the snares, wagging its tail excitedly. Smiling, I took the hares out and put them in the basket, everything in good order. Then man and dog headed down the mountain. Home was already the small hours. The yard was silent, the lamp out inside. I set down the basket and went to my room to rest. Early the next morning, I got up as if nothing had happened. Coming out, I found Lin On Yu had actually left her room and was crouched in the yard petting Yezawang's belly. Today she wore a thin, plain-colored long dress, the style rather old. I remembered it looked like my mother's. But even so, her clear, lovely figure and form couldn't be hidden. Yezawang, its round little belly bared, twisted on the ground in comfort under her gentle strokes, tongue half out, gazing at her dopily. Watching the scene, I felt only warmth and lingered in the doorway for a few more looks. My mother, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out. "You little brute, up already? What time did you get back last night? Do you know how worried your dad and I were?" "Mom, what's there to worry about? It's not my first time up the mountain." I scratched my head. My father came out of the house and looked at me. "Where's Wang Wu?" "Wang Wu? What Wang Wu?" I shook my head, baffled. My mother thought I was talking nonsense first thing in the morning, came out, and poked my head. "Quit pretending. Weren't you and Wang Wu hunting up the mountain last night?" "Mom, did that happen?" I stared into her eyes with a serious face. She froze and looked at my father. My father frowned, his expression grave, and stared at me a good while. "Did something happen to Wang Wu?" I paused, then nodded. "What happened?" "He lost his footing and fell off the mountain." My mother let out an "I-O" and covered her mouth. My father's brow knit deeper. He turned to look out of the yard, and when he turned back his face had gone heavy as iron. A perfectly fine man. How could he lose his footing? His tone was like interrogating a prisoner. We were walking along the cliff's edge at the time, and I'd warned him the night trail was hard going. But he wouldn't listen. A few steps and his foot slipped, and he fell. I sighed helplessly. My father narrowed his eyes and examined my expression closely, seeming unable to detect any falseness. After a long while he sighed. "Never mind. Wang Wu was due for some bad luck. That back mountain is no place a man as idle-limbed as him could climb." With that he glanced at my mother, who at this point was still sunk in shock. Whether Wang Wu lived or died, she didn't care. She cared only about her own son. "Chinyang, tell Mom, are you frightened?" "Not frightened." I shook my head calmly. She looked at my father in surprise. My father, his face heavy, waved a hand. "This little brute is bold. Anyway, Wang Wu's death has nothing to do with him. Let it be." Then he stared at me. "Besides our family, who else knows you and Wang Wu went up the mountain? Were you seen on the way up?" I caught the deeper meaning and made a show of recalling. Villagers in Nujiawan generally didn't go out at night, which was exactly why I'd arranged to take Wang Wu up the mountain after dark. Taking him up had a calculation no one was to know about, a step I'd reckoned into the plan from the start. And so it was. Last night the two of us hadn't run into a single soul on the way up. Don't worry, Dad, no one saw Wong Wu and me go up the mountain last night. I was very certain. My father smacked his lips and pulled out his pipe. I thought he meant to smoke, but instead he rapped me hard on the head with it without warning. I clutched my head. My mother quickly shoved him aside, shielding me, and glared at him. You having a fit first thing in the morning? Why hit your son? He did nothing wrong. Humph. My father lit the pipe, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke. Last night's business. No one is to breathe a word of it outside, understand? He gave me a meaningful look, took his pipe, and went to sit on the steps. My mother just found him inexplicable, grumbled a few words, and seeing I was fine, went back to the kitchen to make breakfast. I walked into the yard, and Yezahuang flipped over, stood, and wagged its tail at me. Seeing this, Lin Onyu rose and went back to her room, never once looking at me from start to finish. I planned to sell the 2 hares and the badger, and after breakfast I shouldered the basket and headed for Nyojia town. The 2 hares sold to the supply co-op restaurant for 37 yuan, and it was nearly midday. I caught the minibus to Binyang and reached Ronda Hall. Only 2 days apart, and seeing me come again with a basket on my back, a flicker of doubt crossed Li Mingyu's lean face. You, what's this? Boss, weren't you after badgers? I walked to the counter, set down the basket, and lifted the badger out of the chicken cage. At the sight of the gray, pointy-headed, round-bodied animal in the cage, Li Mingyu paused and quickly fished out his presbyopia glasses and put them on. It really is a badger? He looked it over closely, clucking his tongue. If the goods are no problem. I rubbed my hands and waited for his reaction. He took off his glasses and looked me over in amazement, as if viewing some rare object. You're something, boy. Getting me what I wanted in such a short time. Old, you really did introduce me to a talent. Saying so, he rummaged about behind the counter again, and when he rose his hand, already held 3 10-yuan notes. Take it. He was forthright in his dealings and paid on the spot. I took it and smiled. Thanks, boss. I'll bring you more badgers in a few days. I was about to go when he called me back. Young man, you best not come in a few days. Why? I thought he'd be away. He shook his head with a wry smile. I never expected you to be such a fine hunter, catching a badger this fast. My apothecary only needs 1 every half-month. Come again in half a month. With that he waved me off. The outcome left me not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Coming out of the apothecary, I could only slow down the badger hunting. But I didn't regret it in the least. Having caught so many pheasants and hares, small-scale stuff was no fun. I wanted to try larger game too. With an hour still before the minibus back to town, I wandered around near the bus depot. I'd seen bicycles for sale at the department store building last time, and had had the notion of buying one even then. For one, it was 10-some kilometers from home to town, and I had the strength, but walking took too long. For another, when I caught big game in future, hauling it by bike would be convenient. But bicycles weren't at all cheap in those days. The store sold the famous Phoenix brand, the cheapest at 160. 160 was half a year's wages for most people, and with their heavy expenses, an ordinary family had to save several years to afford one. And you needed a coupon, which was harder to come by still. The thing was more precious than a car. Nyojia town had only a handful, never mind Nujiawan. And buying one would surely draw envy. My father was too upright and thin-skinned, and many in Nujiawan loved to take advantage of our family. If I bought a bike, it would surely stir up a heap of trouble. So this matter had to be advanced step by careful step. Today I'd earned 67 yuan, which with the 10 left after handing over 200 earlier gave me 77 now. I bought some rice, flour, and meat, then returned to the depot. I took the minibus back to Nyojia town, walked another 10-some kilometers, and reached the village as the sun went down. My father was still in the field, and I went by to see him. Dad, meat to eat tonight. I had the basket out of the corner of my eye. He bent digging sweet potatoes without looking up. Then hurry back and cook. Your mother's not home. Huh? Where'd Mom go? Washing clothes by the river. He paused and looked up at me. Onyu went to help too. Well, that was rare. By the look of it, Lin Onyu's state was gradually recovering. My mood lifted considerably, and I decided to go take a look by the river first. At the river, Sure enough, I saw my mother and Lin on you washing clothes. My mother crouched at the washboard, scrubbing hard at my father's faded long trousers, while Lin on you dipped a pair of white hands into the clear river water, washing a thin little white garment. She wore the kind of front-buttoned floral blouse country women often wore in those days, the light, plain fabric wrapping her slight figure, like a jade cicada flower in full bloom by the water. Watching them, I seemed to see a glimpse of a future where mother-in-law and daughter-in-law lived in harmony. Knowing it was a bit of a fond delusion, I still couldn't help sinking into the beauty of it. In that moment, I imagined marrying Lin on you and spending the rest of my life with her. But the vision was soon shattered. A discordant figure barged into the picture. The village head's youngest son, Ligwuli, came swaggering over whistling and sidled up next to Lin on you. Oh ho, on you washing clothes. Lin on you ignored him, and my mother glanced over and ignored him too. He didn't take the hint, and instead leered at Lin on you from behind. On you, let me help you. With that, he crouched and reached toward her hands soaking in the water. Startled, Lin on you jerked her hands back and dodged, but that little white garment slipped from her grasp and drifted off with the current. That was one of Lin Anyu's few pieces of intimate clothing, bought by her sister with her first month's wages after starting work. A silk fabric, precious in those days, that she normally couldn't bear to wear. Watching the garment drift away, her heart sank at once. She reached for it, but was a step too late, and could only watch helplessly as it floated farther and farther off. Ligwuli even deliberately blocked her view. Anyu, how'd you grow so pretty? How about being my wife? Lin Anyu's head snapped up, and seeing those ill-intentioned eyes of his, the feelings she'd suppressed all these days were suddenly pulled to the surface, touching that unbearable memory. Crack! It was as if a thunderclap burst in her mind. Get lost! She glared at him fiercely, her eyes full of hatred and resentment. Ligwuli was stunned by this reaction of hers. Normally, backed by his father the village head, he was the one who yelled at others and had never been yelled at himself. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, but seeing how pretty Lin Anyu was, he pressed down his temper. Lin Anyu, don't refuse a kindness offered to you. He deliberately leaned closer. As long as you're in Nujiawan, I've got ways to make you obey. You little brute. You think there's no one of the Chun family around. Is that it? My mother suddenly flung the trousers onto the washboard, rose, pulled Lin Anyu behind her, put her hands on her hips, and stood blocking Ligwuli. Oh ho, Auntie Lu, your Chun family's so tough? Ligwuli glanced at my mother's patched blue trousers and sneered. Wait till the second half of the year, when we send your family's man up to guard the forest. I hope you're still this tough then. Oh, right. I hear the old bear in Nyoshin Mountain eats people. He deliberately broke off and stared at my mother with a mocking smile. My mother was already unhappy about my father becoming a ranger, and what she feared most was the bear on the back mountain. The bears of Nyoshin Mountain really did eat people. Once an old man from the village who'd gone to guard the forest was killed by a bear, in a way too gruesome to bear mentioning. Go back and tell your father. Don't go scheming against our family. Your father hasn't kept his hands clean as village head either, and if you really push me too far, I'll expose every rotten thing he did back then and bring your whole family down. My mother's voice was loud, startling a flock of sparrows from the trees on the far bank. A few villagers transplanting rice seedlings in the field straightened up and looked this way. Ligwuli's face was ugly. Several times he opened his mouth to retort, but under my mother's sharp glare his lips worked a few times, and in the end, he swallowed the words back. Fine, you're tough. He stuck up a thumb viciously, dropped a, you Chun family just wait, and strode off. Seeing him go, my mother finally breathed out and turned to comfort Lin Anyu. Anyu, don't be afraid. Auntie will protect you. I wasn't afraid. Lin Anyu gritted her teeth and shook her head. More than fear, what filled her was grievance and hatred. These past days she'd tried her utmost to smooth over the matter of that night, and today Ligwuli's appearance had dredged that memory back up, that feeling of being coveted turning her stomach. Her eyes reddened. Anyu, are you all right? Auntie, my garment got washed away. I can't get it back, sob, sob. She threw herself into my mother's arms and wept in grief. From a distance, I silently watched it all. I could understand why she was so heartbroken. The instigator of all this was me. But that little brat Ligwuli. I felt at my waist, and as it happened, I had the slingshot on me. I glanced in the direction he'd gone and went after him. As Li Guoli passed through the woods on the way back to the village, the back of his head suddenly went pop with a stab of pain. Clutching his head, he looked left and right in alarm. Before he could make anything out, a second pebble came at the bridge of his nose. Bang! His head buzzed, and hot, stinging blood gushed from his nose. The third struck his front teeth, knocking two flying on the spot. He convulsed with pain, covering his mouth and nose, blood streaming through his fingers without stop. Hidden in the dark, I sent several more in a row. Beaten bloody, Li Guoli finally cried out, "Io," and fled toward the village with his head in his hands. Only then did I stop, tucked the slingshot back at my waist, and headed home. This was just a small lesson for him. The matter wasn't over. In my last life, it was precisely the village head who'd loudly spread word of Lin on you being victimized, driving her, unable to bear the humiliation, to take her own life, and from then on my parents too couldn't hold their heads up in the village. Though the matter began with me, the one who fanned the flames was the village head, Li Sanha. Li Sanha had always been at odds with my father. Back when land was apportioned, he gave the Chun family the worst few mu in the village. When seed was distributed, he shorted ours. Docking work points for no reason was a regular thing. He singled us out like this because my father was upright in character, had earned merit as a soldier, and commanded high prestige in the village, once nearly threatening Li Sanha's position as village head, and so he'd borne the Chun family a grudge all these years. That included sending my father up the mountain to guard the forest this September, when there was plainly a better candidate. He insisted on arranging for my father. Now that I'd been reborn in this life, I simply meant to pay it all back to Li Sanha, and a plan for revenge soon took shape in my mind. Back home, I pretended nothing had happened, and first went to the kitchen to stir-fry a meat dish with the pork I'd bought that day. Just as it was done, my mother was leading Lin on you back, the two of them carrying a basin into the yard to hang the laundry. I stole a glance at Lin on you. She'd already wiped away her tears, only her eyes slightly puffy, traces of having cried. "Mom, you went to wash clothes." I carried the dish inside and asked offhandedly. My mother gave an I should have known not to go in the afternoon. If I hadn't helped your dad tidy the field half the day, we wouldn't have gone to the river so late. "Mom, why do you say that? Did something happen?" "Nothing. Nearly got bitten by a dog just now." She spat with a face full of bad luck. I knew what she meant and feigned curiosity. "Where'd a dog come from?" "Some stray from who knows where." "What are you nattering on asking so much for? Food's ready, is it? Go call your dad back to eat." She glared at me impatiently. I quickly, Ed, and went out to call my old man. On the way home, I didn't tell my father about their run-in with Li Guoli. The four of us sat at the table to eat. My mother, her expression unsettled, said not a word about it. My father was kept in the dark for now, and I all the more played the innocent. Only Lin on you, after a few bites, set down her chopsticks, said a soft, "Excuse me," gathered her bowl and chopsticks, and went back to her room. "What's wrong with Anyu?" My father was puzzled. My mother glanced at me and shook her head. Probably just no appetite. My father suspected nothing and went on eating. After the meal, I made to go out. My father, sitting on the steps smoking, asked, "Up the mountain again tonight?" "No." I swung my shoulders and smiled. "Ate a bit too much. I want to wander around the village." He nodded and said nothing. As I opened the yard gate, I heard my mother call out, and my father answer, hurriedly setting down his pipe and going inside. Out the gate, I walked around the village a while and came to the west end, searching among several yellow earth-walled, thatched houses by my hazy memory. In my memory, the village accountant, Zhao Laoyao, lived here. Zhao Laoyao had been the production brigade accountant, timid and indecisive, and had been cajoled and tricked by Li Sanha into keeping false books on the public grain. Yes, Li Sanha had committed a capital crime, embezzling public grain. Quite a few in the village knew of this. In those days when no one had enough to eat, when others couldn't even get rice gruel, the village head's family ate meat every few days. Who wouldn't grow suspicious? But back then he held everyone's work points, so no one dared say it outright, and no one had proof. In my last life, it wasn't until 98 that Zhao Laoyao wrote a letter of confession to the higher-ups and exposed it, after which officials came to his house, and found that ledger recording the embezzlement. But by then Li Sanha was long dead, and the matter came to nothing. I remembered it so clearly because at the time I'd happened to be home to tend my parents' graves, just as the county people came to investigate. It was different now, since I knew the key incriminating evidence for bringing down Li Sanha was in Zhao Laoyao's hands. Naturally, I wouldn't wait 20 years for him to die of old age before it came out. The first step of my plan was to win Zhao Laoyao over and get him to hand over the ledger. After circling among the several earthen houses a few times, I couldn't tell for the moment which was his, and was about to come again another day when, on the dirt path, a middle-aged man in an old-style mouse suit came weaving along. He wore old presbyopia glasses, his mouse suit washed pale and patched, looking like an intellectual, yet he walked top-heavy and unsteady with a liquor bottle in hand, plainly a drunkard. I recognized him at a glance as Zhao Laoyao, probably out of a guilty conscience and timidity. Ever since keeping the false books, he'd often leaned on drink to steady his nerves, and drunk himself into a drunkard. "Brother Zhao, oh ho, off to buy liquor?" I went up to meet him. He squinted to look me over in the night, and only when I drew close did he recognize me. Is this the Chun family's second boy? Hick, what are you doing?" His speech was slurred, and he gave a hiccup. "Nothing, just passing by." I gave a giggling smile and brushed past him. He thought nothing of it, and weaved his way home with the bottle in hand. I looked back and watched him go into the leftmost of the several earthen houses, noted the spot, and quietly headed home. Early the next morning, as usual, I took Yezawang up the back mountain. First, I checked the 3 foxhide snares. A circuit turned up no hares caught, so I led it on upward. The urge to hunt bigger game could no longer be held down. I'd heard people say before that there was a kind of wild sorrow on the mountain, looking like a cross between a deer and an ox, fond of moving about in the forest. I decided to push for the 500-meter elevation of Nyoshin Mountain in one go and try my luck. If I found one, I'd go back and borrow a hunting rifle from old Pijia. The wild sorrow was said to be very large, something a slingshot couldn't handle at all, and at the very least I'd need a bow and arrows. By nearly midday, I'd already gone 3 kilometers into Nyoshin Mountain. For the vast Nyoshin Mountain, this depth was a mere drop in the bucket, still the fringe, but for me it was a breakthrough in a hunter's range of activity. This spot was rarely visited even by Nujiawan's villagers. Truth be told, with only a slingshot in hand, I felt a bit tense. Unfamiliar surroundings make one tense to begin with, and all the more in primeval old forest like Nyoshin Mountain, where who knew what one might run into. In the past, when villagers went into the mountains to gather herbs, they had to round up a group before daring to go deep. The only thing I could rely on now was Yezawang, this alert apprentice hound. All around was silent primeval forest, the vegetation dense, shrubs and grass and trees overlapping, the sunlight scarcely getting through, the woods dim even by day. "Yezawang, stop lolling your tongue, sharpen up. If we hit danger, remember to signal me to bolt. Come back, stay close to me." What did you see? The whole way I kept talking to it, whether or not it understood. For one, to bolster my courage. For another, mainly to keep my own mind active. Old forest like this easily breeds miasma, fogging a person's head without their realizing. And keeping the brain highly alert could effectively prevent straying into a miasma zone. Yezawang, leading out front, was different, though. Perhaps animals and humans have an innately different sense of danger. It climbed the whole way without the slightest discomfort, which was exactly why I dared keep going up. If it suddenly stopped or barked wildly, I'd turn back at once. There, just like now. Up ahead, Yezawang suddenly halted, no longer lolling its tongue, pricking both ears and looking all around. My heart gave a lurch, and I looked around too, finding nothing but trees beyond sight. But that didn't mean there was nothing around. A hound's nose and ears were far beyond a human's. Yezawang had plainly found something, and quickly locked onto a thicket to the front left. From its slightly crouched posture, it didn't look like it had found danger, but rather quarry. With a thrill, I gripped the slingshot, decided to head for that thicket, and pressed in step by step. Yezawang seemed to grasp my intent and followed, but trained sharp by old Pijia, it didn't walk the same line as me, splitting off a dozen-some meters once inside the woods. One man and one dog walked about 20 meters into the woods when I suddenly heard a faint chewing sound from deep in the trees. Crunch, crunch. like something biting through twigs and leaves. At first I was glad, certain the thing was a grass eater. But after another 10 meters my heart went cold by half. That chewing grew crisper and more forceful, plainly a sizable herbivore, at least as big as a deer. A creature that size, the slingshot was useless against, and the half-grown Yezawong was no use either. Even if I saw it, I'd never catch it. But having come this far, I couldn't very well turn back now. Even if I couldn't take it, surely a look was fine. I slowed my pace, kept as silent as I could, and probed on inward. Soon I dimly saw, 20 meters ahead, a formidable thing tilting its neck to gnaw at a low white bud tree. It was like a deer, but bigger than a deer and smaller than a horse, a pair of horns on its head, roughly 300 or 400 caddies. A wild sorrow. Having made it out, my whole being grew exhilarated. There were indeed wild sorrow about in this area. I held down my excitement and didn't go closer. Wild things were all wary, and I feared startling it. Never mind that it was a grass eater. In the wild, once disturbed, it might just charge straight at you and toss you over with its long horns. I only observed quietly in place for a while, then slipped out of the thicket without a sound. Yezawong ducked out after me. Good work, Yezawong. I crouched and rubbed its head, finding the wild sorrow today. This little hound deserved no small credit. I promptly headed back, planning to return and borrow a rifle from old Pijia. The trip passed without a word, and back in Nujiawan in the afternoon, I went straight to knock on old Pijia's door. The moment he saw me, he knew I had business again. Out with it, what now? He led me into the yard. I took the initiative to pull up a stool and sit, and excitedly recounted running into the wild sorrow. Grandpa, you can lend me the rifle now, right? I'll go hunt the sorrow back for you. But hearing borrow the rifle, he only narrowed his eyes and looked at me without a word. Seeing how unruffled he was, I inwardly cried, oh. Sure enough, he said unhurriedly. Who told you I'd lend you the rifle once you ran into a sorrow? Grandpa, didn't you say last time? What I said last time was we'll talk about it then. Talk about it doesn't mean agreeing. He cut me off outright. I was struck dumb. True, he'd been ambiguous like that last time, and I'd assumed it was tacit agreement. Now it was plain he had no intention of lending the rifle. Grandpa, without a rifle I can't take down a sorrow. I was a bit at a loss, but he was very calm and asked back. Who says you can't take it without a rifle? The ancients had no rifles. How did they take sorrow? Air. His question left me with nothing to say. Right, the ancients had no rifles, and of course they had ways. Bows and arrows, spears, traps, all means of hunting. I'd guessed his meaning. Grandpa, you wouldn't be telling me to follow the ancients and take the sorrow by traditional methods. What's wrong with that? He rose and went into the inner room. I waited a while, and when he came out his hand held a wooden bow. The bow couldn't be called fine. A very traditional old-style wooden bow. Its body plain, no patterns, no carvings, and covered in a good deal of dust besides. He flicked the bow body, raising a cloud of dust, and I frowned at the sight, thinking what an ancient relic this was. Then he gave the string a pull. Twang. The string snapping back tight and crisp. I was slightly taken aback. Grandpa really had kept this bow well. New oxen you put on last year, plenty of draw. He smilingly handed the bow over. Know how to use one? I do. I took it and gave it a pull. Plenty of force indeed. Of course, I could even use a rifle. So how could I not use a bow? In my last life, that was about my only hobby, so naturally I developed it all around. Seeing me draw the bow like an old hand, old Pijia believed me. Get a feel for this bow first. It's no match for a rifle, but it wins on stealth, and it'll reign in that impatient streak of yours. Old Pijia pressed the bow into my hands and told me how in his youth he'd been a fine hunter, taking tigers and wild boar with this very bow alone and making a name among his peers. Listening, I gathered he meant for me to inherit his mantle. How about it? Bow first, rifle later. At this point, I had no reason to refuse. Besides, if not for him, I couldn't have caught the spotted civet or snared the badger. The present me was unlike before. I knew gratitude. Don't worry, Grandpa. Whatever you say, I'll do. Old Pijia nodded with satisfaction, gave me a dozen some grooved arrows besides, and urged me to use them sparingly. The arrowheads were triangular, each face cut with a bloodletting groove, imitations of Qin army arrowheads, Striking the quarry would make it bleed without stop until it bled dry. The sky wasn't dark yet, and people came and went in the village. I didn't want to be seen carrying a bow and arrows and make a stir. I only wanted to make my fortune quietly in the mountains. So I left the bow and arrows with old Pijia for now, planning to come back for them at night. After leaving, I circled by the outside of Zhao Laoyao's house and watched a while, confirming someone was inside. I went home first. What I had my eye on was a ledger in Zhao Laoyao's hands. That ledger recorded the village head Li Sanha's embezzlement of public grain. The surest method was to bring the ledger and have Zhao Laoyao himself come forward to identify Li Sanha. But it had to be done step by step. First get the ledger. After dinner in the evening, when the sky had darkened, I went out again. This time Zhao Laoyao wasn't home, probably out buying liquor. I circled his ramshackle earthen house several times. The doors and windows were shut tight. Stealing couldn't be done by force. Disturbing the few neighboring households would ruin it. In southern farmhouses, the kitchen was usually in the courtyard and unlocked. I slipped into Zhao Laoyao's kitchen, meaning to wait for him to come back before figuring out a way. Bored with waiting, I cast an idle glance around, and that one look told me something. The stove was bare, coated with dust. I crouched to inspect the firebox. It was empty inside too. No ash accumulated for a long time. This showed Zhao Laoyao's home had been without fire for ages. In those days there were no restaurants in the village. No fire meant no food. I opened the only cabinet, 2 bowls, also under a layer of dust. Zhao Laoyao was so poor he could barely keep the pot going. Before long Zhao Laoyao came back without noticing me. He was quite drunk, jabbing for ages without getting the key into the lock, rattling the lock on the door. A notion formed in my mind. Wait until he was drunk again, then go in and dig out the ledger. The door opened with a bang. Hiccuping, Zhao Laoyao weaved inside without even shutting the door and went straight to sit at the table. I pressed to the doorway and looked in. He raised the bottle and took a swig, poured a dozen some broad beans out of a cloth sack, and crunched them down with the drink. The beans were soon gone. Less than half the bottle left. He patted all his pockets but came up with nothing else, so he could only down the rest of the liquor in one go and slumped onto the table, snoring away. Hearing his snores like thunder, I finally went inside. A pungent reek of liquor. I searched the whole place but didn't find the ledger. Hidden away? Just as I was fretting, he suddenly started talking in his sleep. Roast duck smells good. Roast goose isn't bad either. Tisich, delicious. Zhao Laoyao was schooled and could keep accounts. Back in the big production days, he was the village accountant and had had his glory. Later, when work points were no longer recorded, his skills lost their use, and he couldn't farm or raise chickens, so he gradually lost his income, took to drink, and became a drunkard people laughed at. Truth be told, the old me, who'd loved his drink, wasn't much different from him. I saw my own shadow in him. Oh ho, duck leg smells good. Haha. He smacked his lips even in his dream. A way to get the ledger suddenly came to me. Tomorrow I'd go up the mountain and bring back a pheasant. No roast goose or duck, but he surely wouldn't refuse roast chicken. I quietly withdrew. The sky was fully dark and no one in the village went out. I went to old Pijia's to fetch the bow and arrows and headed home. Just into the yard, I saw my old man with his pipe in his mouth, puffing away. Dad, smoke less. It's bad for your health. Heh, your wings are hard now, daring to manage me. Chen Yuanshao glared at me and took a hard puff, but having finished that puff, he actually put the pipe out. He looked at the wooden bow on my back. What's that thing you're carrying? I took the bow off and struck a pose drawing the string. Dashing, or what? He clicked his tongue. You really mean to feed yourself by hunting? Isn't that fine? Chen Yuanshao stared at me a while, then beckoned me over. Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. As long as you don't go off the rails like you used to, I'll thank heaven and earth. He paused, lowered his voice, and pointed at Lin Anyu's room. You have to take responsibility for Anyu. Find a time and marry her, hear me? I smiled bitterly. How could I not want to make up for my wrong? But this depended on whether Anyu herself was willing. Only if she went into it gladly could she live at ease afterward. But that notion was too forward-thinking for my old man. He just took it as me dodging. Don't think shelling out 200 yuan settles it. Anyu is thin-skinned and won't find it easy to bring up. You can't play dumb. Marry her soon. I found it strange. He hadn't mentioned it all these days. Why the sudden urgency today? Dad, what's gotten into you today? If not now, when? Your mother says the village head's second son, Li went and harassed on you again today. Why is this child's lot so bitter? Chen Yuanshao grew more agitated as he spoke, then realizing his voice had risen, quickly looked back at Anyu's door and stopped. I understood. My old man was thinking that once Anyu was married, Li wouldn't dare set his sights on her again. Dad, I'll say it again. It's not that I'm unwilling to marry Anyu, but I have to consider her feelings first. I didn't understand this before and made mistakes. Do you really want me to make the same mistake again? Besides, can you be sure Anyu is willing to marry me? The question stumped Chen Yuanshao. He opened his mouth and after a long while squeezed out a line. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. You should say that to Anyu, not to me. I'm going back to my room. Knowing I'd won, I took the bow and arrows and went inside. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning I was up, preparing to go up the mountain for a pheasant. A slingshot was enough for pheasants, so I left the bow and arrows in my room. Come on, Yezawang. Yezawang ducked out of the chicken coop and followed me up the back mountain, wagging its tail. With it along, a dumb quarry like a pheasant was all too easy. The hard part was only finding the trail. Pheasants liked to move about in low shrubs and couldn't keep still, either cooing or beating their wings, audible from a fair way off. I led Yezawang quietly probing through the thickets. But luck was bad today. After probing several stretches of woods, I didn't see a single pheasant's shadow. With midday approaching, I thought that if all else failed I'd get a hare to stand in for Zhao Liao. He was so poor he couldn't eat. With meat, he wouldn't be picky. As it happened, just then there came a flutter in the woods, a pheasant beating its wings. Yezawang immediately looked excitedly in one direction. I took out the slingshot and gave it a hand signal. It shot off in a flash, its earth-yellow form vanishing into the shrubs. I followed. Some 20-odd meters off, a pheasant was dimly foraging in the shrubs, not having noticed me. I slowed my steps and closed to 10 meters. Just as I made to raise the slingshot, an earth-yellow little thing sprang out soundlessly beside me. It was Yezawang, knocking the pheasant flat in one go and clamping its neck without letting go. I quickly ran over and pinned the pheasant, then bound its two wings behind it. In strength, I overwhelmingly outmatched Yezawang, pinning the pheasant immobile with one hand. Only then did Yezawang let go and wag its tail beside me. I wrung the pheasant's neck and put it in the basket. Before heading back, as usual, I went to check the 3 foxhide snares. Good day today. Both of 2 snares had caught hares. I took out the chicken cage and put the 2 hares inside. With a big haul, the basket was full. Before going down, I cut some wild grass to cover the top and keep prying eyes off, then led Yezawang home. It was only 3 in the afternoon when I got home. A notion struck me. I'd tidy up the idle chicken coop in the yard and use it from now on to temporarily keep live quarry. Once I'd amassed enough hares, I'd take them to town to sell together. But hares lived solitary and couldn't be crammed together like domestic rabbits. Caging 2 males together meant they'd fight to the death. Luckily, the chicken coop had a row of separate cages. Only that, long and used for poultry, they were a mess and had served as Yezawang's den for a while. While I had the time, I set about tidying the coop and reinforcing the cages along the way. My old man and mother were both in the field, leaving only me in the yard. Afraid of dirtying my clothes, I took off my undershirt to work. As I worked, I dimly felt a gaze behind me. Looking back, there was only Yezawang, cocking its head and wagging its tail at me. Following its direction, I looked up toward Anyu's room, but the door was shut tight. An illusion? I drew my eyes back and went on working. Soon the coop was cleared out, and I tossed the 2 hares into the cages. Checking the sky, it was time to make dinner. I carried the pheasant to the kitchen, boiled water to pluck it, cleaned the innards, and cut it into pieces, keeping the wings and drumsticks, cutting the rest into cubes. Chili chicken again tonight. I'd meant to braise the wings and drumsticks to take to Zhao Liao to get on his good side, but with no braising spices at home, I had to start another pot and steam saltwater wings and drumsticks instead. Zhao Liao surely hadn't tasted meat in a long while. Even bland plain-boiled chicken would have his mouth watering. As long as he'd eat the meat I brought, the rest would be easy. Dinner ready, my old man and mother came back from the field too. Oh ho, chicken again. My mother, Lu Shufang, broke into a gratified smile at the sight of that fragrant plate of chili chicken. These dozen some days, I hadn't slept in a single day or gone out to fool around with that crowd in the village, and she'd seen it all. Things the old me couldn't have done. Mom, stop looking at me. Wash your hands and eat. Can't your old mother look at her own son? Back in the day, I truly couldn't be bothered to spare you a glance. She gave a snort and went smilingly to wash her hands. I found a lunchbox, packed the steamed wings and drumsticks into it, and set it aside. Lu Shufang came in after washing her hands, paused at the sight of the lunchbox. You're going to? I'm going to give a gift. Mom, don't ask who. I'll just say this person can be a big help. Fine, fine. Guarding against your own mother like she's a thief. She rolled her eyes, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and went out. Chen Yuanxiao was already at the table, and one look at the chili chicken had him turning to fetch the liquor. Lu Shufang was about to lecture him when Lin Anyu came out of her room. Anyu, come sit and eat. All right, auntie. Anyu nodded obediently and sat, shooting me an imperceptible glance as she took her seat before picking up her bowl and chopsticks. This meal was eaten at ease. In my parents' eyes, I'd grown sensible, and the mood was far better than before. But the most important thing was Anyu. Today she suddenly had a real appetite, eating heartily with her bowl in hand like the lively girl she'd once been. What surprised me even more was that she actually reached out her chopsticks to take from that plate of chili chicken I'd made. You have to understand, after that incident, she'd gone days without eating, and later, when she came to the table, she absolutely wouldn't touch a dish I'd made. When my mother served her, if it was something I'd made, she wouldn't take a bite of it either, which had me almost not entering the kitchen afterward. Now she'd reached out her chopsticks of her own accord. Never mind me. Chen Yuanxiao and Lu Shufang were taken aback too. But after the surprise, both felt an inexplicable ease in their hearts. They couldn't say why, but this one motion of Anyu's chopsticks plainly meant some things were turning for the better. Old Chun, drink up. Why'd you stop? Didn't you only allow me one cup? Chen Yuanxiao quickly set down his cup. Lu Shufang rolled her eyes. I'm happy today. I'll let you drink more. Chen Yuanxiao immediately let loose, and ended up so muddled he nearly tripped on the steps going to the yard to smoke. You Chen man, I never should have let you drink. Couldn't even fall hard enough to do you in. You useless old thing. Lu Shufang put her hands on her hips, full of regret. I gave a smile, went to the kitchen for the lunchbox, and went out. Soon I reached Zhao Laoyao's earthen house. He wasn't back yet. I waited a while, and saw him come weaving back, drunk, bottle in hand again. It was dark, and he didn't notice me even walking right up. The moment he opened the door and went in, I followed. You're... Zhao Laoyao raised a sluggish hand. What are you doing at my place? Brother Zhao. It's me, the Chun family's fourth. I held the lunchbox up and waggled it in front of him. He blinked muzzily. Oh, it's you? Hick, what did you come for? There's an account I can't sort out. I wanted to trouble you to figure it for me. Saying so, I sat down at his table. Zhao Laoyao sat down too, but as if he hadn't heard clearly, and as if he didn't care at all what I'd come for. As usual, he took a swig of liquor, dug in his pockets for ages, came up with nothing, and only then looked at me in a daze. Chun Fourth, what did you come for? Seeing his drunkard state, anything I said was wasted. I said no more, and simply opened the lunchbox. The fragrance of the saltwater drumstick wafted out at once. Zhao Laoyao stared at the glistening wings and drumsticks in the box, his eyes about to drop into it. Chun the Fourth, you're... He pointed at the box, his head considerably clearer. Brother Zhao, do me a favor, and I'll treat you to meat. Do what favor? He stared at the drumstick and swallowed hard. I said unhurriedly, I want one thing. That ledger you keep, recording Li Sanha's embezzlement of public grain. Hand it over to me, how about it? Zhao Laoyao gave a violent start and looked up, eyes wide. What did you say? Who told you? Quite a few in the village know, and you know it in your heart too, Brother Zhao. I smiled and tapped the lunchbox lid lightly with my finger. Lunchboxes in those days were iron, rattling when tapped. The sound left Zhao Laoyao's mind in a tangle and half sobered him. After a while he drew his gaze back. What exactly do you want? To help you, of course. I didn't say I wanted to deal with Li Sanha. That did him no good. Help me? How are you going to help? Simple. I stopped tapping and folded my arms. Get you out of these bitter days sooner and back to a normal life. I looked at him. You kept the false books for Li Sanha, and he lives comfortably yet doesn't lift a finger for you. Can you make peace with that? The word struck home. Zhao Liao cursed Li Sanha's whole family, grabbed the bottle for a hard swig, and thunked it down on the table. Easy for you to say, what makes you think you can help me? I knew he was cowardly by nature and only dared be this loud with the liquor's nerve. Don't rush, hear me out. I laid out the second step. He'd hand over the ledger. I'd take it and report Li Sanha, and then he'd come forward to testify. With witness and evidence both in hand, Li Sanha couldn't get away. Zhao Liao broke into a cold sweat on the spot. No good. I helped him keep the false books. I can't get off either. I don't want to go to prison. You won't go to prison. You were coerced by Li Sanha, and coming forward to expose him is atoning for your crime with merit. Once he's sentenced, at most you'll write a self-criticism and accept some education, and you'll be fine. In theory, that was so, but in this day and age some things were overcorrected, and I didn't dare make guarantees. But Zhao Liao was anxious for a definite word. You're sure I'll be fine? I shook my head and said calmly, what I can guarantee is, if you don't expose him, sooner or later you'll come to grief. His eyes dimmed at once, and he lowered his head in silence. I knew he was afraid. Back then Li Sanha had banked on his timidity to force him into keeping the false books. Now I had to use that same point to force him to cooperate. Silence won't help. If you don't hand over the ledger today, I can report Li Sanha all the same, and report you right along with him. Don't. Zhao Liao's face went white, and hunching his shoulders he pleaded, I don't want to go to prison. I beg you, let me off. This isn't about me letting you off or not. It's about whether you're willing to save yourself. Brother Zhao, this is your only chance. He clutched his head and racked his brains, trying to find a way to stay out of it. Out of patience, I rose to go. Fine, you won't shed a tear till you see the coffin, then I'll be off. Zhao Liao jolted, grabbed my wrist, his voice in a panic. Chen II, you can't stand by and watch me come to ruin. All right, I'll agree. Whatever you say, I'll do. Really? He nodded like a chicken pecking grain, gripping me tight without letting go, his shoulders still shaking. Goal achieved. I sat back down and pushed the lunchbox in front of him. Do as I say. Give me the ledger, and I'll handle the rest. Just that simple. His gaze moved from my face to the lunchbox, the smell of chicken easing him considerably. Of course, when the time comes you stand up and testify against Li Sanha, and everything's settled. Then will I. He still feared being implicated. My tone hardened. You definitely can't stay clear of it. That's a fact. Don't count on luck. The hope in his eyes shattered, and he looked at me again. He probably suddenly recalled that the man before him was a notorious layabout in the village, idling his days away and living off his parents. How could he one day be standing before him, so righteous and stern? What on earth had happened these past days? I gave a cough. Zhao Liao came to, and when he looked at me again, there was a measure of wariness in his eyes. Chen II, I've not even taken a wife my whole life. If I get put away, my life's over. He said it with his eyes reddening. The heat was about right. Pushing harder might break him. I feigned deliberation. How about this? I know some connections, and I'll think of a way for you when the time comes. Maybe a self-criticism will get you through. Zhao Liao's eyes went wide, so excited his words came out jumbled. You really can? I'll be fine. That depends on how cooperative you are. I curled the corner of my mouth. He seized it like a lifeline. All right, I'll definitely cooperate. Won over. I smiled. Enough of that for now. How can you drink without something to go with it? Come, eat the meat. I pushed the lunchbox right under his chin. The smell of chicken drilled straight into his nostrils. But even with his belly churning with craving, Zhao Liao still gritted his teeth and asked, will I really be fine? Give me the ledger now, and you'll find out when the time comes. All right, I'll fetch it at once. He ran into the kitchen, lifted a brick pressed beneath the stove, and brought out the ledger hidden inside, cradling it like his very life and livelihood as he carefully handed it to me. I flipped through it, no problem, and tucked it into my breast. With the ledger in hand, the next step was reporting Li Sanha. Nujiawan was under Niujia Town's jurisdiction, and by rights I should report it in town, but I wasn't quite easy about that and decided to take a different path. Chen II, you? I. Zhao Liao started, then stopped. I caught his meaning and gave him one last reassurance. Remember, when the time comes you stick firmly to this, that Lisanha coerced and enticed you into helping him keep the false books. You didn't want to, but under the village head's bullying power you had no choice but to give in. Right, right, I understand. He caught a measure of soundness in it, and was so moved he nearly knelt. I'd already stood and was heading for the door. Eat the meat and drink your liquor in peace. The matter will be turned over soon. Thank you, Chin the second. His whole body seemed drained of strength, and he had to grip the stool to keep from toppling. He took a good while to recover, and just as he reached for a drumstick, I turned back at the doorway to add, "Remember to return the lunchbox." With that I left without looking back. Leaving Zhao Laoyao's house, the sky was fully dark. I felt my way along the country path in the dark, one step deep, one step shallow. With the ledger in hand, dealing with Lisanha was as good as in the bag. All that was left was the final push. The road was quiet, just right for me to mull things over, and soon I thought of a certain someone, who I believe could help me bring Lisanha down for good. Back already? My old man was in the yard smoking his pipe when I got home. Dad, smoke less. Humph, the little brute dares manage me. Chen Yuanshao was annoyed, but still put out the pipe and went inside with his hands behind his back, only to catch a few words of scolding from my mother. Lu Shufang's grumble about him reeking of smoke drifted out into the yard at just the right moment. I gave a giggling smile, crouched on the steps, and made 2 tisk-tisk sounds toward the chicken coop. Yezawang shot out and bounded over, wagging its tail. I held its head and gave it a thorough rub, which it loved so much it simply flopped on the ground and wriggled its rear, letting me play with it. The 2 hares in the coop were lively at night too, bouncing so the cages rattled. Looking over there, I thought, with the bow and arrows, tomorrow up the mountain I really had to try for something big. Woof woof, Yezawang barked twice. What? You want to challenge yourself too? I patted its head, got up, and went to wash up. The night passed without a word. The next day before light, when few in the village were up, I shouldered the basket, took the bow and arrows, and led Yezawang toward Nyoshin Mountain. The bow and arrows were too conspicuous. I had to sneak up the mountain before daybreak. In those days, plenty of people couldn't bear to see others do well, and I didn't want anyone knowing I was hunting. Up the mountain, I made straight for the stretch of woods where I'd found the wild sorrel last time. Nearly 2 hours of climbing, and only when the sun came out did I arrive, man and dog both worn out. But I was excited. Today was my first attempt at quarry of medium size or above. After a rest, I led Yezawang circling through the woods, hoping to run into the wild sorrel again. Unfortunately, there was no sign of it by midday. Wild sorrel mostly hid deep in the mountains and rarely showed on Nyoshin Mountain's fringes. Last time was pure luck. Gnawing my dry rations, I mulled over whether to keep looking. Just then, Yezawang suddenly stood up, a low growl in its throat, eyes fixed dead on the depths of the woods. Something up? In old forest, the eyes alone wouldn't do. A hound's ears and nose were what counted. I bent and patted its rump, and as if receiving an order, it crouched low and crept inward on its toes like a cat. It stepped steady, as if deliberately letting me keep up. I drew a grooved arrow and knocked it on the string at the ready. It proved a wise move. After about 200 meters, Yezawang suddenly stopped, its head thrust forward, both ears erect like antennae. Following its direction, my heart sped up. In the thicket 40 meters off, a gray shape was leisurely chewing grass and leaves. Not small, but a size smaller than the wild sorrel, definitely not some little thing like a hare. Yezawang even drew in its tongue, watching intently and awaiting my command. I didn't rush to send it off to give chase. The thing was much bigger than Yezawang, and provoked, it might bite back. For now I could only rely on the bow and arrows in hand. 40 meters was too far. I had to close at least another 20 meters to be sure. But these 20 meters were truly hard. The woods had a thick layer of dead leaves. Stepping on them made a rustle, like an alarm in a wild thing's ears. I could only hold my breath, lifting a leg bit by bit and slowly setting it down, my leg muscles taut the whole time. A mere 20 meters, drawn so tight my legs nearly cramped. But the joy of hunting lay in overcoming such difficulty, and I had the patience for it, gritting my teeth and inching along step by step. A full 10 minutes, and I led Yezawang soundlessly through those 20 meters with almost no noise at all. Luckier still, the thing hadn't moved the whole time, still chewing grass in place. Against a tree, I finally saw it clearly, a wild goat. A gray, mottled coat, a size larger than a black goat. By my estimate, 100-some catties, medium build, neither fat nor lean. 20 meters was precisely this wooden bough's effective killing range. Some say a good archer can pierce a willow leaf at 100 paces. Why be so cautious at 20? But I was a hunter and had to guard against the case where one arrow struck but the quarry fled and needed a follow-up shot. By then it might already be dozens of meters off. A life rising and falling in the sea of commerce had drilled into me the habit of planning for the worst in everything. What I wanted was a sure kill, not chasing it all over the mountain. I raised the bow and knocked the arrow, aiming for its neck. A mountain wind swept past, a killing air rising suddenly in the woods. As if sensing something, the wild goat stopped chewing and lifted its head to look around. Whip! I loosed. The grooved arrow turned into a streak and drove straight into its neck, piercing flesh in a blink. Luck was good. It ran only a few meters before crashing to the ground. Woof! Yezawang flew over. I ran up after it. The arrowhead had gone clean through the neck, goat's blood gushing from the groove like a brook, staining the ground red in a moment. The wild goat wasn't dead yet, its eyes bulging like ping-pong balls, fixed dead on me. I crouched and covered its eyes, then steeled myself and pulled the arrow out. It gave a mournful cry and soon stopped breathing. I wiped the arrow clean and put it away, slung the bow on my back. Yezawang took the chance to lick the goat's blood off the ground. Drink plenty. Remember this taste. From now on I'm counting on you to find goats. This was the first medium-sized quarry I'd taken, 100-some catties. Even skinned and boned, it'd be 40 or 50 catties of meat, and a sense of accomplishment welled up in me. The problem was how to deal with it. Boning it for the trip back made too much noise and risked being discovered, and up the mountain there were no facilities for it. After thinking it over, I decided to bring it back to deal with after all, but first I had to drain the blood. Goat's blood dripping the whole way down the mountain was too conspicuous. Next time I ran into one, I'd be sure to prepare a bucket for the blood. I found a low tree of suitable height, pulled a vine to bind the wild goat to it upside down, and let the blood run down from the neck wound. Yezawang licked at it, as if frolicking. After an hour the blood was about drained, and its coat was dyed crimson too. I put the goat in the basket, dug up some wild greens to cover the top, and led Yezawang down the mountain. Passing a mountain spring, I kicked it in with one foot, only fishing it out once the goat's blood was washed off. The moment it landed it shook off the water violently, then came scampering after me again. The wild goat could be taken down now, but what about the bow and arrows? Passing the area with the foxhide snares, I climbed a dense big tree and hid the bow and arrows in a fork to fetch next time. I checked the foxhide snares on a circuit again, all three empty, and I wasn't disappointed, leading Yezawang down the mountain. It was nearly evening when I got back to Nujiawan. My old man and mother were both in the field digging sweet potatoes, leaving only Lin on you at home, who as usual had shut herself in her room. The weather was fine today, and by rights, she shouldn't have stayed cooped up inside. A notion suddenly struck me. Could it be that it wasn't that she wouldn't go out, but that she reckoned I was about to be back and so ducked into her room? This guess couldn't be verified for now. I first dragged the wild goat out of the basket, planning to wait until the dead of night to call my old man and deal with it somewhere out of sight. Skinning and cutting the meat made no sound, but boning and working the sinews would surely make a clattering racket.